My entire life, my whole world was shattered. And it all began the day those mysterious towers shot up from the ground. Nobody knew their origin or purpose, but their sinister aura quickly earned them a fitting name, the Nightmare Towers. Soon these towers began to randomly select people, offering them a chance to become tower walkers and save humanity. Those who answered the call were instantly teleported inside. To get them started, the system interface gifted them battle gear, unlocking superhuman strength and skills just like in an RPG. But here's the terrifying catch: this was no game. For everyone left on the outside, life was about to become a living nightmare. The towers unleashed hordes of monsters upon the world in what was later called a tower impact. Humanity tried to fight back, but that first wave alone wiped out nearly 30% of the entire population. The tower walkers trapped inside could only watch in horror as the world burned and their loved ones perished. Since they weren't clearing the monsters inside the tower, the floors became completely overrun, and eventually the creatures broke through to the real world. To finally make a difference, the walkers decided to climb the tower using their newfound powers to hunt down every last monster. But the tower was clever. To tempt them to break their will, it offered an almost irresistible opportunity, an item known as the regression stone. Just as its name implies, this stone allowed a walker to return to the past right before the first tower impact, with all their memories and experiences perfectly intact. Some jumped at the chance without a second thought, while the more cautious ones felt something was off about the whole deal. And they were right. Turns out using the stone didn't actually rewind time. Instead, it transported them to a parallel universe, a completely different timeline. So anyone who regressed wasn't saving this world at all. They were simply abandoning it, and as more walkers gave up, things got worse, especially after the second tower impact. Faced with a gruesome death by monster, many chose to take the easy way out and abandon their world. The fate of this reality now rested on the shoulders of a few brave souls who resisted the temptation of the regression stone. But what awaited them was a brutal end on the 98th floor of the Chamber of Hellfire. Juan and his comrades were utterly defeated, yet they fought to their very last breath. In the end, our boy managed to slay the Tower Guardian, but it cost him everyone he cared about. Even his one and only best friend chose to regress with his dying breath. It shattered Juan's heart to see his friend make such a tragic choice, but our main character's resolve never wavered. He pressed onward alone, finally reaching the 99th floor, where he came face to face with its guardian, the frostworm Vilicis. For 10 long years, he's been stuck on this floor fighting that same monstrosity. The 98th floor nearly broke him, but he knows he'd be long dead without the gear his former friends left behind. Right now, he's taking a break back on the lower floors, visiting a blacksmith by the name of Jay. The blacksmith is stunned, asking if our protagonist really intends to challenge that beast again. Juan confirms it without a hint of hesitation. He's not giving up until he sees this through to the very end. For a bit of context, some time ago, walkers reclaimed a village on the 50th floor after defeating the dragon that ruled it. That village is now known as Apos, and out of all the blacksmiths who used to live there, Jay is the only one left. Jay feels pretty down about it since the demand for ore from the lower floors has practically vanished. Juan thinks to himself that this was inevitable. After all, there are hardly any survivors left to place an order. Jay pauses, then asks if he's noticed anything unusual while traveling the tower lately. Juan immediately remembers the spot where the regression stone was found. He recalls the strange markings on its surface etched in a language he couldn't decipher. But when Jay asks, he simply says he saw nothing. His thoughts wander to Hiron, an old woman who vanished just yesterday. Until then, she and Jay had been the last supporters in Apos. Pushing the thought aside, Juan makes a direct request: "Teach me how to be a blacksmith." This sudden career change makes the smith freeze mid-hammer swing. Flash forward, and our boy is back on the 98th floor, ready for another round with that cocky dragon. The beast actually compliments the lone walker, calling him the pioneer, who managed to reach the 99th floor all by himself. That dragon might have a tough hide, but our hero has already started to slowly chip away at its thick scales. He doesn't care how many tries it takes. He's prepared to die and return over and over again until this monster is defeated for good. One attempt ends with him being completely crushed, leaving him battered and broken. At this point, even the mighty dragon has to respect the fiery determination burning inside this human. Juan is driven by a singular, unyielding obsession to defeat this monster and give meaning to his friend's sacrifices. The dragon scoffs, claiming failure is his only destiny. But after breaking free from the ice, our boy lunges forward, ready to prove that overgrown lizard wrong. He gets into his stance once more, relying on the only technique in his arsenal, piercing. The dragon almost finds it amusing that this kid keeps trying the same simple trick. You have to understand Zhuan didn't have a head start like the other walkers. He missed out on all the early opportunities for unique skills and hidden classes. With nothing else to his name, Zhuan poured his entire being into mastering one simple, devastating move, the art of the pierce. He practiced that one thrust relentlessly, repeating it tens of millions of times, a dedication that earned him quite a few nicknames. His piercing attack became faster, stronger, and impossibly precise, evolving into something that could rival a hidden class skill. And since it's not an official skill, Zhuan can use it as much as he wants without draining any spiritual energy. Still, even hundreds of thousands of strikes weren't enough to cause any real damage, but then Zhuan spots it. The dragon's weak point is its jaw. The very second the dragon opens its mouth to unleash an icy blast, Zhuan seizes his chance. He thrusts his spear straight up from inside, obliterating one of its eyes and shattering half its jaw. He had poured every ounce of his power into that last strike, but it still wasn't enough to shatter the monster's core. Getting serious now, the dragon soared into the sky, unleashing a merciless storm of ice. Jaewon dodged the initial volleys, but the sheer volume of the assault quickly overwhelmed him. Looking down, the dragon scoffed at his struggle, absolutely certain that a mere tower walker could never defeat a beast of its caliber. It mused that things might have been different if a whole team of fighters like Jaewon had challenged it together. But that's exactly why the dragon was so pleased. The foolish humans had all fallen for the trap of the nightmare stones. Hearing this, Jaewon's eyes widened, demanding to know what it meant. Instead of answering, the monster simply started crushing everything in sight, forcing Jaewon to make a tactical retreat. His health points were dangerously low. A single graze would have been game over. But now he was more curious than ever. He had to find out about these nightmare stones and what secrets that dragon held. To get those answers, he spent 5 long years battling that same monster. Finally, his dedication paid off. The nightmare of the 99th floor was finally slain, and its victor stood atop the beast's fallen body. With its life fading, Jaewon demanded the truth about the nightmare stones, but the dragon refused to give him a straight answer. It cryptically told him he could only learn the truth by reaching the final floor. With those parting words, the monster perished, leaving our hero with the ice dragon sword as his reward. Though, to be fair, calling this thing a sword felt like a bit of a stretch. And now the moment of truth had arrived. The door to the final floor materialized before him. Jaewon stepped through without a shred of fear, ready to face whatever lay on the other side. He found himself in a strange space, filled with countless floating panels of light, each one showing a different scene. He could see the state of the tower from the outside and even glimpses of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere commented that he'd arrived a bit early, telling him to relax. The unseen figure then sent him an important announcement, and a system window popped up. It congratulated our hero for being the first person in World 294 to clear the game's tutorial. The message continued, stating his achievement would be immortalized in the Akashic records, where even the monarchs of the Great Land could view his progress. As he read this, all the horrific memories from the tower flooded his mind. And now he was being told it was all just a tutorial. The mysterious voice noted his shock, warning him not to dwell on it too much, or he'd face some serious consequences. A colossal wave of water slammed into Jaewon as a beast with glowing eyes emerged. The creature remarked that he'd come further than he should have, yet praised his control for a mere human. But the praise was cut short. The beast stopped mid-sentence as our protagonist rose completely unharmed from the water. The figure seemed surprised at how quickly Jaewon recovered, noting it was much faster than it had anticipated. Unfazed, Jaewon demanded to know who it was. The being just laughed, admitting it got a little carried away and forgot its manners. It told Jaewon he should be incredibly proud, as he was the first in history to reach the 100th floor all alone. At last, it revealed its name. Beast Rain, the demon ruler of the Nightmare Tower. Our hero, however, couldn't get past the fact that this was all a tutorial. He asked if that meant there was a real game up ahead. The demon confirmed he was right, but before they proceeded, it wanted to show him something. With a snap of Beast Rain's fingers, scenes from Jaewon's journey began to play out. Our boy watched as the memories unfolded, beginning with the day Seo first joined his party. He saw himself laughing alongside Seo and Yunnan, the three of them introducing themselves, fighting together as a real team. Then the happy memories gave way to darkness. He saw Seo's wounded body on the ground as he knelt beside her, calling her name. He then witnessed Yunnan's final moments. As he watched, Beast Rain asked if he could feel the sadness welling up inside him. The demon called those feelings a waste, but then made a cruelly tempting offer. He offered a chance to return to the very beginning, a chance to start all over again, but this time with all of his memories intact. Beast Rain's grin stretched wider as Jaewon understood. This wasn't the end of his journey at all, but the system prompt in front of him was no gift. It was a trap. All this time, he thought he could save the world by climbing the tower. He remembered the system calling him the chosen one, destined to be a savior. But from the very start, there was never any way to stop the tower's impact. They had all been tricked into this climb. Saving humanity was supposed to be their one true goal. Jaewon slammed the reject button, declaring with absolute certainty that he would never go back. Beast Rain mocked his choice, saying, "No one can change the past." Regression was impossible in both the tower and the Great Land. The name Stone of Regression flashed in Jaewon's mind, but the demon shattered that hope, immediately explaining the stone was never what people thought it was. In reality, it was the Nightmare Stone, a cursed gem that traps anyone who uses it in an endless dream controlled by a dream demon. The demon's words cut like a knife as it laughed. Humans are probably the only creatures foolish enough to fall for such a simple trick. All the pieces clicked into place. The main game Beast Rain mentioned wasn't a new beginning. It was an endless repeating loop. Without a moment of hesitation, Jaewon pressed no. He declared firmly that he had already figured out the tower's true secret. The tower itself was just another dream. With his mind made up, our protagonist swore he would hunt Beast Rain down and ascend to the true next floor. Beast Rain insisted that the tower ended right here, but our hero completely ignored him, refusing to even entertain the lie. The demon switched tactics to taunting, suggesting that maybe Jaewon was just greedy, wanting more than simple memories as his final reward. He then dangles the ultimate temptation, hidden treasures. But our boy Jaewon doesn't even give it a second thought. Beast Rain wonders if he truly wants to return home, pointing out that Jaewon must have sensed the truth that this tower is just a dream and reveals the bombshell. None of this is actually real. Jaewon immediately demands to know what he's talking about, so Beast Rain conjures a vision, showing everyone outside completely safe and sound. The demon explains that beings like him live in clusters, cheerfully adding that this should all be great news for our hero as he switches the vision to a different scene. This time, Jaewon sees himself in a hospital room looking down at his own comatose body, with all the other walkers lying in beds right beside him. And while Jaewon spent what felt like decades in the tower, Beast Rain explains that in the real world, only 1 month has gone by. The demon puffs out his chest again, boasting that our hero could never defeat him, comparing the power gap to that between a mighty dragon and a mere human. Jaewon simply raises his sword with a smirk, declaring he's already slain a dragon. This makes Beast Rain snarl at his arrogance, and in the next instant, the two collide with explosive force. Sometime later, Jaewon steps into a building and calls out for Jae. Hearing nothing but silence, his mind wanders back to his countless duels with Beast Rain. A whole 72 days have passed, and he's never once landed a finishing blow. But strangely, in all that time, the demon never finished him off either. And now it finally clicks for our boy Beast Rain never planned on killing him at all. With this new understanding, our protagonist vows to see this through no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, Beast Rain is stressing out over Jaewon, his product. He's like a prize seed that just refuses to grow the way it's supposed to. The process is usually so simple. You just pick the best seeds during the tutorial, give them some nurturing in the main game, and watch them blossom. But this particular seed is a stubborn one, resisting every attempt to help it grow. The demon briefly considers just getting rid of him, but the thought of damaging the soul and attracting the attention of the harvesters makes him shudder. So he decides on a new strategy: raise him with care and make a fortune. He daydreams of climbing the ranks and paying off all his debts, especially since even the gods who normally avoid demons have taken an interest in Jaewon. Suddenly, Jaewon ambushes him from behind Beast Rain, demands to know his real goal, but our hero just keeps on swinging, not even stopping to chat. The demon tries to talk some sense into him, insisting that moving on to the main game would be a huge win for him and everyone he knows. But Jaewon couldn't look less interested if he tried. Their battle rages on, fiercer than ever, until Beast Rain finally slams him into the ground and starts yelling again, offering every hidden skill and legendary item he has if Jaewon will just cooperate. Our hero, however, is determined to keep hunting him down. Just as Beast Rain's patience runs out, Jaewon finally speaks up, saying he has a question. A bit later, Beast Rain starts explaining that the universe is composed of multiple dimensions, but Jaewon just cuts him off, casually saying he already knows because they have theories like that back on Earth. The demon pushes on anyway, describing the Great Land as the main dimension, which is surrounded by countless smaller frontier worlds like Earth, also known as World 294. He explains that the Nightmare Tower is basically a training ground, helping walkers gain skills and get used to the system so they can travel between these worlds. and demons like him are managers helping walkers through the games. But when Jaewon asks why they do it, Beast Rain dodges the question, wondering aloud why the tower appeared on World 294 of all places. He reveals that this world was chosen completely by random chance. Our protagonist doesn't fall for the distraction and interrupts again, demanding to know the demon's real reason for running this game. Beast Rain tries to laugh it off, claiming he's just a volunteer, but Jaewon isn't buying it and presses harder, asking what rewards he's really getting. The demon just offers up some vague excuses about having different motives. But before their back and forth can continue, a bright red message from the monarch suddenly appears over Beast Rain's head, ordering him not to kill Jaewon and to end this conversation at once. The demon, however, is completely oblivious to the message and turns back to Jaewon, smugly asking if he believes him now. Jaewon just gives him a silent stare. A look at his status screen would show it's completely maxed out. Every single stat is at its peak, and his level is capped. No matter how hard he tries or how much effort he puts in, his numbers just won't budge. He chugs another potion and gets right back up. Even with all this incredible power, that gap between him and Beast Rain just doesn't seem to be closing. Then suddenly something clicks in his mind and a strange new feeling washes over him. Looking around, he notices brilliant golden particles floating all through the air. He reaches out and catches one, observing how they can be fine and smooth, or sometimes rough and blocky like sugar cubes. In that instant, our protagonist grasps the truth. He's seeing the raw data, the very source particles that make up the fabric of this world. Now facing Beast Rain again, Jaewon casually wonders aloud what a monarch is, guessing it's just a fancy title for a king. Noticing his curiosity, Beast Rain explains that monarchs are the rulers of the great land, and anyone who clears the main game earns a special recommendation from one of them. Our inquisitive hero then asks what that recommendation is for. Beast Rain replies that his entire future will depend on which monarch he decides to follow. He even adds that if Jaewon just puts his trust in him, he'll personally make sure he serves under the best monarch out there. Beast Rain practically stakes his honor on it, promising to guide him safely into the main game if our hero will just shake on it. After a moment of thought, the swordsman remarks that Beast Rain sounds an awful lot like an insurance salesman. Even so, Jaewon agrees to play along, adding that in exactly 10 days he'll be leaving this place. 9 days later, our protagonist is deep in focused training. Beast Rain watches on his monitor, noting that he's been doing the same thing all day and that their time is almost up. His thoughts turn bitter as he remembers how those dream demons scammed him into buying this low-quality tower in the first place. He growls to himself, cursing those swindlers. He recalls how he jumped at the deal the second he heard it was built by an expert-level demon. But the reality hit hard when he found out it was just a first-generation antique with no production year listed. If he'd gotten a third-generation tower, Beast Rain could have just forced the tutorial to end without harming the product. But this outdated piece of junk requires the player's consent to close the game. The demon figured his only real crime was being too broke to afford the premium package. Still, the cheap setup worked, and with morning just around the corner, he prayed this would all finally be over. The next day dawned, and the system began flashing tips for the main game mentioning the Tree of Illusion and the Great Land. Then a final message popped up from the Game Master offering to send Jaewon back to World 294 with all his memories intact. Beast Rain asked him, "Did you memorize all the data?" Our boy simply confirmed he had. "Then hurry up and hit accept," the demon pleaded. Tears of pure joy streamed down his face as the moment he'd waited for had finally arrived. But to his absolute shock, Jaewon suddenly swung his sword. Beast Rain froze solid, demanding to know what on earth he thought he was doing. Our protagonist's grip on his sword tightened. "You should already know the answer," he said coolly. "I'm going to hunt you down." Ever since Jaewon saw those particles, his pierce technique had felt unstable, like something was off. It felt as if a new power was awakening deep inside him. A massive claw came crashing down toward our hero, who met it with a powerful strike of his own. "I've never seen anyone like you," Beast Rain admitted. "If this had happened earlier, things would have been so much simpler for both of us." In a flash, shadowy tendrils shot out and coiled tightly around Jaewon, locking him completely in place. Our boy just smirked, pointing out the game couldn't end without his say-so. Beast Rain laughed, revealing he'd given up on getting consent a long time ago. "Besides," he mused, "why do you think this tutorial will never end?" He explained that the Tower of Nightmares is programmed to automatically end 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. With that, Beast Rain decided to just leave our protagonist tied up until it was time to play the main game. But Jaewon just tightened his grip on his sword. "Beast Rain," he called out, I know you're the trickster. 784 years old, you visited 128 worlds, cultivating the species in each one. The Tower Master was completely stunned. How could you possibly know all of that? He demanded. Our hero wasn't done yet. And you were going to hand me over to Harvester, the monarch of darkness. Beast Rain began to sweat buckets. Who are you? He panicked. Our protagonist grinned. I'm the product you've been cultivating here for decades. In the next instant, he unleashed a massive wave of energy, aiming to obliterate the Tower Master. Jaewon charged forward with everything he had, his blade striking Beast Rain directly, and sending him flying backward as their powers clashed violently. The impact sent our boy skidding back, but Beast Rain was left with an injured shoulder. The demon stared in confusion until a horrifying thought suddenly clicked in his mind. As our protagonist readied his sword, Beast Rain wondered if he was an over-adapted player. Our boy recalled thinking the exact same thing since he reached the 100th floor. Could this demon even kill him anymore? The very fabric of reality began to fray. He finally understood the true essence of the stab to strike without a single shred of doubt. He slammed his sword into his opponent's shield, shattering it completely. A system notification popped up, sync limitation lifted. In response, the demon transformed his body, unleashing his full power to try and force Jaewon's surrender. As Beast Rain attacked, he had to admit he was impressed. To reach the second stage of adaptation right after the tutorial, incredible, but a mere human can't defeat a demon. He roared, unleashing a storm of deadly spikes. The spikes tore into Jaewon's body, but he didn't stop. He just clenched his sword and decided to stab his opponent no matter what. He kept attacking the count, climbing higher and higher until it hit a mind-boggling 10 billion times. At last, Jaewon landed a devastating blow on the demon, forcing his opponent to realize the truth. But it was far too late for Beast Rain to do anything. Our protagonist had already won, and his sword was pointed right at the demon's throat. He stated confidently, "Humans are not just things for demons to trade and sell." With absolute resolve, Jaewon declared he would destroy the tower climb to the next floor and then all the way to the top. The ceiling above began to shatter as he shouted, "I will see the end of the world you demons have created." A system window popped up, his info filled with nothing but question marks. Beast Rain scrambled away in pure desperation, pleading with him not to do it. "There's nowhere left to go," he cried. Our hero wasn't listening. His mind flashed back to the carvings he'd found on the lower floors, which revealed that the nightmare towers were just imitations of the first nightmare located at the top of the Tree of Illusion. He realized these messages had been left by the creator of the nightmare tower himself, a being named Muak. Now our boy understood. This place was just a root, and if a root exists, so must a branch. With that, he unleashed his power and completely destroyed the ceiling. A system prompt appeared, tutorial over. But another line followed, game completion failed. A moment later, Jaewon woke up in a brand new place, something like a forest. He looked ahead and saw what he'd been looking for. Just then, massive beasts burst from the trees, growling as they surrounded him. One of them leaped to attack, but he took it out effortlessly with his shallow stab skill. Suddenly, the ground rumbled as a truly gigantic beast stepped out. Seeing it, our boy knew right away his shallow stab wouldn't be nearly enough for something this huge. Using his normal stab, he eliminated the towering beast in a single strike. Afterwards, he got busy collecting all of its horns. Out of nowhere, a shout echoed through the trees. Strange ant-like people appeared, and one of them was pointing right at him. Jaewon figured they were after the horns, so he held one out as an offering for some answers, but nobody moved. Instead, the one in the lead charged at him with a blade our protagonist dodged, easily warning them to chill out, or he'd have to take care of them all. When they kept attacking anyway, he decided to put them down. A few moments later, all of the ant-like people were lying unconscious on the ground. While our boy was sitting on one of them, demanding answers, the creature bit down on its own tongue, leaving him staring in shocked silence. A little later, Jaewon started going through their things and found a small dimensional backpack. The system explained it would give him 70 cubic feet of space to store his belongings. He couldn't help but notice that the system hadn't been working right since he escaped the Tower of Nightmares. He had just assumed it would function the same in every world, even in the Great Realm, but that clearly wasn't the case. While searching, our protagonist also found some strange, colorful stones they were carrying. A quick check revealed they were soul stones that enhance spiritual power, a fact he learned thanks to his suspicion skill. Every single enemy dropped one of these gems. Why, were they running a jewelry business on the side? He just shrugged, stuffing the loot in his bag without a second thought. His sword then opens its monstrous jaw, devouring the fallen bodies in a single gulp. Just then he spots an old, unassuming scroll. It looked like nothing but a strange feeling made him stop. As Jaewon unrolls it, 2 words stare back at him: Tree of Imagery and Chaos. He was certain this info wasn't in the files Beast Rain had sent. Elsewhere, the very ground begins to tremble as fanged monstrosities burst from the earth, and running for their lives from the rampage is a girl with fiery red hair leading a small party. She hurls a weapon that completely misses its target, and instead smacks a tall red-haired guy right in the knee. He stumbles, trying to laugh it off, wondering how her aim could be that bad. She yells a quick apology followed by another one. But this sorry wasn't for her teammate. It was for the 2-horned beast barreling right up behind her. She sprints toward 2 of her friends who are screaming for her to stop, but she ignores them completely. From a ledge above, Jaewon watches the chaos unfold, noticing right away that the fiery redhead is the strongest of the bunch, but their teamwork was an absolute disaster. He couldn't help but wonder how they ever survived the Tower of Nightmares. The red-haired warrior finally leaps into action, flames erupting around him. The girl joins in with a grin, but her first reckless swing nearly takes her teammate's head off. He dodges and yells at her, but she just shrugs without a care in the world. And that's when our hero decides to make his entrance, dropping in from the sky. In one fluid motion, Jaewon plunges his sword straight through the monster's skull. With a spray of blood, the massive beast collapses to the ground. As he lands, he's met with the intense glare of the red-haired warrior. Once the dust settles, the girl's friends stroll over to Jaewon and casually ask if he minds if they take the kill. Her friend seems hesitant, though, whispering that the horn alone is probably worth a fortune. They explain that it usually takes 10 people to take down a 2-horned beast. Our hero says nothing, but he recalls that the monster he killed earlier had 5 horns. He quickly puts it together. More horns must mean more power. The red-haired girl marches up to him, demanding to know who he is. She declares that in all of Chaos, no one can one-shot a 2-horned beast. She presses him for an answer, asking where he even came from. Jaewon just looks her right in the eye and asks, what's Chaos? The girl completely freezes, stunned that he has no idea what she's talking about. The red-haired warrior steps in, firing off a list of questions. What was his name? Why was he here? And how could he even understand their language? But Jaewon's responses were simple and to the point. Shishwai just a few nods and shakes of his head. They start murmuring among themselves about how odd a language barrier is these days. When the red-haired man asks if they can take the corpse, our hero simply agrees. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman studies him. His technique was strange. It wasn't skill, just raw power in a single stab. She tries to use an ability on him, but a system message immediately pops up. Skill failed. In Gan, it says his spiritual power is as low as a non-adapter's. She gets in his face again, demanding answers. Who is he, and why is an unadapted player like him wandering around Chaos? Our protagonist just repeats the word back at her, Chaos. She accuses him of playing games, insisting he's not making sense. Can't you understand me? She asks, frustrated. But Jaewon calmly replies that he understands perfectly. His mind then drifts for a moment, remembering his old life and connections back on Earth. He realizes that none of that mattered. The second he stepped inside the tower, he'd made new friends in there, but those memories were erased after the tutorial. They're still alive on Earth somewhere, but they probably don't even remember his name. He turns back to the girl and says, I don't remember anything. She scoffs, not buying it for a second. And you expect me to believe you have amnesia? Our protagonist coolly replies, I never said I had amnesia. Chudas. She argues that it's the same thing and keeps pushing him for answers. Suddenly his sword begins to hum strangely before its jaws creak open once more. The red-haired girl's eyes go wide. She instantly recognizes it as a spirit weapon. The sword starts chomping on the weapons from Jaewon's backpack. The others stare, muttering about him feeding his blade. The girl is just stunned. He's showing off a spirit weapon with absolutely no idea what he's doing. She's clearly furious that this clueless guy just ruined her secret mission to get rid of the red-haired man. But then an idea sparks in her mind. She leans in and whispers that she has a proposal. A little while later, our hero finally learns her name is Mino. He also gets the rundown on her so-called friends. Turns out they all belong to the Red Fox clan. Jaewon connects the dots immediately. Her proposal is for him to wipe out the entire clan for her, and she even warns that they'll be coming for him next anyway. That night, the red-haired man suggests they camp to avoid attracting beasts, but our protagonist notes that a village isn't very far away. He overhears the Red Fox members talking. They're convinced he only killed the beast because of his fancy spirit weapon. They claim that weapons like that can only be found in the abyss, which they call the branches of the Tree of Illusion. Our hero knows they're wrong since his weapon came from the roots. The demon did say the tower's gear was junk, but he never thought anyone would actually want this thing. In any case, he's figured one thing out: this place is no paradise. And right on cue, the enemy makes its move. Mino appears out of nowhere to warn him, telling him to use his powered-up sword to take them all down. But he casually replies that he doesn't have it anymore. He lent it out. She absolutely loses it, calling him a careless moron. Just then, the Red Fox clan appears and surrounds them. The red-haired man smirks, thanking Jaewon for the weapon. The others grumble about being called out for just 2 people. Mino spits a curse at them, and as they charge, she dashes forward to meet them. She smashes one across the head and lands a clean strike right across another's torso. In a flash, she takes down several foes, kicking one backward with practiced ease. After launching another dagger, she lands with a sly grin, playfully apologizing for throwing her weapon so hard. Then, with a flick of her wrist, more daggers materialize around her to deal with the last of the enemies. The red-haired man remarks that from the moment Mino lured the monsters, he knew something was off. But now he is absolutely positive she is the infamous Witch of Massacre. He demands to know who would dare send an assassin from the Dark Forest all the way out here. She answers plainly, saying it doesn't matter who sent her. The Red Fox clan has murdered countless non-adapters, and many people want them gone. He just scoffs positive the Dark Forest clan would never make a move for such a trivial reason. Before he can finish his thought, her daggers shoot toward him in a surprise attack, but he instantly parries the blow. He declares this can only be a personal mission. Raising his spirit weapon, he informs her that if that's the case, her life is officially forfeit. She narrows her eyes at him, but he calmly explains that he didn't exactly come unprepared. He brought backup. She scans the area and sees he's not bluffing. She quickly realizes every single one of them is at least a first-stage adapter. When she does a quick head count, there are 40 in total. The red-haired man boasts that facing both the Witch of the Dark Forest and a man who single-handedly killed a 2-horned beast required this many soldiers. He then adds that if he had known the spirit weapon would be so easy to get, he never would have called his master. As if on cue, a massive clawed figure appears, telling her to consider this an honor. This newcomer is Clant, the Black Fox Master of the Red Fox clan, and a 3rd-stage adapter. He announces that half of his entire clan has gathered here today just to hunt her. She just gives them a mocking smile in return. Turning to Juan, she tells him to give her a minute. She tosses something his way, telling him to run. He catches it and discovers a nightmare stone in his hand. Confused, our hero asks what it is. She explains it's an escape stone that will teleport him to the closest fortress, but it's the only one she has. He stays quiet for a beat, then asks if she would go back to the past if she could. She calmly replies that she would never go back. If she dies here, so be it, but returning to the past is not an option. Juan looks her in the eye and assures her she won't be dying today. With that, he springs into action, using his second sword to cut down enemies in quick succession. Right then, a devastating attack slams onto the battlefield as the Fire King unleashes his ultimate technique. Still, our protagonist charges head-on, activating Oblivion, the 3rd stage of his awakening. He slices clean through the incoming wave of pure fire and force. Their attacks collide, sending shockwaves ripping through the area. Even though the Black Fox pushes forward with overwhelming strength, Juan's counterattack sends him flying back. When the dust settles, Juan is the one left standing, taking back his spirit weapon from the red-haired man. A moment later, a huge blue slash of energy tears across the field, scattering the last of their foes. As Mino stands there, watching the whole scene in amazement, she finally calls out his name. When he turns to her, she steps forward and asks what his true identity is. He just says she already knows. Then he points out that she's lost her memory too, which makes her a bit uncomfortable. She quickly changes the subject, demanding he return her precious stone. However, he casually mentions that he lost it. Her voice gets sharp as she asks how he could lose something so valuable, but he just tells her she should look for it herself. Later, Mino does just that, turning over every rock and leaf. But the stone is nowhere to be found, making her regret giving it to a stranger. Meanwhile, our boy watches her, repeating that she already knows who he is. When she keeps pressing him, he finally tells her he's a human. She just stares at him, asking if he's being serious. In return, he asks if she herself is human. After she says yes, he tells her that's all he needs to know. She sits down beside him, thinking to herself that maybe he's right. Maybe it's enough that they are both human. The next morning, Mino asks Juan if he really doesn't remember anything about coming to Chaos or even being in the Great Realm. When he confirms he doesn't, she admits she's envious of him. She explains that most people here feel that way because their arrival is always linked to memories they'd do anything to forget. He flips the question around, asking how she ended up here. She immediately stops walking and warns him he'll regret asking that. A little while later, they arrive at Gorgon Fortress. As they enter, Juan notices a circular shape on the ground. He realizes it looks exactly like a summoning circle from the tower's first floor. As he gets closer, a red light begins to glow. A crowd of terrified people suddenly appears inside it, screaming and begging for help. Mino barely glances at them, simply noting how many people have arrived at once. She mentions that's how she came to Chaos too and warns him never to ask anyone here about their arrival. Then she welcomes him to Chaos, the world of the dead. Juan begins to connect the dots. He realizes that those who die in the Great Realm are either chosen by the gods of the Abyss or by the masters of the Great Realm. The chosen ones can find glory in battle, but most fail. They end up here in Chaos, which is the stem of the Tree of Illusions. Next, Mino explains that if you die again in Chaos, it's a permanent death. Your soul is absorbed by the Tree of Illusions for nutrients, and those who die here don't bleed since they were already dead to begin with. Our hero finally understands. He's been living among the dead. Mino adds that the Nightmare Towers are the roots, Chaos is the stem, and the Abyss is the branches. These are all different parts of the Tree of Illusions. Hearing this, Juan remembers something Mulak said, that the roots only exist to support the very top of the tree. He realizes he's in the right place to start his climb, and now his goal is to reach that higher place. Not long after, soldiers in uniform rush in and take control, ordering the newcomers to form a line and proceed to the speech hall. An officer hands out clothes, singling out one man for being too skinny. Mino approaches the officer, James, who questions what she was doing at the north checkpoint. She says she was just passing by and wants entry. However, he tells her that under the new rules, everyone needs a certificate. She turns to Juan and asks if he has one. Surprisingly, he nods. A light bulb seems to go off in her head, and she quickly tells James that she must have forgotten her certificate. Thinking fast, she pulls out a 2-horned beast horn. "Will this do?" she asks with a hopeful smile. After a quick glance, James gives a greedy nod. Next, James turns to Jaewon, demanding his certificate. But our hero just bluntly says he doesn't have one. Mino tries to hint she could smooth things over. Ha ha! But James cuts her off, barking that no papers means no entry. Jaewon just nods and starts rummaging through his backpack. And this simple action sends Mino into a full-blown panic. She's convinced he's about to slaughter the guards to get in, so she immediately jumps right between our hero and James. She's a nervous wreck trying to explain the situation. But a powerful voice suddenly cuts through the chaos. "What's all this commotion?" Every soldier snaps to attention as a man in a crisp uniform appears. It's Chief Carlton, the guy in charge of this whole checkpoint. He marches right up to James, demanding to know what's going on. James nervously points at Jaewon, saying he tried to enter without a certificate. Carlton doesn't even blink. He states that without proper ID entry is absolutely forbidden. He backs up James, saying the guards have every right to refuse him. He then starts quoting Fortress Law from memory. Al-Hordays, a skill called Legal Code, activates, forcing everyone around him to their knees. He even mentions something called the Restraint Act. But Jaewon isn't having any of it. He casually swings his blade, shattering the skill's effect on himself and Mino. He cuts Carlton off, asking what's so special about these certificates anyway. The chief explains they contain your identity records and all your skill data. Jaewon's response is simple. "Then I don't need one. I'm not showing you any of that." The chief is completely baffled. His legal code skill had no effect. He decides to detain our hero right then and there. Using a skill called Silver Restraint, he summons magical chains from thin air. The chains shoot forward, trying to wrap around Jaewon, but our boy just stands there resisting them with pure will until they shatter. Every single guard is frozen in absolute shock. "How did you do that?" Carlton demands, completely stunned. That's when our hero decides to try Mino's method, which instantly reminds her of the little bribe she gave James earlier. James, on the other hand, turns white as a sheet. He was the one who took the bribe. Jaewon calmly reaches into his bag, pulls something out, and offers it to Carlton. James starts screaming for an immediate execution, but Carlton shuts him up with a single glare. He asks Jaewon if the name on the item is his. When Jaewon confirms it, Carlton's eyes go wide. You're the messenger of the Greens," he declares. The device then scans Mino, beeping loudly. It warns that her soul corruption is past the safe limit. She needs to take her medicine and fast. Carlton gives her a stern look. You're pushing yourself too hard. Jaewon just tilts his head, completely confused. Soul corruption. What's that? As she quickly takes her medicine, Mino explains everything. It's a sickness everyone in this land called chaos suffers from. Just living here makes it get worse over time. She says that's why monster horns are so incredibly valuable. They're the only medicine that can slow the corruption down. Mino smiles, adding that thanks to him, she just got one for free. Just then, Carlton approaches Jaewon. All right, your turn, he says, pulling out the scanner. The machine's light flashes green, then orange, then a blaring red, but then the reading completely fails. A moment later, the number on the display plummets straight to 0. Both Carlton and James are speechless. Carlton hands the soul stone back to Jaewon. Don't you want this? Our hero asks. The chief just calls him the messenger again, warning him to never part with such a treasure so easily. Our protagonist just shakes his head. I'm not a messenger, and I'm not one of the Greens. I know, Carlton replies with a mysterious look. A little later, Mino and our hero are finally walking into the fortress. James watches them go, asking his chief if that was really a good idea. The captain turns to him with a serious expression. Do you have any idea what that soul stone actually is? James answers that it's super valuable and boosts a person's spiritual power. But Carlton tells him there's much more to it than that. He removes his glove, revealing a badly burned hand. This was the result of just holding the stone Jaewon gave him. He explains that only a true green can handle a soul stone. Anyone else would be consumed by its overwhelming power. He notes that Jaewon doesn't look like a green at all, and yet he held the stone without any problems. So, you trust him? James asks. I don't trust the man. Carlton admits, I trust his soul. He says the scanner never makes a mistake. The only time it fails is when it encounters a soul that's completely pure. He declares that our protagonist has the purest soul in all of chaos. So it doesn't matter if he's a green or not. All that matters is that he's someone who can handle that stone. James then asks if this could be related to their master's condition. The captain simply says he doesn't know for sure. But then he casually mentions hearing rumors about a guard at the gate taking bribes. As yes, James freezes solid. He's been caught. Meanwhile, inside the walls, our hero thinks about what a hassle it was to get Mino in. He remembers Carlton reading her the riot act. The chief told her she was only getting in because Jaewon vouched for her and warned her to never, ever try bribery again. The chief then assured Jaewon that she would recover soon. Once they reach a bridge, our hero asks a passerby about a good blacksmith. Shkeshir, someone who can work on his spirit sword. But the stranger just scoffs, doubting anyone that skilled exists here. As he shows off his incredible spirit sword, someone lurking under the bridge spots him with a wicked grin. A little later, Mino is feeling much better. She realizes they're already deep inside the city. That's when Jaewon tells her it's time for them to part ways. She freezes, completely shocked. What do you mean by that? She yells for him to wait, accusing him of just ditching her. She runs after him, asking if he's still mad about the gate incident. He calmly tells her that her job was just to get him to the fortress. From this point on, she'd only slow him down. Ouch. You and I are on different paths, he states simply. But Mino isn't giving up. She chases him, arguing that he doesn't know the city and is going to get lost. He replies that he can just ask someone for directions. You should be asking me, she yells back. I know this place better than anyone. That's when our hero finally reveals his goal. He's looking for a dream demon. Mino's eyes light up. She says she might know where to find one and offers to be his guide. Our protagonist agrees to her offer. But first, he says, they have to deal with a little problem. Up ahead, a shady-looking group of men blocks their path. One of them points, there they are. So they immediately start asking about the spirit sword. Mino steps forward, warning them to back off before they get hurt. The men just laugh at her. Hey, watch your language. One says, our youngest here is only turning 12. They demand the spirit sword as a toll, or they'll let their kid brother handle things. But our hero silences them all with a single bored expression. The leader steps up, warning him that handing over the sword is his only way out of this unscathed. But before he can finish his big talk, Mino shouts right back, pointing to their little brother, who's actually built like a mountain. He completely ignores her, and the huge guy stomps forward, hoisting his axe. But our hero's sword is faster, slicing off the giant's arm in a clean sweep. Jaewon coolly tells the rest, if you're going to fight, let's get on with it. One of the men just explodes with outrage. Another guy screams that he cut off their baby brother's hand, while a third vows they'll never forgive him for this. The whole gang rushes in, and our swordsman makes quick work of every single one. Jae-won casually wipes his blade clean, leaving Mino staring in disbelief, unable to process how he won with just stabs. He simply explains that stabbing is the only move he knows, which somehow only makes her even more confused. She blinks, thinking he must be joking with her. But then he seriously starts listing his different techniques: the light stab, the normal stab, and the strong stab. This just makes everything stranger. The whole thing reminds her of another person who relied on a single technique, though that guy specialized in slashing instead of stabbing. She then asks why he missed his earlier attack and blew up the roof. She figures he just lost control, but he explains he sensed someone using a stealth skill nearby and blasted the roof on purpose to scare them away. Mino asks if destroying roofs is his usual way of intimidating people. He just shrugs, genuinely wondering if that's not what everyone does. Trying to be helpful, Mino starts suggesting flashy names for his stabbing skill, but he just ignores her and keeps on walking. She doesn't give up, rattling off more names as they go, but our hero just tells her to focus on walking clearly, not interested in rebranding his move. At last they arrive at the Twilight Smithy. Mino casually mentions that the place is owned by a dream demon. She leads him to a massive reinforced door where a worker tells them any requests will have to wait since the main workshop manager is out. Only the vice manager is around, and he's busy giving a test to the other workers. Inside, a huge man stands at a table surrounded by apprentices where a sword made from a quad horn rests. This man, Michael Garnard, is the smithy's vice manager. He explains that the sword is almost done, but they still need to drill a hole through the hilt to finish it. All the apprentices eagerly volunteer to prove their worth, but he warns them it's nearly impossible to even leave a mark on the material. He then makes a tempting offer. Whoever pulls it off gets to be the vice manager for the entire day. One by one, they all try their best, but none of them succeed, and one guy even breaks his tool. Michael mocks the group, calling them weak and useless. More attempts fail, and then the worker from outside steps up to try. But just as he does, Jae-won quietly slips into the workshop. The worker instantly starts shouting, telling him no one is allowed to just wander in like that. This gets Michael's attention, and he turns to see Jae-won. Our main character steps up and says he'd like to give it a shot. The other workers start whispering, guessing he might be a traveling blacksmith. Michael scoffs, convinced he'll fail just like the others. Jae-won just calmly asks, "So should I make the hole or not?" But the vice manager launches into another lecture on how incredibly tough quad horns are. He claims it's not that his workers are bad, but that his own skills are just on a different level. Before he can even finish his monologue, Jae-won simply taps the hilt with one finger. Instantly, the sword cracks and shatters into pieces. The entire room is stunned into silence. Michael then erupts, screaming that Jae-won is insane for destroying such a valuable item and demanding to know what he'll tell the client. Jae-won replies that he was actually holding back and that shattering it completely would have been much easier. Then he just shrugs and offers a casual, "My bad." This does nothing to calm the vice manager down, who yells that sorry won't fix a one-of-a-kind item. That's when Jae-won pulls another horn from his bag, and everyone recognizes it as a much rarer penahorn. Michael takes a closer look and realizes it's a horn from a gran. The workshop goes completely silent. When Jae-won asks if this will work as a replacement, Michael can only nod. With the tables completely turned, our hero asks if he can borrow the smithy for a little while. Michael immediately orders his workers to shut the doors. Seeing everything is under control, Mino decides to head out. Meanwhile, Michael starts giving Jae-won the grand tour of the Twilight Smithy. He even makes good on his promise, naming Jae-won the vice manager for the day and telling him to use whatever he needs. Our protagonist nods, holding up the grand horn, as a curious Michael asks where he found it. Jae-won simply says he hunted the penahorn all by himself, an explanation that Michael absolutely does not believe for a second. Then Jae-won asks for some help, admitting it's his first time making a sheath. The vice manager is baffled, asking if he seriously intends to use that precious material for a simple sheath. But then Jae-won reveals his weapon and Michael's eyes go wide. It looks just like a replica of the Frost Dragon sword, but as he reaches for the grand horn, the sword comes alive, absorbing the horn completely. In that instant, Michael realizes it's a true spirit weapon containing the aura of a high-ranking race. The sword begins to transform right before their eyes, evolving into a new shape. When the process is over, the horn has vanished. Our hero just says, "I have another one," and pulls out a second horn from a 5-horned beast. Jae-won then asks for his first task as temporary vice manager, saying he wants to observe Michael's smithing style. The blacksmith asks if he has a specific design in mind, but Jae-won tells him to decide for himself. Michael finally introduces himself properly and vows to create his greatest masterpiece ever for Jaewon. Meanwhile, in a much fancier setting, Jürgen Schwer, the Prime Minister of Gorgon, enjoys a drink, his gaze locked on a man kneeling before him. The man is trying to explain how he lost their target after the Backstreet Gangster massacre. Jürgen narrows his eyes, asking how a target could just disappear into thin air. His subordinate can only admit that he has no clue. He explains that one moment everything was fine and the next everything went completely black. When he came to, he was on a random rooftop with a huge gap in his memory. Jürgen asks if the target might have spotted him, and then it all clicks. This mysterious person must have seen through a master-level stealth skill, meaning they're facing a seriously powerful opponent. He concludes their target must be at minimum a 5th stage adapter. With this new information, he orders a full-scale search of the city, demanding more people, more alertness, and absolutely no mistakes. The hooded man bows in agreement and quickly disappears, leaving the Prime Minister alone with his thoughts. The ground trembles with a low growl. His grip on the glass tightens as he whispers, "My lord, please, just wait." Meanwhile, in a rowdy tavern, a floating screen is playing Siren's Top 10. She announces it's time for the grand finale. The footage starts to roll. It's the legendary solo clear of the 99th floor. A lone figure zips by so fast he's just a blur. "Man, whatever happened to that guy?" One patron wonders, while another jokes, "You know the lords all adored him." That's when someone else chimes in with the latest juicy gossip. Apparently, the tower's entire cultivation system was shut down. The demon running it was caught trying to rig the whole thing. His friend bursts out laughing, "I heard he just ditched everything and ran for the hills." And now tons of people think that video is a complete fake. They start arguing about why anyone would trash a first-generation tower built on loans. One guy insists the demon must be some spoiled brat, while the other jokes he would have sold it at a bargain price. He calls for another beer, and as the bartender pours, the room goes dead silent as the door slams open. Every single eye turns to watch Mino make her entrance. Tall, with a fiery presence, she strides directly to the counter. She takes a seat, but before anyone can say a word, a guy approaches telling her how pretty she is. He tries to flirt, but she is clearly not interested. With a sharp glare and a pulse of dark energy, she tells him to get lost, and he backs away real fast. Still fuming, Mino mutters about how awful she feels. She tosses a gold coin on the bar, demanding enough booze to knock her out cold. A little later, she suddenly starts yelling about Juan, venting about how ridiculously full of himself he is. Our boy's name is on repeat as she rants until the bartender sighs, saying everyone's heard enough about him for one night. That's when Claire, the tavern owner, finally steps in. She asks Mino why she's being so over the top when she's not even tipsy yet, and questions why she hangs around someone she supposedly hates so much. Mino snaps back that it's not like that at all, Fantakur, but she admits that every time she sees Juan, something just ignites inside her. She flashes back to our protagonist walking into total chaos, sword swinging, and destroying everything in sight without a hint of hesitation. She just can't shake the memory of his gaze or his words echoing in her mind. "We are different." Mino points out that everyone else, including Claire, has to fight just to survive. But this guy, he just appeared out of nowhere. She remembers asking him what he would do if he faced a real nightmare. And all Juan said was, "There's no point explaining. You wouldn't understand." She complains that he always brushes her aside and looks down on people. Claire sighs, patting her head, and says, "Our hero is just immature." Then she warns Mino to keep her distance. Mino tries to argue, but Claire's expression hardens. "Sticking with someone like that isn't brave," she says firmly. "It's reckless. If you keep playing with fire, you're going to get burned." Before Mino can even reply, the doorway flashes with a brilliant light. A blazing streak cuts through the air, heading straight for the counter. She spins around just in time to catch a glowing golden bird, which drops a sealed letter right into her hands. Mino glances at the wax seal and knows it's from Carlton Javier. It's addressed to the mind of the dark forest. She wonders why he'd contact her, but before she can open it, a massive figure steps out from the crowd. He locks eyes with her and asks, "Are you the Witch of Massacre Ears?" Her eyes widen as his sharp-clawed hand shoots out and grabs her wrist. Mino just smirks, admitting that's her title. But the man yanks her closer. "I have a job for you," he growls, "and you're going to listen whether you like it or not." Elsewhere at Twilight's Fall, the very ground shakes. An explosion of energy blasts outward, sending rubble flying everywhere. As Michael is hurled backward, a booming voice roars through the chaos, warning him, "You are forbidden from entering this place." Michael struggles to lift his head, dazed and shaken. That's when he sees a monstrous figure rising before him. a terrifying beast with such an overwhelming presence. He's completely frozen. Before he can even process what's happening, Juan's voice cuts through the air. Our protagonist looks down at him. You were supposed to be smelting the sword. If you want to help, then do your job. Michael hammers against the horn again and again, but no matter how hard he hits, he doesn't even leave a scratch. He finally has to admit the truth. The item's level is way too high for him to handle. Juan shakes his head. This isn't about levels at all. Chichat, before the craftsman can react, our boy grabs his head, Mazozao, and forces the first stage of awakening to ignite within him doubt. Then without a pause, he shoves him into the second stage, understanding. This opens Michael's eyes to what is truly standing before him. The horn in front of them suddenly starts leaking a bizarre substance. Michael stumbles back as a black mist spills out, flooding the air. Out of the darkness, a pentahorn slowly takes form. It crashes to the ground with so much force that the earth splits open all around Michael and our protagonist. The fighter shouts at him, "Get it together. If you're going to do anything, then actually fight." Michael stares at the beast, shocked to realize this is its true form. He starts wondering why he ever wasted his time with such pointless little skills against it. It feels so surreal he convinces himself it has to be a dream. If he can just wake up, all of this will disappear. Muttering to himself, he makes a mad dash for the door. But the pentahorn's massive shadow and the sound of our boy's voice make his legs lock up, freezing him on the spot. Juan takes a deep breath, getting ready to make his move. And in a sudden blur, Michael bursts through the doorway instead, screaming for help. Esakurar, Parisuro. He stops cold when he finds himself facing an endless sea of undead creatures, all calling him Vice Manager. In the hall, a giant eye appears, staring right at him. "You are not even qualified to look at this place?" It booms. Then the ground splits apart, throwing him backwards, stunned and confused. Our protagonist doesn't give him a moment to recover. Grabbing Michael's hammer, he charges forward and smashes it down on the pentahorn's horn, using the chance to get in close. He darts into striking range, easily slipping past its snapping jaws. And when the beast lunges again, he's already there, driving his fist forward into its face with all his might. The battle explodes in a wave of sound, and Michael's roar joins the chaos as the fight rages. Later, back outside, Michael asks if Juan is just going to leave. The other simply replies, "My role here is finished." Michael suggests a name for the sword, Doc Bull. When our hero asks if it means lone hero, Michael just grins, saying it's perfect, and walks away. The group says their goodbyes, but just as he's leaving, Michael shouts out one last question, wanting to know what he looked like in Jae-Hwan's original world. Jae-Hwan glances back, his answer simple, human. As he continues on, he realizes Mino is tailing him. She playfully asks if he's worried she's up to no good. He asks her straight up if that's the case. Her response is just as blunt. "My plan is to kill you." Not a flicker of fear crosses his face. He just calmly asks what she'd get out of it. She closes the distance between them, holding out a small bundle. It's a fresh set of clothes, partly an apology and partly because she's sick of his current look. So, what now, she asks, since his plan to track the dream demon failed? Our hero replies that Michael mentioned a method, a way to find its trail. And once he finds it, his destination is set. He'll head for the Tree of Imagery to search for the entrance to the abyss. She can't believe it. Why go to such lengths? He just turns the question back on her, asking if she truly wants to know. Mino warns him that anyone who returns from the abyss is branded a warrior for life. Our protagonist's reply is chilling. "I don't plan on coming back." A wave of unease washes over her. Who does he think he is to say something so reckless? She erupts, accusing him of only thinking about himself, of just bulldozing forward, careless and cold. It's worse than that, she says. He doesn't even see the people here as real humans. "We may not be as strong or brave as you," she yells, "but we are still human, just like me." Jae-Hwan thinks back on his time with her. Activating his awakening skill, a message appears above her head. It's a threat warning her not to try anything funny or an old woman's life would be forfeit. So they're using hostages to control her. As a hooded figure watches from the shadows, our hero weighs his options. Is saving the hostage worth the risk? He decides against it. It's pointless. His suspicion skill reveals the grim truth of this world, a place where numbers and data are everything, where people would sell their very souls just to raise those numbers. With his mind made up, our hero turns his back on Mino and resumes his hunt for the dream demon alone. But suddenly, she shatters the wall beside them. Reaching out a hand, she declares, "We're done." She refuses to follow someone with a goal like his. Jae-Hwan just watches as she walks away. For the first time, he thinks to himself, Right now, she seems truly human. A moment later, his awakening skill picks up the cloaked figures, muttering. He's cursing Mino for her betrayal, revealing they brought the dream demon here for nothing. A jolt of excitement runs through our hero, so they have a dream demon right here with them. Meanwhile, Mino makes her way through the lonely streets. After a while, she arrives at a tavern. Pushing the door open, she steps inside and apologizes to someone for being late. A man's voice replies. Inside, Claire is being held hostage. A man named Ja, the eldest of 3 brothers, demands to know why Mino is alone and why their deal is off. She tells him plainly that the person he's waiting for isn't coming. His goal, she says, is to destroy this world, and in a flash, she lunges forward to attack. Lances of pure light shoot toward him, but Ja just laughs, calling her a fool, as shadowy figures emerge at his side. One leaps at her, but she blocks only to be sent flying across the room. Ja orders his men to grab her, but she warns them that if they do, they'll be hunted by the entire dark forest. Ja just scoffs. There are no branches of the forest here to stop them. He sneers that both she and Claire will be dead long before anyone knows what happened. Blue energy explodes from her hand, forming 7 glowing pink spears that spin in unison. The 7 daggers of Aram. She attacks, but Ja blocks it, easily mocking her pathetic tricks. As he hesitates, her mind drifts back to a question Jaehwan once asked. Would she return to the past? Yes, she thinks. If it meant meeting him all over again, she would. Ja raises his weapon for the final blow. She wonders if she'll live to see the world fall. But before his attack can land, it's blocked. Jaehwan has arrived. She stares in disbelief. Why are you here? His deadpan answer, the clothes you gave me didn't fit. Is that really the only reason? She asks, stunned. Our hero grips his sword tightly. Do you have the nightmare? He demands. Bring it to me, now. The surrounding enemies start whispering amongst themselves. One of them wonders if he's completely lost his mind. Another remembers the rumors, that this is the man who defied the fortress itself. Surely he can't be sane. Mino quickly warns him. These guys are 4th stage adapters. You can't afford to underestimate them no matter how strong you are. But even as she says it, a part of her knows she doesn't believe he can lose. Ja charges forward with 2 of his lackeys shouting that they're about to teach him a lesson. But our protagonist meets their charge head-on. His blade flashes out in a single fluid motion, and he sidesteps the next attack as if it were in slow motion. His attackers freeze in utter disbelief. He's supposed to be a non-adapter, one stammers. Could he truly be the legendary warrior of the abyss? And Ja tries to rationalize it. A 4th stage adapter should be on this level. But even the beast they fought before had managed to take a hit like that. Suddenly, Claire cries out in pain. One of the thugs tells his partner to finish it, striking the poor girl to shut her up. Mino's head whips toward Claire. Hold on just a little longer, she cries out. We'll save you, I promise. She then looks Jaehwan dead in the eyes. Can you do this? He wonders why she's asking. He's only here for the nightmare, but he still shouts for them to bring it on. Skeletal minions surge forward at his command, while Ja roars for them to move faster. Jaehwan raises his glowing blade to the heavens. A brilliant pillar of blue light erupts into the sky. Miles away, soldiers spot the beacon, and Carlton orders his men to move out. Back at the tavern, a man bursts in screaming, "The barrier is broken!" Ja shouts orders to surround the building, and his men scramble to form a perimeter. Just then, an armored squad storms the entrance. Carlton steps forward, calling out Jaehwan's name. Our hero just smirks. Perfect timing. He points a finger at the enemy group, accusing them of violating Gorgon Article 276, Paragraph 4, by using the tavern as a base for world destruction activities. Ja immediately fires back with his own accusation, but Carlton isn't having it, citing Gorgon Articles 174 and 124. For illegal property destruction and kidnapping, he declares, "You are all hereby placed under emergency restriction." In a flash, chains erupt from the shadows, ensnaring the entire enemy squad. Carlton's voice rings out, warning them that resistance is futile. But Janna just scoffs and charges forward anyway. Steel clangs against steel until a sickening crack echoes as the knight's weapon splinters. Carlton shoves him back, forcing the knight to leap away and call for his ally. He swings his broken weapon down again, but more chains whip out, wrapping him tight and slamming him into the ground. Gasping for air, he finally surrenders. Carlton calls it a wise choice, but Ja just smirks, calling him naive, before tossing out a black sphere that explodes into thick, choking smoke. From a distance, a man with purple hair watches the chaos unfold in silence. Another voice calls out in alarm, warning that the youngest has already inhaled the black clouds. A masked man cradles his injured comrade, scolding him for not wearing his mask properly. He pleads with him to hold on, hoping a small amount can still be survived. Another masked figure whirls around, seething with anger, accusing him of unleashing the black clouds without Ark's permission. He demands to know if capturing the Witch of Massacre was really worth such a catastrophic risk. Black Sirlang, the elder of Gumchin Bang, wonders if she's truly that dangerous, but the man shakes his head, replying that it isn't her. The real problem is Carlton. Sirlang's eyes gleam with malice, saying that breathing in the black cloud serves him right. He then points as Juan emerges from the tavern, supporting Mino, asking, "And who is that?" Meanwhile, Ja can only stare, completely baffled. How could anyone possibly walk away from the black clouds totally unharmed? He admits he's never seen one of the greens without antennae. As their group approaches, our hero feels a prickle of unease and draws his blade. Channeling Garnak's power through his sheath, he unleashes a powerful wave of energy at his foes. The force of the blast sends some stumbling backward, while others are thrown completely off their feet. Riding that surge of power, our hero presses his attack, striking down several opponents in an instant. Seeing this, Sirlang panics and flees, screaming for Ya to deal with him. Gianna curses the fleeing elder, then glances at his fallen comrades. Juan closes the distance, his voice cold, offering only one choice. "Tell me where the dream demon is, now." At the mention of that name, Ja's expression darkens. A chilling warning escapes his lips. "If they find out I talked, I'll wish for a death that will never come." Seeing no other way out, Ja pulls out a stone of fallen souls. Our protagonist has seen stones like that before, clutched in the hands of the townsfolk. He remembers Mino explaining they weren't drugs, but a way to slow the corruption that eats away at the soul. But as Ja uses it, his body convulses violently. Uncontrolled power rips through him, twisting his flesh and reshaping his bones until a monster stands where he once stood. An undead beast rises, charging through the streets with terrifying strength, cutting down everyone in its path. Now transformed, Ja can see the world for what it truly is. As he takes it all in, a single thought crosses his mind. What was he ever so afraid of? Realizing he can do anything he wants, he sends his tentacles lashing out at our boy. But when he sees Juan as human, he stops confused. How can a mere human exist in this world? Meanwhile, our hero can't see Ja's true nature, but he senses something is deeply wrong. Shaking it off, he focuses on the enemy. With his spirit sword, he strikes Ja down in a single flash. In his final moments, a vision of his past life flickers before Ja's eyes. Then his body disperses into the air, leaving our protagonist to hope the others in the tavern have the answers he needs. Mino weakly warns Juan not to get any closer, but he just stares back his eyes, noticing the clear signs of her sickness. Before another word is spoken, a masked man bursts into the room, calling out to Carlton. From the ground, Carlton immediately orders him to alert the inner forces. At the same time, Mino turns to our boy with desperate eyes and begs him, "Kill me." She pleads again, insisting, "Do it while I'm still myself." Our protagonist studies her. She's human, he's sure of it. So why doesn't his oblivion skill work on her? It makes no sense. He reminds himself that emotions are a luxury he can't afford on his path. He won't hesitate. But just as he raises his hand to act, a voice cries out for him to wait. Claire rushes in and grabs his wrist, insisting there might still be time. They have to get Mino to the medical facility immediately. He asks if she can even be saved, but the answer is grim. If the corruption continues to spread, her chances of survival are almost non-existent. Before he can respond, an alarm blares throughout the fortress. A message from the Four Gorgons. An undead has been discovered inside. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Fear spreads like wildfire as people panic and scream. Then a man in a hat appears, his features twisted into something monstrous that proves he is no longer human. The creature lunges, snatching a terrified citizen as another one charges into the area. A man in a red robe then steps in, moving to annihilate the undead. Inside the medical facility, Claire turns to Juan and wonders aloud if he's the man Mino mentioned, the one who ignores every rule, judges by his own standards, and decides for himself what it means to be human. She says she knows his type because she's seen it before. She explains that the people here haven't adapted simply because they were never given the choice to. Our hero replies flatly that it's because they lack courage. But when she presses him, asking courage for what, he says nothing. Instead, she tells him there's only one thing he must do, leave. She warns that his very presence puts everyone in danger and that she can't stand people like him. Her cold words strike a nerve, causing painful memories of past hardships to surface in his mind. While this happens, a guard asks how much medicine they have left for Carlton. The answer is dire. Most of it was used just to calm him down. James instantly demands they bring every last drop, sending the medics scrambling. Juan watches as the last of the medicine is administered. But even as the medic works furiously, it does nothing to stop the corruption. All they can do is desperately beg the chief to hold on. Our protagonist finally demands to know if there's any way to bring someone back after they've turned into an undead. But James just snaps back in frustration. If I had that answer, do you think I'd be wasting my time here doing this? Ignoring the angry outburst, Juan grabs Carlton's shoulder and tells him to wake up, that there's something he needs to ask. He doesn't stop even as James shouts at him. To everyone's shock, Carlton stirs. He looks up, recognizes Juan, and grips his hand with what's left of his strength. He has one last favor to ask to be killed. He insists our boy is the only one who can do it, but Juan simply asks, "Why aren't you asking me to save you instead?" Carlton tries to explain that it's just the law for those losing their soul, but then his corruption meter skyrockets to 94%. Just then a man steps forward, his blade already drawn. It's Jahir, the chief exterminator of the Great Dead Man Extinction Force, and a powerful 5th stage adapter. James frantically yells for him to wait, but Jahir pays him no mind, coldly announcing that under Article 1, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Special Act, Carlton will be executed on the spot. So a little background on this world of chaos. It's a spiritual realm. Most people here can't handle the endless flow of time and eventually lose their memories, turning into monsters called the undead. They have to take special pills just to stay sane. If they skip a dose, the risk is enormous. Even the weakest undead is as strong as a 3-horned beast. Whenever this happens, all 4 fortresses have one simple rule: take the undead down. Back in the tent, Jahir bids a final grim farewell to Inspector Carlton Javier. But just as he swings his blade, Jawan catches it with his bare hand, leaving everyone completely stunned. Jahir stresses how urgent this is. Carlton is a 5th stage adapter. If a man that powerful turns into a monster, the results would be catastrophic. Hearing this, our protagonist calmly offers the horn of a 5-horned beast. A nearby officer is shocked, wondering how he could possibly have such a rare item. In a total power move, our hero crushes the supposedly indestructible horn with his hand and feeds the pieces to Carlton and Mino. Everyone watches in disbelief. James is so relieved he's on the verge of tears, seeing the contamination finally being controlled. But Mino's body is too weak. Despite the medicine, her contamination shoots up to 95%. Seeing this, Jahir decides he has to eliminate her immediately. Claire protests, insisting they wait for a doctor who can perform the undead slash. Jawan, of course, has never heard of it. A guard mentions the doctor is busy with the fortress master and that they can't just summon the divine physician for such a small problem. As Jahir moves to strike Mino, our boy blocks his path, stating that since she asked him to do it, he should be the one. Once Jahir steps aside, Jawan activates his suspicion technique. Suddenly he's bathed in a brilliant light and whisked away to another realm, an endless, infinite white space. He sees Mino on a bed, being watched by a little old man who wonders aloud who could have done such a thing to his dear Mino. The old man spots Jawan and is completely stunned that someone else entered this realm. He senses that our hero's soul is pure, but a little petty. Meanwhile, Jawan finds his suspicion skill can't read the man at all. For all he knows, this guy could be the source of the problem. Our protagonist attacks, and the little man instantly parries with a slash of his own. Both are astonished when the other blocks their attack. In the next moment, Jawan's strike shatters the old man's blade, a sword made from the crown of a 4-horned beast. Just like that, they're both back in the real world. Seeing the old man crying, Jawan casually remarks that he's pretty sure he broke the sword himself. It turns out this little old man is Chung-Ho, the Doctor of Doom, also known as the Divine Physician. Jawan remembers he was supposed to be at the castle, but Chung-Ho just says he doesn't care about that. He simply couldn't let a beauty like Mino die. Furious, Chung-Ho blames our boy for messing up the undead slash and breaking his sword, which means he can no longer save Mino. But then the doctor's eyes fall on our hero's spirit sword and his mood completely flips. He's instantly excited, gushing over its amazing appearance. Our boy grabs his arm and asks if he can save Mino by using this sword. Chung-Ho is completely confident, though he's amazed anyone would lend a priceless sword to a stranger. Taking the sword, he marvels at its power, which feels so similar to its owners. Then the sheath itself begins to glow, and the doctor gets giddy with excitement to show off his skills. The doctor uses a technique that looks a lot like our boy's own suspicion skill to see the true nature of things. But before he can finish the undead slash, the doctor collapses. He's out of mana. The despair on his face says it all. To make matters worse, the spiritual realm they're in begins to fall apart. They are almost out of time, and the doctor's sketch of Mino starts to fade. However, our protagonist grips his blade. This makes Chung-ho uneasy as he's certain no one can copy his unique technique. Our hero ignores him and decides to try his best even if it is just an imitation. The doctor insists it's useless, that you can't just copy a spell after seeing it once. He scolds our boy for even trying something the average person couldn't possibly imagine. Jae-won isn't really a sword expert, but he thinks the old man is just being loud. He asks him to be quiet so he can concentrate and begins to draw his own sketch of Mino. Moving across the canvas, he remembers her mischievous nature, her warmth, her trusting gaze, and every little impression she left on him. He skillfully draws her, even adding the small mole beneath her eye. Suddenly, a familiar voice says she's grateful he got her mole right. It's Mino smiling at him from the bed. They're all back in the real world. Her contamination level is dropping, and the transformation has stopped. Claire rushes over to Mino anxiously asking if she's all right. Chung-ho then notes that some of our boy's petty energy has faded, though he still acts like a 10-year-old. He demands to know who Jae-won is and where he possibly learned the undead slash. Jahir is still doubtful that our protagonist could have copied the physician's technique, but the old man confirms it. He explains that one must be awakened to learn a skill like that just like him. The awakened, he explains, are individuals unaffected by the system's rules whose actions can disrupt the very balance of chaos. Only a tiny handful of players in the entire Great Realm have ever reached such a state. Jahir needs to confirm this immediately. If Jae-won is truly an awakened player, then there might be hope for saving the Fortress Master. That is now their top priority. Suddenly, men authorized by the Inner Circle storm into the tent, led by the captain of the Dark Soul unit, a 5th stage adapter, and the head guardian of the Prime Minister. Jahir was completely baffled. The Dark Soul unit had absolutely nothing to do with the undead. Then the captain suddenly dropped to one knee before our hero, calling him the messenger of the Greens. The doctor and Jahir stared in disbelief. Jae-won looked nothing like a messenger from Nakmong. But the Dark Soul captain insists on an escort to the castle. And waiting for him, there is the Prime Minister himself, Jurgen, ready to greet our hero. Jae-won keeps it simple, offering only his first name. The Prime Minister lets out a chuckle, remarking that our boy is just as quiet as Chung-ho. He then asked if our protagonist was truly a representative of the Greens. Without missing a beat, our hero shook his head, leaving the captain completely stunned. At that moment, the doctor pointed out that our boy could handle the Stones of Fallen Souls, a feat only those from the Nakmong clan could perform. He demanded to know how Jae-won could do it and where he got the stones. Jae-won just shrugged, saying he found them somewhere and never had a problem with them. Captain Jahir, his curiosity now piqued, asked what became of the stones' original owners. Jae-won didn't hide a thing, revealing that they were dead. Jahir was shocked. He stammered that those individuals were members of the Great Realm's most powerful families. Our protagonist calmly replied that he was the one who killed them. Jahir erupted in fury before the Prime Minister ordered him to calm down. Jae-won explained they attacked him first to steal his horn, so he was only acting in self-defense. This explanation seemed perfectly reasonable to Prime Minister Jurgen, who remarked that the Nakmong clan had always been a greedy bunch. He then asked our boy what he'd been doing and what his plans were now that he had arrived in chaos. After a moment, the Prime Minister began to piece together what he'd just heard, repeating Jae-won's unbelievable story out loud. So basically, our protagonist was accidentally brought into chaos, ran into one of the great families, and by another stroke of pure luck, took their soul stones. By that same luck, he found his way into the fortress, experiencing legendary fights that most people only hear about in tales. And to top it all off, he just perfectly copied the Divine Doctor's Master Undead Slash. The story was so far-fetched, the doctor wondered if the Prime Minister was actually buying it. Chung-ho grumbled that if the Prime Minister believed this so easily, he must have been away from the Fortress Master for too long. But then the Prime Minister asked an unexpected question: was his physical body still alive? Jae-won was stunned. He finally realized that after escaping the tower, he was basically a spirit. Chaos must have mistaken him for someone who had just died. He was curious how Shiver figured it out and knew he wasn't truly dead. Shiver's logic was straightforward. Nobody who comes to Chaos describes their death the way our hero did. He'd been brought here by a force beyond his control. Shiver knew Jae-won was being threatened by someone, but he simply called it an uncertainty. Then Shiver apologized for the spies he'd sent to gather information. Our protagonist, however, had already noticed every single one. Shiver was impressed by his skill. Based on their surveillance, our boy had a SS danger rating with unknown power. They estimated his potential damage at around 380 million horns. Shiver then asked if he knew what people called someone like that. Chung-ho immediately yelled, "Crazy!" while Jahir wondered if Jae-won was a hero or just a madman. Shiver explained some call them heroes and others madmen, but personally he calls them protagonists. because they all have one thing in common: they're famous. Jaewon looked confused, and Shiver pointed out the glaring issue. He wasn't famous at all. This meant someone was actively suppressing information about him. And whoever this person was, they weren't doing it to be kind. If they were, he wouldn't have had such a hard time getting into the fortress over a silly certificate. Shiver laid out his theory Jaewon is a protagonist on the run from a powerful foe, even if he doesn't know who it is. He wondered aloud if it could be the Master of Darkness or one of the 12 Masters of the Great Realm. Next, Shiver made his offer. Gorgon would provide asylum, no questions asked. But Jaewon shot back a question of his own: was Gorgon Fortress strong enough to survive the wrath of the 12 Masters? Seeing an opening, Shiver asked if that's who he was running from. Our boy only replied that it might be one of them. This was great news for Shiver, since the Masters are forbidden from interfering directly in chaos. Jaewon then asked what the price for this protection would be. Shiver only wanted him to save the castle lord. About 2 hours later, Chong-ho, our protagonist, and a Dark Shadow guard were heading downstairs. The guard mentioned that Khalfon, Javier, and Mino were recovering in the medical room, then confirmed if Jaewon really preferred the training grounds over a VIP suite. Chong-ho, however, was itching for a fight. He wanted to see which was better, his legendary slash or Jaewon's stab. But our boy wasn't taking him seriously. Seeing Jaewon's disinterest, the old man changed his approach and brought up the expert tower he'd cleared. Jaewon paused. He asked if the old man knew something. Chong-ho grinned, saying he'd only talk if Jaewon could beat him first. Chong-ho was certain our protagonist couldn't win. A short time later, Jaewon won the match decisively. The doctor, however, immediately demanded another round. Jaewon glanced around the completely wrecked training hall, the direct result of their little duel. He said the fight was over, but the old man claimed he had a secret finishing move he was holding back, one that could even kill Jaewon. From inside a crater, the doctor asked Jaewon how old he was. Our protagonist replied that he's around 60. The doctor yelled that he should show some respect, since Chong-ho is at least 1,000 years old. He said Jaewon should consider that he's practiced his slash for 1,000 years, compared to Jaewon's measly 60 years of stabbing. Still, our boy replied that it didn't even look like the doctor had practiced for 10 years. That did it. Enraged, Chong-ho burst from the hole and leaped into the air. His attack crashed down like a furious beast, but our hero just braced himself to counter it. Jaewon deflects Chong-ho's attack with his signature normal stab, and the impact sends them both sliding backward. The doctor can't help but praise the technique, while our protagonist is just shocked at how tough his opponent is now. He actually survived the normal stab. Brimming with curiosity, Chong-ho asked what that incredible move was called. Jaewon casually calls it the normal stab, which Chong-ho thinks sounds a little arrogant, suggesting it means an even stronger attack exists. And our boy just confirms it, revealing that he does in fact have a much stronger move up his sleeve. Chong-ho freezes for a moment. The technique Jaewon is about to use reminds him of the legendary Lone King of Chaos. He wonders if this attack could even compare to the real king's, and he's not sure he can block it. Just as Jaewon gets ready to unleash the attack and call out its name, Chong-ho suddenly shouts that he's the winner, a wild grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the 5th zone of the Great Realm, the Master of Steel Hao demands to know what the Master of Darkness is up to. His nervous aide reports that the Master of Darkness is making contact with Chaos. Hiyu is stunned, since all the Masters had agreed to leave Chaos alone. Trembling, the aide suggests Hiyu should just see for himself. He pulls up a video showing Jaewon clearing the 99th floor all by himself. Hiyu had heard rumors about a boy who conquered an expert tower, but he'd always brushed them off as fake. Now he learns Jaewon is a product of the Master of Darkness, a product that broke all the rules. The kid actually refused to finish the tutorial to start the main game. Instead, he smashed through the ceiling and went straight into Chaos. The Master of Steel can't figure out how a mortal managed that, especially with a cultivator guarding the 100th floor. But what really gets his attention is that Jaewon killed the cultivator to escape. Hiyu finds it hard to believe, but the aide insists the Master of Darkness from the 9th realm swears it's true. Apparently this has been going on for a while. The Master of Darkness has been messing with Chaos, and several zones have been secretly communicating with him. Curious about what the 9th realm is plotting, Hiyu tells his aide to let Chaos know he's planning a visit. He's quick to add that he has no intention of interfering, of course. He also requests 10 gold-level elite guards and asks for his own personal warrior to join the party. The aide just happy he wasn't yelled at scurries off to get things ready. Hiyu, meanwhile, can't help but think about Chong-ho and his reckless personality. Back at the training hall, the old man is begging Jae-won not to use that attack, even desperately hugging Doc Bull. Our protagonist, though a bit annoyed, just wants the old man to get off his sword. When Chong-ho finally backs away, he's still worried, wondering how anyone could master a move like that in only 40 years. Jae-won's answer is simple. He's stabbed 10 billion times. Chong-ho thinks that's completely ridiculous. He calculates that it would mean practicing 80 times a second, every second, for 40 years without a break. But our boy didn't do that. He can stab 100 times per second, and he doesn't even need a sword. He can stab with nothing at all. Chong-ho is just speechless. He knew Jae-won was different from the start, but he never imagined it was to this degree. It was more than just his aura. Every single stab felt like it was filled with a deep hatred for the world, channeling pure rage. It's hard to explain, but it's as if our hero was literally stabbing the world itself, becoming the very essence of a stab. Noticing Chong-ho's expression, Jae-won just calmly repeats that he's done 10 billion stabs. After that, he pulls out the oath they signed before their little match. It seems the doctor had sworn on every beautiful girl in the world, and his own honor, to grant Jae-won one wish if he won. Chong-ho is expecting some bizarre request, but all our protagonist wants is for him to answer some questions. The doctor suggests they take a walk and talk. Once they're outside, Jae-won gets right to it, asking what an expert tower is. They both know about the dream demons who build these towers, so Chong-ho starts by explaining the tier system. Most towers are ranked from S to F, but some dream demons can build S-ranked towers even as apprentices. Those prodigies go on to become masters known as experts. But not every tower an expert makes is an expert tower. Only the truly unique ones that have nothing to do with cultivation get that title. Nobody really knows what they're for. One thing is for sure, though, expert dream demons are incredibly curious about the true nature of the world. A very small number of people who clear these towers are called awakened ones. Jae-won asks if Chong-ho is one of them. The old man says he's from the 4th tower of Expert Melville, a tower called Moby Dick. Even in the early stages, he was forced to fight whales, and he barely survived. A lot of great warriors died in there. He can laugh about it now, but he admits it was a total nightmare. Chong-ho gets the feeling our boy has been through a similar tower, so he asks him which one he conquered. It turns out it was Mulak's tower. The moment Chong-ho hears that name, he stops in his tracks. He never dreamed he'd meet an awakened one from Mulak's tower. Jae-won, curious, asks if he knew Mulak. Chong-ho just nods, explaining that Mulak was one of his teammates. It's rare to see any emotion on Jae-won's face, but even he looks fascinated to learn that Chong-ho and Mulak walked the same path. Since it's a long story, Chong-ho suggests they continue their walk. Naturally, they both wind up at a tavern. The person serving them is Claire, who gets pretty ticked off when someone asks if she's running an outdoor food stall now. She's still a little salty about a certain someone destroying her good old tavern. As beer is served, the ever-observant Jae-won notices something is off, a detail the doctor also picks up on. Chaos is a world of the dead, yet for some reason food and drink still exist. It seems Jae-won and the doctor have that in common. They both see a reality in chaos that most people miss. Chong-ho explains that food exists in a land where no one gets hungry because chaos wasn't always so gloomy. It used to be a blessed sanctuary, a place where people could escape war and live peacefully, even celebrating life. Just then, they hear men fighting nearby, just like at any normal bar. The doctor smiles and asks our protagonist what he thinks is going on. Jae-won figures it's just a couple of drunks having a brawl. But after taking a sip of his drink, he realizes there's no alcohol in it, it's just water. It turns out in chaos, people can't get drunk, feel hungry, or even die. They're just going through the motions, imitating the rituals of their old lives. In a place like this, humans still long for what they've lost, the simple sweetness of having limits, of getting drunk, and even of feeling pain. They wander around like they're starving or drunk, pretending they have living bodies and beating hearts, but that's just an act. Some of them craved something more. This led to the legendary Abyss expedition in chaos, a desperate journey for the fruit of resurrection said to grant true life. Jae-won is fascinated by the story. Apparently, the only way to get this fruit is to travel through the abyss, to the very end of its branches. When the expedition first started, Chong-ho had already awakened and was a much younger man, only about 150 years old. Shockingly, Muak was the one who led the expedition. A flashback shows Muak talking with Chong-ho, complimenting him on awakening without losing his humanity. Chong-ho, however, is furious. He even throws his blade at Muak, screaming that demons don't belong here. They should be in their rooms building towers. He's completely fed up with the entire cultivation system. Muak just keeps apologizing for all the demons who built towers before revealing why he really joined the expedition. He wants to reach the end, find another tower, and completely destroy the system of cultivation. Chong-ho is left utterly speechless. It's just bizarre hearing a demon talk about ending cultivation. It's the only thing they're known for, the only thing they do. Jae-won asks the doctor what happened to the expedition. Chong-ho admits he didn't get far, falling behind right at the entrance to the abyss. Muak, on the other hand, supposedly reached the top of the illusion tree. From there, fruit began to fall, which let others return to chaos. Jae-won wonders why the old man is still in chaos if he got the fruit. Just then, Claire returns with more food, shooting the doctor a glare for twisting the story. She states plainly that the expedition was a complete failure, but the doctor argues back, insisting Claire wasn't there to witness its glory. He claims they succeeded in gathering the fruit, and he's incredibly proud of it. But on their way back, the patriarchs, the lords of the almighty lands, ambushed them to steal it all. The fortress masters and the leaders of the 10 factions were no match for the overwhelming power those entitled rulers commanded. It wasn't even a fair fight. The fruit was taken from them, and for over 9 centuries, the monarchs have been using that stolen fruit every time they die. Our protagonist finally gets it. This is probably why everyone here seems so hopelessly defeated all the time. No matter how much they pretend, they know they can't have a real life because the lords have hoarded that right for themselves. Thinking about Muak gives Jae-won an idea. But before he can ask the old man, Chong-ho is already passed out. How is that even possible? They were just drinking water. Claire clarifies that Chong-ho has been acting drunk for 1,000 years. Then she adds that after the expedition, Muak was never seen again. He just vanished. As Claire speaks, James walks in, ready to thank Jae-won for saving his captain. Our boy's face remains a perfect blank. James even has to reintroduce himself. At that very moment, the Demon Extermination Squad Captain Jahir rushes in looking panicked. He reports that a huge problem has come up. Jahir is here to give an urgent update on the condition of the Fortress Master. Moments later, Jahir and Jae-won are racing together towards the castle. The Fortress Master is hidden away deep in the basement beneath the inner castle. Jae-won instantly remembers the Prime Minister's offer. Gorgon would be a safe haven for him, with no punishment for the damage he'd caused as long as he did Gorgon a favor and helped the Lord. Jahir explains that the Lord's condition has gone critical way too many times recently. He usually loses control about once a week, but this time feels different. Our protagonist already suspects the Fortress Master is turning into an undead. Jahir goes on to say that the Lord is a good man and a survivor of the Abyss expedition. He's worried because Chong-ho still isn't waking up, and our hero is supposed to perform the undead slash. The problem is, all Jae-won has ever done is mimic the old man. As soon as they get to the castle, they feel tremors rumbling under their feet. Jahir recognizes it immediately. It's the Fortress Master's power going wild. Suddenly, they see 2 tower captains blocking the path ahead. Jahir tries to explain the situation quickly, but the tower captains say they have orders not to let anyone pass. Jahir finds this strange and wonders whose orders they're following. He soon realizes they plan to go against the will of the heavens. To them, the only heaven that matters is the forbidden heaven. The captains then look at Jae-won, wondering aloud if he's the one who can use the undead slash. They both get ready to attack. But before they can, Jahir shoves our hero out of the way to protect him. Jahir single-handedly takes on both captains, a feat that even impresses our boy. Meanwhile, Jahir realizes that the Golden Sky clan has somehow spread its corrupting influence inside the castle. These 2 captains are representing the Forbidden Heaven clan. People he never knew were inside the fortress walls. He scoffs at them, calling them outer fortress people. Jahir tries to intimidate them with his status, but the captains just insist they've gotten stronger. Still, Jahir tells them to pledge their loyalty to the castle lord again, promising they'll be forgiven. They just mock him, questioning if the fortress master he's defending is even worth it. They claim that whatever is locked away in the heart of the castle isn't a master but an abomination who can't control his own powers, let alone control Gorgon. They challenge the idea that Jahir connects a man who doesn't even know what's right with the wishes of heaven. If that's true, maybe heaven isn't what they were promised. Jahir, however, has faith that the Lord will return, which infuriates one of the captains and provokes a sudden attack. After taking the hit, Jahir notes that 2 Stage 4 adapters shouldn't be able to fight a Stage 5 adapter like him. Yet somehow they're still putting up a fight. They talk about their own growth, but Jahir knows it isn't natural. Suddenly, our protagonist tosses the passed-out Chong-ho at Jahir. The captains then try to confirm if Jae-won is really the one who can perform the undead slash. Using his awakened skill, our hero listens to their inner thoughts. They're full of doubt. He doesn't look like an adapter at all. His body is smaller than theirs, and he doesn't seem to have any special skills. The big question on everyone's mind was if he could even do the slash. One of them even bet Jaewon couldn't land a single hit. Just to prove a point, our hero asks if one more punch will do. He then sends a monster uppercut that nearly knocks the captain's block off. Without missing a beat, he pivots and smacks the masked captain, cracking his mask. The captain swings back, but our protagonist dodges with ease, sensing a powerful energy coming off him. A few ideas crossed his mind. Maybe they were running on pure revenge, or perhaps they were going through some kind of transformation. But when he looked them in the eyes, all he saw was pure terror. For a second, our hero wondered why these traitors were such total scaredy cats. It was almost kind of sad. He finally answers their silent question about the slash and saving the Lord. He shrugs, admitting he has no clue since saving people was never really his thing. That's more of a job for Chong-ho. But when it comes to ending lives, well, that's a whole different story. Meanwhile, deep in the castle basement, the Prime Minister and an operative are talking. It hasn't even been a full day since the last slash, and the Lord's already going wild again. The man with Shiver is the outer administrator, Mahan Kelleran. The fortress master is chained to the walls by pillars, his face hidden by his long hair. Just that morning, they had confirmed the undead energy had finally gone down. In a flashback, Chong-ho tells Shiver that while Jaewon is a real prodigy, he just doesn't have the experience for this kind of technique. Mino's situation was nothing like the master's. The Lord is only hanging on through sheer force of will. Chong-ho figured our main character's undead energy would be strong enough in about a month, but knowing him, he just might pull it off sooner. Now Shiver suspects they've had a traitor in their midst since that fateful day. He remembers a chat he had with the Lord. Back then, rumors were spreading about people who could control corruption. These individuals were definitely not from the Nakmyeon clan. This was something brand new. The master was determined to investigate it himself. The Prime Minister tried his best to talk him out of it, but the Lord simply asked for his trust. He didn't want the captains getting involved, feeling it was his burden to bear despite the danger. He was a great man, and he knew he'd survived longer on the battlefield than anyone, even if he lost the battle for the fruit. Still, he felt a deep responsibility for Gorgon's safety. One moment, the Lord's face is noble and bright. The next, it's horrifying, completely consumed by corruption. The outer administrator was with him that whole time, making Shiver wonder if Mahan did something to his Lord. Back in the present, Mahan tells everyone to get ready, saying this is a make-or-break moment. Shiver wants to wait for the doctor, but Mahan has other ideas, convinced they're running out of time. Shiver gets a bad feeling Mahan is suggesting they kill the fortress master. Instead of letting it go, Mahan tries to explain his logic. He says they won't be able to stop the Lord if he becomes a full-blown undead. Shiver's eyes go wide when Mahan brings up using the undead seal. The Prime Minister is totally against it. That's a last-ditch effort only for after the Divine Doctor gets here. But Mahan argues that they could at least save the Master's spirit power with the seal. Otherwise, the whole situation could get much, much worse. Shiver is still hesitant, pointing out they don't even have the soul stones needed for the ritual. But Mahan just smiles, revealing he knows the truth and telling Shiver to drop the act. Suddenly, the Dark Soul squad captain walks in holding the soul stone. Shiver is in total disbelief. The Dark Soul Squad is supposed to answer to the Prime Minister's office. In that instant, he knows he's been betrayed. The outer administrator argues that Gorgon's very future is on the line. The Dark Captain presents the Soul Stone box, and it's Jaewon's. Mahan insists they have to restrain the Master now before he turns into an unstoppable undead. If they fail, Gorgon could be destroyed by its own lord. All the pressure is now on Shiver. He remembers the chaos a medium-sized undead caused once. The thought of an even bigger one is terrifying. His hands are tied. The Master truly has that terrifying potential, and the Doctor isn't here. Shiver tries to argue one last time, saying only the Nakmyeon clan can perform the seal, and they can't possibly do it perfectly alone. But Mahan was ready for that, almost like he's been planning this for ages. All of a sudden, volunteers in strange robes with bandaged faces appear, ready to perform the undead seal. They don't look like they're from the Nakmyeon clan at all. But Mahan tells Shiver not to worry, saying they know the ritual. She sees there's something really creepy and wrong about this whole setup. It's not just the bandaged people, but how fast they want to lock the Lord's spirit away. With no clear heir in all this mess, whoever holds that soul stone could become the next fortress master of Gorgon. Shiver notices these bandaged folks handle the stone just like Jaewon and the other Nakmyeong members. He gets tense wondering who they could possibly be. Then it hits him his last talk with the master, about those who can control soul contamination. He finally gets it. This isn't happening because the doctor is late. And this scheme has been cooking for 1.5 years ever since the master's soul was corrupted. This has been Mahan's plan from the very beginning. With that terrible realization, Shiver orders his men to arrest Mahan. To his horror, they don't move an inch, showing him where their loyalty truly lies. The Prime Minister now understands he's been caught in a massive conspiracy. In just a few moments, Shiver is on his knees apologizing to his lord. He's filled with regret, unable to do anything to stop this. The hope drains from his eyes as the ritual is about to start. He sees visions of the fortress master in his glory days. Then the ground starts to shake and the ceiling of the basement cracks open. A huge chunk of it comes crashing down on almost everyone there. And leading the charge through the smoke and dust are Jaewon and Jahir. The Prime Minister's eyes light up with hope when he sees them arrive. The outer administrator yells, demanding to know what's going on. Jahir cuts him right off, telling him to stop playing dumb. They know everything about the Forbidden Heaven clan's conspiracy. Those 2 captains outside already spilled all the beans. The captains outside scream their apologies to the outer administrator, but before another word is said, their bodies suddenly explode, leaving Jahir completely shocked. Ian immediately tries to wash his hands of it, claiming the captains ended their own lives. But for Jahir, the pieces clicked into place. This was no simple misunderstanding. This was straight-up rebellion. If they couldn't stop the outer administrator and reinforce the seal, the traitors' wicked plans would become a reality. Then in a flash, Jahir was stunned to find every single blade in the room aimed directly at him. With Chong-ho still on his shoulders, he demanded an explanation. He was warned not to defy Minister Mahan, the Golden Sky Clan, or the outer administration. His orders were to stay quiet until the seal was complete. Jaewon, however, remained totally cool, calling these men traitors to their faces. Even now, our boy calmly reviewed his original mission. He turned to the Prime Minister, pointing out that Shiver hadn't kept his side of the bargain. This supposed safe zone inside the fortress was turning out to be anything but safe for him. He declared it was time to renegotiate their terms. The Prime Minister couldn't believe his ears, but Jaewon promised to wipe out every single traitor and handle the outer administrator himself if Shiver would just hand over Chong-ho so he could continue his Abyss expedition. His audacious proposal left everyone completely stunned. Mahan Kaleran recognized him then. This had to be the guy making a name for himself. In Gorgon, the one who killed an undead in a single blow. Mahan, wanting to see Jaewon's strength for himself, ordered all the guards to restrain him. A dangerous glint flashed in our protagonist's eyes. Before he exploded into motion, his blade a blur of rapid stabs finding targets in every direction. Even the elite Dark Shadow captain couldn't keep up with the sheer volume of simultaneous thrusts Jaewon was dishing out. The numbers were overwhelming, but he held them back. As the mob pressed in, our hero paused, centered himself, and switched from shallow jabs to his normal stab, an upgrade that immediately turned the tables. For the very first time, everyone present witnessed the awesome power of his destructive stabs. He lunged for Mahan, who barely dodged the fatal attack. Mahan knew in that moment that if he hadn't moved, he would have been instantly killed. Blocking might have worked, but he was a split second from death. Still in our boy's eyes, these people were nothing more than trash. With his sharp hearing, our protagonist overheard Mahan's men whispering about moving to Plan B, releasing the Black Cloud even if it meant sacrificing everyone in Gorgon. Jaewon let out a heavy sigh. He looked straight at Mahan Kaleran and said he liked people like him because they made his goal of destroying the world so much easier. Without warning, he raised his sword high and a brilliant beam of light shot into the heavens, lighting up the night. Hope surged through everyone, even the Prime Minister, who had just struggled back to his feet. Shiver remembered the Fortress Master's final words about how the people of Gorgon would need a symbol of hope. Jurgen Shiver knew this was the moment the Lord had spoken of. He felt that hope too, despite the incredible irony that it came from someone who wanted to destroy the world. A moment later, we see the face of Mahan Kaleran. The view then pulls back to show his entire body has been dismembered. With his last breath, Mahan insisted it was pointless. The Fortress Master was beyond saving. Jaewon quickly asked Jahir for an update on Chong-ho. It turned out that no matter what they tried, Chong-ho just wouldn't wake up. Out of patience, our hero grabbed Chong-ho by his white hair and slammed him into a wall, which woke him up instantly. Everyone was shocked by his direct approach. As he came to, it was obvious the fortress master was no longer under control and had now reached 99.9% contamination. Before Chong-ho could grasp the situation, the system began processing an update. After hitting 99.9% contamination, it could no longer make any more estimations. As everyone stared in horror, the system announced its final verdict. A massive undead was emerging, and Gorgon's automatic alerts began to scream. Warning sirens blared as the evacuation protocol kicked in, with professionals rushing to guide people to safety. But this time, things weren't going to be so simple. Jahir watched the terrible aura radiating from the castle. Darkness and tremors spread from it, sending a deathly chill through the air. The Demon Extermination Squad Captain Jahir was ordered to escort the Prime Minister to a safe location. At the same time, Chong-ho turned to our boy Jae-won for help clearing a path. He drew his brand new sword, joking that Jae-won's thrusts were too sharp to save anyone, and reminded him he only had this new blade because our protagonist broke his last one. A few moments later, Jae-won and the old man stepped into the drawing world where the doctor was trying to sketch their lord by recalling precious memories they shared. Memories like these were absolutely essential for performing the slash needed to reduce the contamination. Once enough memories were gathered, Chong-ho could try to stop the undead transformation, but then the doctor spotted a figure he thought was the fortress master, only to realize this wasn't his lord. It was something infinitely more terrifying and twisted. He froze, solid sweat pouring down his face. Jae-won, who was usually unshakable, seemed a little rattled by the old man's sheer terror. Chong-ho was gripped by pure panic. The creature before him was not the fortress master. Even our hero's calm expression flickered with confusion. Soon, the fortress master's body warped into a truly monstrous form, and Chong-ho finally understood the horror before him as a chilling voice echoed out. The creature growled that possessing this body after entering chaos was unexpected. This was without a doubt a master from the great realms. It even recognized Chong-ho as the man who journeyed to the abyss 900 years ago. Chong-ho's body began to tremble. He knew exactly who this was. The lord of the undead palace, the only one who could open the gate to the abyss. Catastrophe, the lone king of chaos. Our protagonist, on the other hand, was completely in the dark about this thing's identity. His suspicion was growing. It felt like an undead, but also not an undead. While Jae-won was trying to figure things out, the supernatural being asked Chong-ho what business he had in chaos. The lone king then burst into laughter at the thought of anyone still trying to protect the world. Chong-ho was almost paralyzed with fear, knowing this being could destroy everything with a simple snap of its fingers. With just a wave of its hand, the lone king erased the entire world Chong-ho had created. Then the king pointed at Jae-won, observing that he still had a human heart even after awakening. Chong-ho realized the lone king had used its undead incarnation to take over their lord's body. This meant it was only a clone, and the real catastrophe was even more horrifying. Our boy wanted to know if Chong-ho's undead slash had worked because he was fully prepared to take out the lone king himself. Jae-won's bold whisper somehow reached the king, who looked incredibly amused. Someone was actually planning to kill him. Chung-ho practically begged him to take it back, insisting that was a terrible idea. After all, not even the Great Mwok could handle this catastrophe. Even as a clone, the Soul King was way out of their league. But Jae-won didn't seem to care. He was absolutely positive he could take the creature down. The king let out a thunderous, mocking laugh. He then pulled a sword from his mouth, inviting our hero to give it his best shot, calling him an awakener with a mere human's mind. Shang instantly recognized that weapon. It was the Void Sword, the same one that wiped out half their team at the Abyss entrance. The king lunged at our boy, who dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The king paused, noting he'd seen that determined look before. He figured Jae-won must be heading for the Abyss. Chung-ho was completely floored. He never dreamed our protagonist would actually go through with it. The king mused that people were still trying to find the end of the world, but he scoffed, saying Jae-won was still far too weak. The Soul King grabbed his head, saying he wasn't even as strong as Mwok was 900 years ago, and yet Jae-won twisted free from his grasp, making a gutsy move to slice off the king's arm. For a split second, our hero felt a surge of relief for landing the hit, but an instant later, a massive hand snatched him out of the air and crushed him while a blade shot forward for the final blow. Not giving up, our protagonist stabbed the king at point-blank range, but in the next moment, the king tried to slam him straight into the ground. Luckily, Jae-won managed to skid to a stop, though one of his arms was badly hurt. The king sneered that corruption consumes everyone, and the Void Sword was designed to speed up that process. He explained that a single touch could strip away centuries of life, corrupting a person in the blink of an eye. In a shocking move, our boy sliced his own arm to get rid of the contamination. The king seemed impressed by his willpower, admitting only someone like him could pull that off. The Soul King then summoned a storm of blades, launching them all at Jaewon. He casually pointed out that the sword in our hero's hand was just a copy of Muok's blade. Not bad for a toy made by a dream demon, the king admitted. As their crazy battle raged, On Chung-ho tried to warn Jaewon, just as our protagonist slashed his own soul to purge the corruption, but the king just taunted him, saying his soul wouldn't hold out for much longer. Our boy knew it was true. Even with all his abilities, he couldn't spot a single weakness, and those weird particles were messing with his focus. He remembered what Chung-ho said about the white world, a special kind of domain. It's a place where you can remember those you've lost, bringing them back with your imagination. Apparently, every awakener has a world like this unlocked by a keyword. It's a personal landscape shaped by their own feelings and dreams. The stronger you are, the more you can pull into that world. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jaewon's mind. His eyes went wide as he unleashed his own world through oblivion. Shang stared in total awe. Jaewon's world wasn't just a world. It was a literal hell and inferno born from pure hatred and fury. A giant eye opened in the sky, staring down at the king. The king admitted this ideal world of Jaewon's was pretty interesting. Now our hero had the home field advantage, and those distracting particles vanished. But the clone was still monstrously strong. It shot out its tentacles, grabbing Jaewon and pinning him to the ground. The king sneered that our boy was just swinging wildly, fighting without a plan. He got right in Jaewon's face to mock him before slamming him down again. The ground cracked and splintered from the sheer force of the blow. A moment later, the king stood over our hero, pinning him with his foot. He remarked that Jaewon was still clinging to his hatred, admitting it had been ages since he'd met someone like this, but he decided it was time to wrap things up. The void sword rose into the air, ready to come down on Jaewon's face, when suddenly our boy's eyes snapped open. In a shocking reversal, Jaewon unleashed one of his best attacks yet. He swung his sword and nearly sliced the king clean in half. Getting to his feet, our hero declared that things weren't over yet. This only made the king even angrier. No matter what kind of hit Jaewon landed, the king would just morph into something even more nightmarish. After being split in two, the monster mutated again, growing even bigger and more grotesque. For a while, our boy was completely overwhelmed. He was barely hanging on, swinging his sword and fighting on the very edge of defeat. But now the king wanted answers. He demanded to know why Jaewon was so obsessed with reaching the abyss. The Soul King was genuinely curious about what was driving him. He'd seen countless people climb the tower to create their own paradise, to build a better world, or just to see what was there. For some reason, the king was fixated on figuring out Jaewon's question. As the brutal assault continued, with our hero getting knocked down and struggling back up again and again, that one question hung in the air. When the king unleashed a void attack that Jaewon barely managed to block, something seemed to click for him. Maybe, he mused, your question is the world itself. The king kept pushing, trying to understand our boy's true motivation. Was it destruction, annihilation? Those seemed like good guesses considering his fiery ideal world. And yet, Jaewon seemed like someone who was searching for an end, someone who needed to know why the Tree of Illusion even existed in the first place. Our protagonist, however, just said he had no idea what the clone was talking about. The clone was stumped. It seemed Jaewon wasn't chasing a question at all. Meanwhile, our boy felt like he'd been in this situation before, just like his fight with Beast Rain. And then it hit him. The king was just a clone using the Fortress Master's body. Acting on that hunch, Jaewon pushed the king back and slammed him hard into the ground. The clone just reformed again, showing no signs of getting tired, despite the king's insane power. But soon Jaewon focused on those strange particles. Using his suspicion technique, he figured out what to do next. As he leaped into the air, he spotted a thin thread connecting the clone to the king's main body. This was his chance. He dove in and landed a perfect strike. The king instantly recognized the move, the Fisher techniques. Finally, our boy struck the monster's true weak point, landing a fatal blow on the main body and finishing his opponent. In his last moments, the Soul King promised to see Jaewon again at the entrance to the abyss. With the battle over, our hero leans against a shattered wall while the Fortress Master's body floats silently in the water. Jaewon is completely spent, realizing he desperately needs to get stronger. His rapid thrusts and stabs were great against weaker foes. But against a single powerful enemy, his signature move just didn't cut it. The attack's range was far too narrow. The one technique he relied on was only good for distracting the king's clone. He knows now that to face real threats, he'll need something much more devastating. Amidst the chaos, Chung-ho is rescued from the rubble, while our protagonist keeps replaying the entire fight in his head. He finally forces himself to his feet, walking over to the fortress master who is in his last moments. The dying master beckons him closer. Even as an undead, he saw the incredible courage Jaewon showed and decided to reward him. With a weak hand, he grabs the arm that was wounded by the void blade, saying Gorgon is about to change. Our hero is confused until the master begins transferring something to him. A brilliant light flows from the elder's hand, wrapping around Jaewon's arm and healing it instantly. With his final breath, the master says he recognizes a familiar power in the boy, a warmth from precious memories. He begs him to never forget his humanity, and then he passes on. A moment later, the Prime Minister and James watch as Jaewon approaches, but something about him is different. A spiky dragon pattern is now etched onto his arm. As our protagonist returns with his blade, everyone waiting for him instinctively drops to one knee. Shiver understanding. This was the old master's final wish, is the last to kneel. They all acknowledge Jaewon as the new master of Gorgon Fortress. 2 days later, repairs on the battered castle are underway. In his new office, Jaewon is on the phone with the Prime Minister, who now calls him Fortress Master. Jaewon clearly wants out of the job, but Jurgen Shiver has a little surprise. He pulls out the contract they both signed, proving that our boy is legally bound to the position. Jaewon can't believe his eyes. Does he really have to take responsibility for the former master's death? The old master fell and a new one rose. That should have been the end of it. But a contract is a contract, and now our hero has to protect himself as the new fortress master. He asks Jurgen if he can delegate his duties or just give the title away, since his goal is to climb the abyss. Shiver calmly explains that's not an option. Gorgon itself would never allow it. Jaewon quickly realizes he's talking about the tattoo on his arm. The only way a new fortress master is chosen is when the previous one perishes. Annoyed, our protagonist just watches as the Prime Minister drops a massive stack of papers on his desk, his first official duties. As if that wasn't enough, Jurgen adds another pile, telling him he needs to memorize the entire Constitution while he's at it. Flipping through the documents, Jaewon finds laws that forbid anyone from bad-mouthing the fortress master. No wonder everyone's been so quiet. Before leaving, Jurgen tells him to check the desk drawer. He opens it and finds a rolled-up piece of paper, a message for the 17th fortress master. But before he can even touch it, the paper springs to life, transforming into a talking origami figure. The little paperman starts with a hearty congratulations, addressing him as the new fortress master, whoever he may be. But the Origami King's advice is totally unexpected. He says not to stress about being the boss. Just delegate everything. Let the ministers and administrators handle it all. Let the councils make all the tough calls. The main takeaway, have a good time if you can. All Jaewon can think is that these fortress masters sound like a bunch of spoiled brats. But there's a deeper meaning to it. This message isn't just from his predecessor. It's from all 16 masters who came before. He sees visions of a stressed-out, corrupted master leaving a message for the next in line. It wasn't about being lazy, it was about survival. And the core lesson was, don't get greedy. Don't make waves. The voices advise. People just want stability, a chance to survive another day. The message repeats in his mind, don't get too invested. Don't try to change too much, and don't let the stress consume you. The job isn't to build a perfect world for a chosen few, but to let everyone else continue to live. Suddenly our hero stomps his foot down, crushing the paper, infused with the spirits of the past masters. He realizes their only goal was to maintain the status quo, to just supervise and never hope for better. But that's not his style. He immediately calls for Jurgen. The minister returns curious about what's on his mind. The answer leaves him speechless. Jaewon declares he's going to get rid of the fortress master position entirely. Jurgen is completely baffled, so our hero asks him a simple question. What does the fortress mean to him? Jurgen gives an honest answer. It's a military fort that protects its people. Exactly, Jaewon says. But what if there were no enemies to fight? The idea is absurd to Jurgen. There will always be enemies of Gorgon. But our hero plans to create a world where the fortress is no longer needed. Jurgen just can't wrap his head around it. It seems impossible. But our protagonist has made up his mind. As the new fortress master, he will be the one to unite all of Chaos. In Chaos, they don't have funerals. Instead, they hold soul farewell processions, a ritual to send off those who have passed. But unlike funerals, which are meant to remember the dead, this ceremony is designed to help everyone forget. It's a gathering where they talk about every single memory of the departed person until there's nothing left to say, and then promise to never speak of them again. The Prime Minister is the first to speak the name El Greyesk, sharing the memories he left behind. There are no burials here, as all souls eventually become nourishment for the illusion tree. So instead of promising to remember, the custom is to promise to forget Ayal Greyesk. For 1 week, they will talk about him for the very last time. How ironic. This is the first time Jaewon has ever even heard the previous fortress master's name. As everyone glances at our boy with doubt in their eyes, you can't really blame them. How could someone who hasn't even lived a century be named the new fortress master? Some whisper that Jurgen Shiver is just playing some kind of political game. Others fear this is truly the end of an era. Suddenly, a veiled lady tries to catch his eye, but a cheerful old man gets to him first. The elder warmly greets the new fortress master, while Chong-ho intercepts the woman who reveals herself to be the priestess of the Faith Clan. Chong-ho noticed that the servant clan's elder had beaten him to the meeting, and it wasn't just them. The air was buzzing with speculation as everyone openly debated which side to back, but Chong-ho wasn't worried about alliances. The servant clan elder, however, cut right to the chase, asking for Jaewon's age. When he heard Jaewon was only 60, his mind raced with possibilities. Could he be the old master's secret son, or maybe some hidden organization had trained this powerful newcomer? Everyone took notice. That wasn't the kind of question you throw at the new fortress master, especially since the elder already knew how our protagonist arrived in chaos. Despite the tension, he offered a hand of cooperation. "I am Jang Il-han," he said, vice leader of the servant clan. In his mind, though, he was already scheming. This new leader didn't even have the aura of an adapter, a weakness he planned to exploit. Ilhan vividly recalled being stopped by a stubborn inspector at the northern gate. Sir Carlton Javier had put him in his place for stirring up trouble, and the fortress master back then dismissed him as a pest for trying to sneak in and break the rules. That bitter memory of their stubbornness had festered inside Ilhan for a whole decade. Now, with the old master dead and Captain Javier still recovering, he saw his golden opportunity. Ilhan wasted no time. As their hands met, he pulled our protagonist into his ultimate illusion skill, the 8 gates of hell. In an instant, Jaewon was trapped in a raging inferno facing a monstrous fire dragon. Back in reality, people stared at his dazed expression. On his very first day, the new fortress master had fallen into Ilhan's most powerful illusion. Age clearly meant nothing to the ambitious vice leader. Yet before Ilhan could even finish constructing his grand illusion, the entire thing shattered like glass. He was waiting for Jaewon to start screaming, hoping to step in as the hero and force a deal. Instead, our boy just chuckled and said, "Wow, you guys have some really weird handshakes here in Chaos." The old man was completely stunned. Having had enough of the games, Jaewon calmly announced it was his turn to say hello, grabbing Ilhan's hand and pulling him into the Moai world. In mere seconds, Ilhan was on his knees, screaming as if he'd just seen the abyss itself while everyone else just stared in utter confusion. Jaewon could have ended him right there, but decided to let him go and think about his life choices. Chong-ho, however, looked a little disappointed. He was really hoping for a bigger fight. The priestess, the clan leaders, and the entire crowd had no idea what to make of this baffling new master. Soon enough, it was time for his inaugural address. The Prime Minister set up the stage using magic to amplify Jaewon's voice for all to hear. It was his moment to finally address the people. He started with a bombshell, admitting he had no clue who the previous master was, what he did, or if he was any good. He confessed he wasn't their guy, no spiritual power, no experience, just a whole lot of luck. He made it perfectly clear that he never even wanted the job. They didn't want him as their leader, and as luck would have it, he didn't want to be one either. So after a whole 30 seconds of deep thought, he announced his solution. Anyone who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight could have the title of Fortress Master. A spark of ambition lit up the crowd, especially in the eyes of Keeman, the Southern Sea Clan's leader. But of course, there was a catch. The offer was only good for 1 month. After that, it was off the table. And there was one more little twist. Anyone who challenged him and lost would automatically be drafted into his Abyss Expedition Squad, shipping out in 2 months. The crowd, the priestess Ilhan, and even Chong-ho were left completely speechless by this wild announcement. The Prime Minister, however, had already accepted Jaewon as the true master in his heart ever since he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan. Even if Jaewon gave up the title or tried to unite Chaos, the minister's loyalty wouldn't waver. He'd been nervous when our boy took the stage, but he knew Jaewon would never put Gorgon's future at risk. Meanwhile, the rumor mill was spinning out of control, with some guessing the new master hailed from the mysterious Resurrection Palace. Hordes of people were now swarming the castle entrance, forcing James to struggle just to maintain some semblance of order. Jahir then rushed to the Prime Minister with urgent news. Chong-ho had given an interview boldly claiming that even if all 10 clans united, they couldn't lay a single scratch on Jaewon. The minister froze mid-sip tea, spilling from his cup as the words sank in. A moment later, a furious prime minister was stomping his way to the fortress master's office. He burst in ready to lecture our hero about the mountains of paperwork piling up only to stop short. Because sitting at the desk wasn't Jae-won, but a still-recovering Sir Carlton Javier. The minister was floored, wondering what on earth Carlton was doing here when he was supposed to be in a hospital bed. Meanwhile, our hero was off enjoying his unique brand of training, blowing up statues. They watched as stone versions of Carlton were blasted to bits, which felt like a terrible shame. Chung-ho, always the businessman, was mentally calculating the fortune they were destroying. Those artifacts were worth a ton in chaos. He could have used them to get on someone's good side. Suddenly, Jae-won casually mentioned he'd been developing a new technique, which immediately piqued the old man's interest. As the fortress master readied his sword to demonstrate, Chung-ho couldn't help but admire his perfect form. The stance looked just like one of Chung-ho's own legendary attacks. The old man joked that he should call it the Chung-ho thrust, but warned that if he did, Jae-won might just make the name famous by testing it on him. Before Chung-ho could even scold him for the crazy thought, Jae-won unleashed the attack directly at him. The old man was stunned. He couldn't believe the fortress master had actually attacked him. It seemed becoming the master had erased what little common sense our boy had left. But the attack didn't connect with Chung-ho. Instead, it shot past him and slammed into the Lightning God clan's leader, Wang Yong, who was hiding nearby, preparing an ambush. A quick flashback revealed Wang Yong had been snooping around trying to find the new fortress master. Once he located the training grounds, he planned a sneak attack to steal the title. In his twisted mind, a surprise assassination totally counted as a fair one-on-one duel. When he finally came to, Wang Yong found himself staring up at the fortress master and the divine doctor. He was shocked to see Chung-ho there. The clueless upstart hadn't even realized who the fortress master was. Surprised to learn it was the black-haired man standing right next to Chung-ho. The old man dryly pointed out Yong's scheming nature while introducing him to Jae-won, but Yong just played dumb, insisting he'd never seen either of them before in his life. Even so, our protagonist gives him a strange vibe. But with the fortress master watching, Yoon Young puffs out his chest. He declares he'll be back for a rematch, claiming this little skirmish doesn't count. Talk about being a sore loser. He even calls the master a coward right after trying to ambush him. Chung-ho can't help but admire the kid's sheer nerve. Meanwhile, Jae-won just shrugs, ready for another round if he insists. A moment later, Yoon Young crackles with lightning set for round 2, while the fortress master casually readies his own weapon. As usual, his opponents make the first move, and Jae-won dodges every strike without breaking a sweat. Yoon Young is shocked by our hero's speed, boasting that nothing outpaces lightning. Or so he thought. After a few more clashes, Yoon Young realizes the fortress master hasn't gotten a single scratch. He finally unleashes his ultimate move, the lightning god attack, Saich. But before he can finish, Jae-won calmly points out his weakness. Channeling all that power into one strike is just too slow. The fortress master makes his move. Next thing you know, Yoon Young is on the ground with a new bump on his head, vowing to tell everyone Jae-won barely won against him. It's a funny scene, but also a smart play to protect his pride. Chung-ho sees this as a golden opportunity. Now, even stronger challengers will come flocking to the fortress master, which is exactly what they wanted. It took Yoon Young a whole 100 years to get where he is today. He was born into the Yoon family, one of the realm's 5 great houses. But his status was no better than a slave. Yoon Young was one of the unlucky few who cleared a tower, only to be stuck as a slave for the rest of his life. Most of his friends didn't even make it that far. Many were sold off, died in battle, or wasted away in servitude. Yet somehow he managed to survive for a century. He was eventually promoted to a servant, but it wasn't enough. This wasn't the future he had dreamed of. So after 100 years of loyalty, Yoon Young chose to betray them. He traded his trust for a chance, raiding the Yoon family's library of sacred tomes. That's how he learned the art of the lightning god. But using that forbidden knowledge came with a hefty price. He was hunted for 20 years and eventually executed as a traitor. But even now in this chaotic world, the smile he wears is brighter than any he had as a slave. It seems all that suffering paid off in the end. When he was summoned to chaos, he climbed the ranks to lead the 9th of the 10 great clans. For him, it was an incredible deal. Still seeing someone not even 100 years old become the fortress master is seriously frustrating. The scene shifts back to Yoon Young, who's still complaining that it makes no sense. How did Jae-won become the fortress master? Even Chung-ho has to admit it does sound pretty crazy. He's even more amazed to see Chung-ho, a legend from the Great Expedition, just accepting it. How can a veteran like him just smile in a situation like this? But Chung-ho is just happy Yun-yong met our hero before despair completely took over. He understands why Yun-yong is skeptical, but he tells him something important. If he really wants to know the Golden Sky Clan attacked Gorgon just a week ago, that one piece of news finally gets Yun-yong's full attention. Chung-ho explains that during the invasion, the clan's own people turned on them. Just as the Soul King was about to possess Amal Grotesque's body, it felt like all hope was gone. But Jae-won was the one who saved them all. Yun-yong is speechless, completely mortified that he tried to assassinate their savior. That's a pretty big thing to admit for a guy who just tried a sneak attack. And as they're talking, someone else storms the training grounds, looking to challenge the Fortress Master. It's the fearsome Fire King clan leader, Kang Hwang, and right with him is Kimin, the leader of the Southern Sea Clan. Both of them were rivals for the Fortress Master title. Kang Hwang demands to fight first, but our hero has a better idea. Why bother taking turns? He just invites them to attack him at the same time. Shinsener. What a way to make a first impression. He then tells them to hurry it up since he wants to get back to practicing his new technique. Watching from the side, Chung-ho just face palms. He can already tell it's going to be a very long day. Kang Hwang charges in by himself. The fiery spectacle is amazing and the Fire King is definitely skilled, but he can't manage to land a single blow. A moment later, Chung-ho looks on in despair at the scorched training field, silently cursing Jae-hwan for the mess. The highlight of the duel is when their swords finally meet. Kang Hwang is certain our hero is afraid of his blade, but Jae-won just smirks, saying the Fire King should be more worried about himself. With a grin, the Fortress Master unleashes a powerful thrust, teasingly asking if Kang Hwang is scared of his own move. The attack is way too much. Kang Hwang is sent flying right through a wall. This is a huge headache for Chung-ho, who now has to figure out how to explain this mess to the Prime Minister. Even the Fortress Master seems annoyed, since he specifically told them to attack together. But that would go against a warrior's honor. Besides, Kimin mentions he can't stand the heat. Talk about a theme for the day. Jae-hwan started with a lightning user, then a fire user, and now he's up against a water type. But our hero can tell this one is on a different level. For the first time, he decides to make the first move, which is very unlike him. Kimin blocks the attack head-on, perfectly calm. Our protagonist finds this fascinating. Kimin isn't trying to show off his power. He's simply focused on controlling the fight. When Kimin finally strikes back, Jae-hwan dodges and attacks from above. Shishkore, the Southern Sea Clan leader, barely avoids it and immediately surrenders. Our hero seems a little let down that he didn't get to see Kimin's full power. But Kimin isn't bothered at all. From that one exchange, he knew he didn't have a chance. He's one of the smart ones. He's more concerned with the upcoming Abyss expedition than with winning a pointless duel. Meanwhile, the Fire King and the Lightning Leader start arguing over who had the more embarrassing loss. Chung-ho has to step in, reminding them to think about what their defeat actually means. The Southern Sea Leader, however, is completely calm. Shizik, he never intended to win the fight in the first place. Injigo, his only goal is the Abyss expedition. It turns out he was a good friend of the previous Fortress Master, Amal Grotesque. He wanted to join the last expedition to the Abyss, but he just wasn't strong enough back then. He confesses to Chung-ho that after seeing the last expedition fail, he was desperate to be a part of this one. Chung-ho wonders why Kang Hwan would do that, and the Fire King admits he has to join. After a loss like that, what other choice does he have? Just then, Yoon sprints over to our protagonist, immediately getting an earful from Chung-ho. But as our hero raises his sword, Yoon suddenly drops to his knees and swears loyalty. Jae-won finds this a little intense and tells him to stand up, but Yoon just keeps pledging his absolute devotion, even if it means dying again. Which is pretty funny since he's already dead. Seeing he can't win the argument, Yoon just begs to be taken in, even as a captain, promising he won't steal any skills. Chung-ho then chimes in, asking about his clan. Yoon explains that the Thunder God clan is basically history in chaos now. There are only 7 of them left, himself included. His entire clan was wiped out just a week ago. Chung-ho tries to get the story straight, so the Lightning God clan was annihilated, Yoon escaped to Gorgon, and just happened to find out the Fortress Master was holding an open challenge. So Yoon fought, got totally crushed, and now that he's got nothing, he wants to join. The very person who beat him. Yoon just nods with a big, hopeful smile. Chung-ho, however, is a bit confused. He can't figure out why news this big took so long to reach them. Mantra and Gorgon aren't that far apart after all. A week should have been plenty of time for rumors to spread, Before they can puzzle it out, Yoon realizes the others don't have the full picture. He asks Chung-ho to explain again how our hero saved everyone. Chung-ho repeats that the Golden Sky Clan tried to take down Gorgon, but as he says it, he freezes. A light bulb goes off in his head. The very same Golden Sky traders who attacked Gorgon must be the ones who ambushed the Lightning God Clan. He asks for a confirmation, and it turns out his hunch was right, and the Lightning God Clan wasn't their only victim. The whole operation was much bigger. The rank 3 Dark Forest Clan and even the top-ranked Heavenly Dragon Clan were also completely wiped out. Kang Hwan Kaiman and Chung-ho instantly understand what this means. The entire Mantra Fortress has been taken over by the Golden Sky Clan. Suddenly, everything starts to make sense. The only way to keep this quiet was to block all communications. Mantra must have cut off every single information channel. The Fire Clan leader can barely believe what he's hearing. So Yoon is basically saying that 3 of the 10 major clans were taken down in one night, letting the Forbidden Heaven clan take over. Worse still, they control the messaging system, twisting information however they want. Kamen is floored, but he starts putting the pieces together. He remembers hearing whispers that the Forbidden Heaven clan was planning something huge. Still, to think they could conquer Mantra Fortress in just a couple of years is unbelievable. Meanwhile, our main character is quietly analyzing the info that actually matters to him, the link between clan rank and power. He quickly deduces that a lower rank number means a stronger clan. Yoon, trying to sound smart, quips that it took the Fortress Master long enough to figure that out. Realizing his blunder, he immediately bows in apology, hoping he didn't tick off Jaewon. Chung-ho just shakes his head, amazed. Any of these guys are still alive. The fortress system becomes a bit clearer. There are 4 of them: Gorgon, Mantra, Dryad, and Garuda, and each is ruled by 10 clans. But Yoon clarifies that not all clans are created equal. They're ranked 1 through 10, with rank 1 as the strongest and rank 10 as the weakest. Everyone is shocked that the Lightning God Clan at rank 9, the Dark Forest Clan at rank 3, and the Heavenly Dragon Clan at rank 1 all fell to Forbidden Heaven, the supposedly weakest clan, at rank 10. It's so bizarre that Yoon is certain some powerful backer must be pulling the strings. As the conversation shifts to Forbidden Heaven's motives, Jaewon gets lost in thought. At first, he thought their little scheme was just about kidnapping the Dream Demon, but now he sees they've attacked Gorgon, conquered Mantra, and are aiming for something that sounds a lot like his own goal, the destruction of this world. He wonders if the mayor is hidden in Mantra Fortress. He remembers how Jana refused to spill the mayor's location even after he beat her soundly. She's clearly terrified of someone choosing silence over snitching, and with that, the scene cuts away dramatically. We see a figure lounging on a throne, with severed heads scattered around his feet like decorations. This is our grand and very gruesome introduction to Lim Jin-hong, the leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. His men report that the Heavenly Dragon clan's leader has been captured and tossed in prison. He also gets an update that the Dark Forest clan's leader is still putting up a fight. For fun, Jin-hong casually tosses his knife into a nearby corpse, laughing at their useless resistance. He figures it's only a matter of time before he crushes them too. He seems a bit more curious about the leader of the Lightning God clan. One of his lackeys reports that they haven't caught him yet. And for delivering that bad news, a knife suddenly flies into the man's shoulder. Wincing in pain, the man apologizes profusely. The clan leader just shrugs it off, then asks where the Lightning Clan leader could be, since they already wiped out his entire family. Another subordinate brings up the situation in Gorgon. Jin-hong mulls it over. He's heard about this new castle lord who held a contest for his title and is even interested in something like an abyss expedition. He scoffs at the idea, remarking how nuts it is that anyone in Chaos still talks about that expedition. He also considers that the other clan leaders might have teamed up after Mantra fell. That doesn't worry him much since his forces were small when they took Mantra anyway. The real loss was Myonghan Kelderon, who worked so hard to collect the foundation stones only to be gone now. Even a guy like Jin-hong admits that the first elder had some serious responsibilities on his plate. That probably included dealing with the Master of Darkness, the Pitch Darkness Monarch himself. It's hard to swallow that some newbie managed to take down a veteran like Kelderon. Jin-hong pulls up a status screen to check out this new Fortress Master of Gorgon. Taking a closer look, he feels like he's seen that face somewhere before. The moment he reads the new Fortress Master's name is Jaewon. A giant message suddenly flashes across his screen. He nearly explodes in rage as a message from the Master of Darkness appears on the screen. The Master demands they find the runaway product. Jin-hong finds the order utterly absurd. If the Master himself couldn't contain this asset, what chance do his underlings in Chaos have? Still, he commands his men to report back that the search will continue. He pauses, pondering how strange it is. A product escaping from the tutorial, that's completely unheard of. And not only that, this thing actually managed to kill a cultivator while still inside the tutorial zone. With a flick of his wrist, he sends another dagger flying, finishing off the injured informant. Jin Hong turns to the other. Does any of this make sense to you? The man can only shake his head in fear. His subordinate then asks about the Lord of the Thunder God clan. Jin Hong couldn't care less. In his eyes, things couldn't have worked out better. The clan leaders have all foolishly gathered at Gorgon, lured by the promise of the Fortress Master's seat. The situation is beautifully simple. To unify chaos, they now have a single perfect target to aim for. His thoughts then shift to Amalgeska's death, right when a surge of extreme evil erupted from the castle grounds. He's certain of its origin. It was undoubtedly the work of the Soul King catastrophe. It's common knowledge that a catastrophe's energy dissipates quickly, but new intel suggests otherwise. The undead now have the power to summon more of their kind. Jin Hong declares that the fools in Gorgon have no idea what a catastrophe is capable of, then lets out a maniacal laugh. Back in Gorgon, our heroes discuss the Forbidden Heaven clan, wondering who is powerful enough to be backing them. The only logical conclusion is that one of the 12 masters from the Almighty Land is pulling the strings. Yunyang points out that the masters swore a pact not to interfere with chaos, but even he admits that no one short of the 12 could possibly rival the 10 great clans. Kang Huang, however, has heard rumors. The Almighty Land is currently a war zone. With all eyes focused elsewhere, it's the perfect opportunity for someone to meddle in the affairs of chaos. Kang Huang suggests their first move should be to contact the Resurrection Palace where the monarchs reside and all the chaos fruits were taken. What's happening now is a clear sign that the ancient treaty has been shattered. Chung Ho can't help but agree. Kang Huang presses the idea of reporting this violation to the Resurrection Palace, but Cayman scoffs, hating the thought of asking those bastards for help. He makes a grim but wise point. What if the masters are all in on this together? If the entire Resurrection Palace has decided to break the treaty at once, they won't stand a chance. The final decision falls to Jaewon and Chung Ho. The fortress of Montor has already fallen. Taking action now would ignite an all-out war. Chung Ho's thoughts are simple. Some enemies just have to be faced sooner or later. The flashback reveals a conversation between Shiver and Chung Ho. They discuss the vacant Fortress Master seat and Jaewon's true goal to unite chaos so completely that a Fortress Master is no longer needed. Back then, Chung Ho had voiced his opinion that Jaewon's dream of uniting chaos was utterly ridiculous. The 10 clans and the 4 fortresses are nothing but insects compared to the might of the Resurrection Palace. And despite all his achievements, the main character and everyone else in chaos is far too weak to challenge them. He shouldn't even dream of taking on the Resurrection Palace, especially not by himself. But the new Fortress Master is aware of this. He never planned to do it alone. That's probably why he has Chung Ho by his side. Hearing this, Chung Ho's jaw practically hits the floor. He can't believe Jaewon roped him into such an insane scheme. From the very beginning, it was clear that the main character was the inexperienced one. Chung Ho, with his 1,000 years of wisdom, was always meant to be his guide. Besides, the elder never explicitly said he wouldn't help. Chung Ho feels like an idiot outsmarted by a 60-year-old kid with a clever play on words. Now, Jaewon decides it's time to lay out his plan for everyone. The Abyss expedition is not his top priority. Everything is secondary to uniting chaos under a single flag. To do that, he needs true comrades, people who are truly dedicated to the cause. Cayman is quick to challenge him. And what if no one is willing to join you? Jaewon goes quiet for a heartbeat, then replies, "Then I will do it alone." Cayman thinks that's an impossible task. But our hero simply states that he has made it this far all by himself. That statement makes Cayman burst into laughter, finding it hilarious. Then Cayman steps forward, his voice booming. Whether it's the Resurrection Palace, the Abyss, or the end of the world itself, he pledges to follow him to the end. Yunyang quickly voices his agreement. Kang Huang, however, is unnervingly silent. They press him for an answer, but he still hasn't made up his mind. As they stare at him puzzled, he explains that he's the only one thinking rationally. To Kang Huang, pledging loyalty to Jaewon now is just reckless. They barely know the man, yet they're so eager to follow him. Kang Huang honestly isn't convinced that Jaewon can truly lead the greatest expedition. After observing the room, he finally offers a solution. If the other 3 clan leaders currently in Gorgon acknowledge Jaewon as their leader, then he too will follow. It's a fair condition. Jaewon agrees with his logic. However, he adds a condition of his own. If he is to recognize them, then they must first earn his recognition. The others are confused, asking him to explain. He reveals his plan, a tournament with their clan leader titles on the line. If they can make it to the quarterfinals, he will acknowledge their strength. But it doesn't end there. Even after they earn his recognition, he will continue to test them. Kang Huang looks skeptical, but Kamen immediately grasps the reasoning. Just being a leader of a great clan doesn't mean you're the strongest warrior in chaos. It's completely logical for the Fortress Master to personally screen the warriors worthy of standing with him. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the training ground fly open. A dark figure with a commanding presence steps through. It's just the Prime Minister, looking furious and holding a stack of scrolls. With his arrival, it's clear the plan is already underway. The document in his hand announces the start of the Gorgon tournament preliminaries, beginning at 6 o'clock. But beneath that smile, Jurgen is wound tight. He knows the Fortress Master has big plans, but right now things are just spiraling into chaos for the people of Gorgon. Meanwhile, the outer fortress is absolutely buzzing with energy. Every powerful fighter who thinks they have what it takes has shown up. Poor James is having a terrible time with the ID checks. It's become the toughest job in the city. A little later, the inner council finally gathers. Sir Carlton Javier notes that the Prime Minister can't be happy about this. Honestly, it's not the idea itself that Jurgen dislikes. It's just that it completely shatters every tradition they have. Sir Carlton even suggests that, with the majority on their side, maybe they don't need to be so formal with their meetings. And ironically enough, the majority is already backing the Fortress Master. You can't really blame them. You see, the council has seen a major shakeup. After the Forbidden Heaven clan's attack, 4 of the 5 tower leaders were lost, and the only survivor was left injured. The new members are younger and fresher, Claire for the Finance Tower, Jahir for Security, and Sir Carlton Javier, now leading the Law Tower. With all this new blood, the proposal passed easily. The Prime Minister just can't wrap his head around it. A pub owner, and only a second-stage adapted player at that, is now the Finance Minister. Claire cheerfully replies that she didn't expect his approval anyway. After all, the Lord's policies are making them money. Jurgen looks completely lost, so Claire asks if he's looking down on her because she ran a pub. He quickly backpedals, but she's already launching into her explanation. More people flooding into Gorgon means more money flowing in. She points out the tournament is at the northern outer fortress, the very same one wrecked by the Golden Sky clan's attack. But thanks to the Fortress Master's brilliant planning, that's not a problem. He hired the locals to rebuild their own homes while setting up for the tournament. And for the nail in the coffin, she drops the numbers. The Forbidden Heaven clan cost them 1,287 billion horns. But she informs the stunned Prime Minister their projected revenue is 1,328 billion horns. And she's lowballing that number just to be safe. Seeing the absolute shock on Jurgen's face, Claire knows exactly what he's thinking. How could a simple pub owner know all this? She just smiles, revealing she's handled money in her past life, and this one. Her resume, she assures him, is more than solid. Claire admits she has no clue what the Fortress Master's next big move is. The expedition, uniting chaos, those training ground challenges, your guess is as good as hers. But she knows one thing for sure. Whatever Jaewon's doing, it's about to change the world of chaos forever. Far away in the southern chaos by the Great Sea lies Dryad, the southern fortress. It's a living fortress formed by a giant plant-type guardian, and its master, Issa Landcraft-Toft, is just relaxing with a vine when she suddenly feels a chilling premonition. That's right, this is the master of Dryad herself using her incredible scouting skills. She sees it clearly. An army of the undead is on the move right towards Gorgon, and leading them is one of the 3 great undead, the colossal, backward-walking Magritte, lumbering its way straight for the city. Just the sight of its massive red eyes makes even Issa flinch, shattering her focus. She has to warn Gorgon, and she has to do it now. In a flash, an owl messenger is soaring towards Gorgon. Meanwhile, back in the city, nobody has a clue. The tournament is in full swing inside a massive coliseum. After just 3 electrifying days, they're already at the quarterfinals. Watching from the stands is the intrigued leader of the Limitless clan, Shin Muguk. He has to admit this whole tournament is surprisingly fun to watch. Chung-ho pops up, explaining it's moving fast because the fighters are all top tier. You can tell these 2 go way back. But then Chung-ho's eyes widen as he gets a good look at Shin. The clan leader, he's gotten way stronger since they last met, and Shin can sense the very same thing from Chung-ho. Chung-ho can't figure it out. Why wouldn't a powerhouse like Shin compete? Shin just scoffs, calling these matches mere dogfights, saying he prefers a real challenge. Chung-ho rolls his eyes. A dogfight. He points out that another clan leader, Kang Huang, is competing right now. Down in the arena, Kang is putting on a fiery show, nearly roasting his opponent. But out of nowhere, his robed opponent dives from above and takes him down. The entire crowd is stunned, silent. Did a clan leader really just get eliminated that easily? Shin and Chung-ho know something's off. Then it clicks for Chung-ho. That technique, it's the Steel Monarch's Azure Cloud Mystic footwork. That can only mean one thing. This fighter belongs to Huey. The implication is huge. The Monarchs themselves are taking an interest in this tournament. And with that shocking upset, the pre-quarterfinals are over. Shin wonders why they're rushing things so much, but the answer is simple. His friend the Fortress Master is just a very impatient guy. Chung-ho sighs. Just then, the crowd goes wild, chanting for the Savant clan. A man in a flashy white uniform and a feathered gown makes his entrance. It's Jaegil Moon, the Savant clan leader and top military advisor in Chaos. Of course he knows Chung-ho, and he sends a cheeky wink up to the elder. Chung-ho is not amused by that wink. He vows to deal with that punk after the tournament. Shin just tells him to let it go, saying it's not worth the grudge, which is pretty ironic coming from him, but he's got a point. After all, Jaegil is just a kid, a 400-year-old kid. Chung-ho really should act his age, but as it turns out, he might not have to wait long at all. Because Jaegil's next opponent is none other than Master Jaewon. His identity is unmistakable as the elegant Gorgon seal tattoo appears on his arm. Looks like Chung-ho might get his wish sooner than he thought. Down on the field, the two opponents begin to talk, trading sharp words about politics. The military advisor claims Jaewon's ideals are clear, but totally impractical. Watching from the front row, even Shin has his doubts. Can our main character really defeat a legend like Jaegil? And yet he could sense a strange connection. Despite this being their first meeting, Shin noted Jaewon's energy felt a lot like Chung-ho's. If he had to take a guess, he'd say Jaewon was Chung-ho's disciple. The old man just laughed. How could a monster like our hero possibly be his student? The difference in power is staggering. With a single fluid motion, Jaewon sends Jaegil crashing into the wall. Jaegil Moon recalls that since he had no quarterfinal opponent, Jaewon granted him a direct match. He only entered this tournament to give the new lord a piece of his mind. So many Fortress Masters have come to Chaos before offering the people a glimmer of hope, but it has never once ended well. He's thinking of one tragedy in particular, the Abyss Expedition. Hope that isn't fulfilled just curdles into an even deeper despair. So his goal is simple. He plans to crush that hope before it ever has a chance to sprout. For 400 years, he has never known defeat, and he's not about to start today. Pushing himself to his feet, Jaegil asks Jaewon if he truly thinks he's lost. He reminds our protagonist they agreed to a one-on-one battle, but never on the type of battle, so he proposes a contest of wits. The crowd immediately starts to grumble, demanding Moon just accept his loss. Chung-ho saw this coming a mile away. It's just a cheap trick to avoid admitting defeat. Moguk chimes in, noting a major problem with a battle of wits. It's incredibly difficult to decide who the actual winner is. Meanwhile, Jaewon just wonders aloud what kind of game it is, clearly signaling he's down to play. In an instant, the world around them warps and reshapes, transporting them to a whole new battlefield. Our boy now finds himself in a military strategy simulation. A notification window pops up, labeling him a total rookie and offering him a user manual. He recognizes it right away. This is just a souped-up strategy game based on a frontier game designed by one of the 13 masters, Maris. Apparently, it's a huge pastime in the Almighty Land. Moon boasts that he's the undisputed champion of Chaos, and even offers Jaewon a moment to read the rules. But our hero thinks this is way simpler than everyone is making it out to be. He's seen this all before. 3 races brawling, gathering resources and training units in real time to wreck the enemy's base. He sank thousands of hours into this exact game at the PowerPC Zone back in Korea. He can't help but think these so-called masters are just a bunch of plagiarists stealing ideas from Earth. Seeing Jaewon's eagerness, the clan leader suggests the Lost Garden map. In moments, Jaewon is commanding the human race, while his opponent leads the undead. The undead master smirks, assuming our protagonist is a complete newbie for picking the humans. They're widely seen as the weakest race, while the undead get stronger over time. The early and mid-game should be an easy win. His strategy is simple. He'll rapidly build up his base train workers and then launch one massive assault. But just as he gets started, he's completely blindsided. Human troops are already swarming his base, chopping down his undead, while his artillery gets sliced to pieces. He can't understand how Jaewon attacked so fast, or how watchtowers suddenly appeared inside his camp. A moment later, the horrifying reason becomes clear. The hidden watchtowers are picking off his troops from the inside. If he tries to destroy the towers, Jaewon's farmers will swarm his soldiers. But if he doesn't, he can't gather any resources to build his army. He decides to stick to his plan anyway. But unlike him, our boy is from modern-day Korea, where this cheesy tower rush tactic is infamous, even if everyone hates it. The audience doesn't take long to realize Jaewon has completely seized control of the game. The Savant clan leader was far too arrogant, assuming the fortress master was a rookie. He tries to argue that there's an unspoken rule to wait 10 minutes, but Jaewon just points out that's not in the rule book. Mun sputters that it's tradition, but our protagonist couldn't care less. If there's no rule, there's no restriction. Soon the clan leader is on his knees, gritting his teeth, wondering what kind of man Jaewon even is. There's just no getting through to him. He's being utterly demolished at his own specialty, using strategies the old master couldn't have dreamed of. There's no way he can catch up to our hero now. Finally, the truth dawns on the Savant clan leader. This is a battle he cannot win. After 400 long years, maybe this was the defeat he was always meant to face. He kneels properly and formally concedes his loss before the master. After the match, Chong-ho is buzzing with curiosity about the new move Jaewon used against Jigul Moon. Leaping down from the stands with Muguk, he makes a beeline for our boy. Chong-ho points out that Jaewon always insisted he only used thrusts, but now he's pulling off slashes too. He jokes that our hero must have been inspired by his own magnificent style, adding that the spiral slash was clearly based on his technique. Jaewon's face sours at the name spiral slash. He reminds Chong-ho how much he hated names like Chong-ho thrust, and now he's messing with the name they all agreed on. It was supposed to be called fatal spiral, just like Kimon suggested. Chong-ho is floored, saying he thought Jaewon didn't care about naming his moves at all. Turns out our protagonist secretly likes the cooler name. But that's enough of that. He's more interested in the skinny old guy Chong-ho has with him. This man radiates power, and Jaewon immediately wants to ask him for a friendly spar. Muguk finally gets what Chong-ho was talking about. This kid really doesn't bother with polite introductions, does he? Chong-ho gleefully points out how his young friend attacks the elderly instead of showing some respect. But Jaewon just shrugs, saying that around here, the oldest guys are always the strongest, so there's no reason to hold back. Muguk watches amazed at how lively Chong-ho is firing back witty remarks without missing a beat. He hasn't seen the old man this fired up since the Abyss expedition 900 years ago. In fact, Chong-ho reminds Muguk of Mulak, the man who once gave the people of Chaos true hope. But even that name is tainted by the shadow of despair from the Abyss expedition. Mulak was the captain all those centuries ago. The real question on Muguk's mind is if Jaewon can truly live up to Mulak's legacy, especially since he's only 60 years old. The boy's potential is off the charts. He might even surpass Mulak one day. And yet Muguk senses none of the noble righteousness in Jaewon that Mulak possessed. The two are complete opposites. Where Mulak was calm and wise, our protagonist gives off an unmistakable aura of pure bloodlust. Suddenly Muguk's eyes fly open. He sees the moonworld symbol and realizes he can perceive Jaewon's inner world. That can only mean one thing. He has already awakened. Chong-ho sees the look on his friend's face and knows Muguk has figured it out. Shin-mug started to wonder, could Jaewon be even stronger than a third awakener? But that thought would have to wait as the quarterfinals were about to be broadcast live for all to see. Hearing this, Chong-ho suggested they get back to their seats, but our main character wasn't having it. Instead, he marched straight into the arena. It might not have been his turn, but his patience had officially run out. He coolly surveyed the remaining fighters. If you took Kimon and Yun-yong out of the equation, the rest were actually quite formidable, especially that one guy Chong-ho and Shin-mug had been talking about earlier. The subordinate of the Steel Master Yu, a woman wielding a chain sickle, also piqued his interest. But before he could dwell on it, Jahir stepped onto the stage, reminding the Fortress Master that he was jumping the gun. Jaewon's sudden appearance sent a jolt of excitement through the entire crowd. Snatching the two-horned microphone, he prepared to make an announcement. He was getting bored, and the tournament was moving at a snail's pace for him. So he declared a little change of plans, starting with tossing the one-on-one rule out the window. One of his opponents was in total disbelief at what the new Fortress Master was suggesting. This, we learn, is Zhao Kong, the leader of the Priestess clan. She immediately challenged his decision, asking what right he thought he had to do this. To her, it sounded completely bonkers. How could a group fight possibly work? How would a winner even be decided? But our boy simply corrected her. She was thinking about teams, but what he actually proposed was for all 6 of them to join forces against him. The contestants were absolutely floored. Before they could even wrap their heads around it, he made an offer whoever took him down first could claim the title of Fortress Master. After a moment of stunned silence, the Colosseum absolutely erupted with cheers. Things were about to get seriously interesting. The girl with the chain sickle finally chimed in, saying she'd been waiting to see what Jaewon would do, and she was absolutely living for how wild his challenge was. Having made his grand pronouncement, Jaewon casually tossed the mic back to Jahir. He was keenly aware of how crucial it was to capture the attention and trust of the audience, the people of chaos. He knew how things worked in this place. The stronger their trust, the deeper their bond would become. It was a connection that could be nurtured over time, a simple formula, really. But when you're short on time, there's always a shortcut, displaying a level of strength so overwhelming it's impossible to deny. He was still pondering this when the truly free-spirited fighter, the girl from before, suddenly got right up in our boy's face and yelled that she loved his style. Her boldness left everyone speechless. She even mused aloud about maybe not killing the fortress master. The crowd was utterly confused. It was only after she walked off that they realized she had just forfeited. Before she left, she whispered something cryptic about not wanting to get caught in the mess with that thing that was coming. Our protagonist, however, had no idea what she was talking about. Then out of the blue, Yoon Young spoke up too. He declared that he was also forfeiting, admitting he couldn't defeat the fortress master at his current level. Technically, since he hadn't lost in the quarterfinals, he still got to keep his title as the leader of the Lightning God clan. A nice little loophole. Keeman disappointingly followed their lead, also forfeiting with similar excuses, and even complimenting our hero on his way out. That left only 3 opponents on the stage. Jaewon had wanted to put on a show of unparalleled power. Now, even if he beat these 3, it wouldn't be the legendary display he'd imagined. Still, if all 3 of them charged him at once, maybe he could pull off something spectacular enough to win everyone over for good. Zhao Kong pointed out that his little plan wasn't exactly unfolding perfectly. Jaewon simply decided he'd fight the remaining 3. At that, the priestess clan's vice leader, impressed by his confidence, suggested her leader should teach him a lesson. But the clan leader politely shut her down, reminding her they weren't there to fight some overconfident, hot-headed kid. Hugh's warrior was there as well, the very one Lord Hugh had specifically requested. The 2 clan ladies asked him what he was really after. His bold approach had been far more effective than she expected. She used this moment to pivot the conversation to the Abyss expedition. Since it ended, nobody had possessed the ambition to revive its legacy, but she truly believed Jaewon was the perfect person to lead the charge. She publicly threw her full support behind him in front of the entire audience. Then she skillfully redirected the crowd's focus, reminding them they didn't just come to see a new fortress master, they came for something much bigger. And in that moment, she removed the veil that always hid her face, revealing a pair of massive hypnotic eyes. Instantly, the entire vibe in the arena changed. A strange, illusory energy washed over everyone. Glowing butterflies began to drift through the enchanted audience as their eyes went wide. Her gaze could peer into their emotions, their secret thoughts, and their very sense of justice. But our hero remained completely unfazed. He saw right through her so-called righteous eye magic, realizing she was just manipulating the crowd's hopes and desires. For a brief second, he genuinely considered ending her spell with a quick stab, but looking around, he knew it was already too late. The audience was completely under her control, chanting in unison. Just then, an unexpected voice cut through the noise. It was the gentleman's sword. He had no allegiances and no bias, and he had just arrived from the south. He wasn't there for a fight just to observe. He made it clear he wasn't interested in watching people squabble over a title. Apparently, this man known as Mongguan was considered to be on par with one of the 10 clan leaders. Elsewhere, Sir Carlton Javier strolled through a hallway and swung open an office door, only to find a messenger bird waiting inside. That's when the devastating news arrived. A group of undead was on the move, and it wasn't just any group. A colossal mega undead was leading the horde heading directly for Gorgon Fortress. The message was from Issa Landcraft, the fortress master of Dryad Fortress. This information shook Carlton to his core. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the situation was taking a dark turn. The sky had been slowly turning pitch black. Fortress Master Jaewon remained as cool and expressionless as ever, but even he could sense that something was very wrong. The priestess clan leader stepped forward, announcing that there was no more time for internal conflict and that the tournament must stop. She addressed the audience, declaring that a proper expedition needs a captain everyone can believe in. Chong-ho and Shin-mug, with all their experience, saw right through her performance. They knew she was scheming something. Since she was using one of her most powerful righteous eye illusion techniques, Chong-ho was already on high alert, wondering what kind of sneaky trick she was planning to pull next. In a completely unexpected move, she nominates Jaewon to lead She claims his strength and reputation make him the perfect choice. And the crowd eats it right up, totally sold on her brilliant performance. But the real game becomes clear when the gentleman's sword finally speaks up. He reminds them that being a captain is more than just raw power or battle smarts. The swordsman suggests the priestess can easily test if Jaewon even has the character to lead, and with that perfect setup, she announces her righteous audit. To everyone listening, it sounds like a fantastic idea. Even the level-headed Jahir is caught in her web. He clears the stage, announcing that the priestess will now test the fortress master's morality. High in the sky, she conjures enormous magical arrows, aiming them straight at our protagonist. She turns to Jaewon, asking him directly if he is ready to be audited. That's the moment it all clicks for Chong-ho, who facepalms knowing her playbook by heart. A lot of hopefuls take this test to see if they have what it takes. But he's seriously stressed, seeing the trap for what it is. She's planning to gaslight our boy, trying to wreck his confidence and make him look unfit to command. After all, who would follow a captain into the abyss if he might sacrifice his own squad for the greater good? One wrong answer and Jaewon's career is over. Chong-ho knows his friend well. He's never been the smooth-talking noble hero type. But before the elder can even think of a way to stop this, the fortress master has already taken the bait. She even confirms with a verbal yes, making sure no one can claim it was a setup. For a tense moment, the entire arena goes completely silent. The pause drags on just long enough for someone in the crowd to yell, "Get on with it already!" And just like that, the scene completely transforms. Now our hero finds himself on a ship trapped in the middle of a simulated ocean storm. Shun, according to the clan leader, these kinds of tempests are just another Tuesday in the ocean region. She points to a rescue raft floating toward a group of people, and someone is drowning out in the churning waves. It's a classic test of character play. It's safe, or risk everything for one life. Our boy immediately reaches down to pull one of the drowning victims onto the raft. But here's the twist. The raft has a strict capacity of 10 people. If he brings one more person aboard, the whole thing will sink. Then a notification window pops up like a quest prompt straight out of a game. Does Jaewon stick to the rules and save the majority by leaving one behind? Or does he risk all 10 lives for the chance to save one more? There's no in-between. He has to make a choice. The priestess presses him, asking what he's going to do. It's a lose-lose situation. If he abandons the drowning man, he's a monster. If he pulls the man aboard and sinks the raft, he's an incompetent fool. But what the priestess fails to understand is that Jaewon doesn't play by her rules. He completely ignores options 1 and 2. Despite all her scheming to prove he's unfit for command, he chooses a third path. She is absolutely stunned, never dreaming he would find the hidden choice, the one that only appears to those who can think far outside the box. To the clan leader's horror, the notification board suddenly updates, revealing that very same hidden option. It says they'll rotate with 10 people on the support board at all times. And it says, Kates, while one person briefly waits in the water. It's a sacrifice everyone is willing to make so that no one becomes shark bait. This is probably the most brilliant judgment call anyone could have made, and it shows that our hero hasn't lost his humanity. She realizes he devised this genius solution on his own. All signs point to a clear win for our hero, or so it seems. She notes, however, that he still hasn't said a word. The priestess clings to a final sliver of hope that he'll try some other clever but flawed trick. But the fortress master shocks her by focusing on the real problem. The issue isn't the raft, it's the sea itself. So, what does Jaewon do? He declares he'll just split the ocean that's threatening his people. This works out perfectly for the clan leader, except of course it absolutely does not. Chong-ho is the first to realize what he's planning to do. He understands our boy is about to shatter the entire test. It's wash. And then Jaewon literally splits the sea in two with Doc Bull. Dad. The clan leader's entire illusion comes crashing down. Jaewon's solution was so far outside the box, he simply broke the dilemma itself. A moment later, the people in the simulation are erupting in cheers for the fortress master, applauding him for the incredible move he just pulled off. Meanwhile, the notification panel glitches out like a cheap video game, then crashes entirely, announcing the audit has been terminated. Ideal. That's when the clan master finally breaks character. For a split second, it looks like she's about to scream a few choice words. She's in disbelief that she was just defeated inside her own illusion. Before things can get any more heated, a piercing alarm rips through the air. This is not a drill. Gorgon has issued an emergency alert. Everything is coming to a halt. No more fights, no more games, and no more dramatic speeches. Chikeshwar, the fortress is going on full lockdown, and everyone, especially the crowd, needs to evacuate immediately. At first, people file out in an orderly fashion, mostly confused by the sudden command. But then the news spreads like wildfire, an undead attack is imminent. And it's not just any attack, but a massive, terrifying one. That's when real panic erupts. This is really happening. Kshuatwo, the sky is getting darker, not for show, but because an undead army is blotting out the sun. All Yunyong can do is whine about his fate. After being the sole survivor and leader of the Lightning Clan, he's going to meet his end during the Gorgon undead attack. How lame. As usual, Kang Huang and Yunyong start bickering, throwing insults as their fear gets the best of them. In reality, Kang Huang's knees are knocking just as much as Yunyong's. Amidst the chaos, Changho and Shinmug are focused on more important things. Shin is amazed that this kid Jaewon, not even 2 centuries old, is leading the charge like some kind of legendary hero. It's enough to make some of the old-timers look bad. But Changho is trying to focus on the present danger. He admits he never thought he'd witness a scene like this again, not even after 900 years. Mug completely gets the feeling of deja vu. 6 of the 10 clan leaders are already here, and the situation feels chillingly similar to that near-death experience at the Undead Palace. Whatever they face there, the thing they refuse to talk about might be about to happen again. All the veterans know the unwritten rule. When there's a medium-sized threat, smaller undead appear. When a giant one shows up, so do the medium ones. But this time, King Catastrophe, the final boss of all bosses, has appeared at Gorgon. The Soul King was one of the primary reasons they built the fortresses in the first place. As the story continues, the true horror of the Soul King, and the monstrous abomination he represents, finally comes into view. Right behind him, an undead beast, a Megadeth level threat. The situation is catastrophic. Amidst the chaos, its massive red eyes glow with malice. It's the terrifying, backwards-walking Magrid, ready to unleash hell on Gorgon. The scene twists into a living nightmare as death itself devours the city whole. Civilians run for their lives in a panic, but most aren't fast enough to escape the wave of horror. And in the middle of it all, the priestess is frozen solid, her body paralyzed by fear. She can only watch helpless as nightmarish undead tear people apart, ripping limbs from bodies and extinguishing lives without a shred of mercy. Her confidence shatters into a million pieces. Everything is swallowed by a creeping darkness. But one moment, one single image is burned into her mind. A grotesque, twisted undead snatches an old man right before her very eyes. This isn't some storybook horror. It's cold, suffocating, and utterly repulsive. Her body trembles uncontrollably. Her eyes, wide with terror, see everything but are completely useless. Her scream is a useless, choked sound arriving far too late. She's powerless to change a thing, silently begging for this reality to just stop. Then, like a final ray of hope, the gentleman Mongwen leaps into the fray. He throws himself between the monster and the clan leader, but even he can't alter their fate. He fails to save the old man, and he can't even save himself. All he's doing is buying a few seconds against doom. The priestess screams again, watching the undead's claw slash towards his face, and then her world slows to a crawl. A single thought consumes her. Nothing matters anymore. Every what if is just a cruel joke that fate is playing on her. That realization shatters her spirit more than any monster ever could. Watching Mongwan's end, she understands a bitter truth. Free will is meaningless when the universe is just mocking your efforts. Hope is nothing but a lie always drowned by the same inevitable end death. She finally surrenders, ready to be swallowed by the nightmare, because even fighting back feels like a lie. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, tearing through the massive monster and slicing it clean in two. The shock is sudden and absolute. It's the leader of the Lightning Clan, Yunyang, and he is completely done with this chaos. He tries to snap the priestess out of her despair, but his words don't reach her. The girl is still locked inside her own shock-frozen solid and completely useless. His voice is sharp with no hint of gentleness. This nightmarish situation is only getting worse, and her 1,000-yard stare isn't helping. Yunyang refocuses his attention on the flow of the battle. Kang Huangkamon and Yunyang himself are fighting in perfect sync, a desperate dance for survival. The priestess, still rigid as a statue, just watches in confusion. She can't understand why they are still pushing so hard. In her mind, hope is already dead and buried beneath all the death and destruction. Seeing them struggle against the madness only confuses her even more. We see flashes of Yunyang smashing the ground, keeping the monsters away from her, while Kimon's blade becomes a whirlwind of steel, cutting down anything that gets close. Kang Huang is right there with them, covering any gaps in their defense. To the traumatized priestess, it looks like pure courage or maybe even recklessness. But for them, it's simply a battle for survival, fueled by nothing but sheer willpower. But Yunyang, ever watchful amidst the chaos, knows the truth. They're barely hanging on by a thread. There are just too many monsters, and their power is only growing. Just when it seems they're about to be overwhelmed, a new presence enters the field. The Gorgon tattoo on our protagonist flares to life, a warning, a signal of what's to come. He carves a path straight for the Magritte undead. No distractions, no lesser fights. It's just him against the biggest nightmare on the battlefield. And this thing, it isn't just a monster. It's a walking death sentence. 3 cold eyes, a mouthful of jagged teeth, wicked spikes and claws that promise nothing but instant agony. But Juan doesn't even flinch. He cuts down the lesser monsters as if they're nothing. His movements are fluid, fast, and utterly ruthless. One moment a thrust, the next a slice, but he remains perfectly composed, never losing control. He knows this enemy is on a completely different level. The monster snaps at everything in its path, turning anyone too slow into a bloody mess. So our hero maintains his distance, observing, analyzing, waiting for that perfect opening. This is no longer just a brawl, it's a test of pure survival and strategy. Juan, always one to think outside the box, knows his best bet is a long-range approach. The plan is simple: create distance, strike from afar, and most importantly, stay alive. But the Magritte isn't some mindless beast. It has a long-range attack of its own, and it doesn't hesitate. Whatever it's about to fire is going to be devastating. Our boy barely dodges the blast, escaping by a hair's breadth, as destruction erupts behind him. The monster immediately prepares for round 2, charging its power once more. And that's when he does something completely insane. Instead of dodging, he braces himself, preparing to block the attack head-on. It's as if he's daring to face the very depths of hell itself. The battlefield falls silent as the Magritte charges up a devastating strike from its main jaw. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Chong Ho is fighting his own desperate battle. He's not panicked, like the priestess, not at all, but his hands are trembling, not from exhaustion, but from a painful memory. The last time a disaster like this struck the aftermath was a graveyard. He remembers every single loss in agonizing detail. Even with all his experience, he can feel it. This battle is unwinnable. The word hope echoes in his mind, bringing back a memory of Imulgar, the old fortress master. He can almost hear the old master's words. Hope isn't just some pretty idealistic notion. It's a necessity. Sometimes people need a hope so blindingly bright that it completely burns away the deepest darkness. And as he thinks of hope, we cut back to Juan. Our protagonist is already on the move, charging straight at the beast while it's still powering up. No hesitation. He sees exactly where the blast is concentrating and plunges his blade right into its core. The time for testing is over. He's going to end this nightmare before it can even launch its final attack. A moment later, a blinding flash rips across the battlefield. Everyone nearby is forced to shield their eyes. The light is radiating from the exact spot where Juan and the Magritte were locked in combat. Chong Ho's eyes follow the light, and what he sees nearly stops his heart. Our boy is standing there, a wild grin on his face, having just landed a massive blow on the creature. The monster looks even more grotesque now, somehow more disgusting than before. It's as if the attack peeled back a layer of flesh that was never meant to be seen. Chong Ho can only stare, having long given up on trying to understand Juan. The guy simply defies all logic. But the Magritte isn't finished just yet. It lunges forward, its hideous tongue whipping out spikes wrap around him, trying to crush him on the spot. Its massive jaws snap shut like a giant bear trap. But even then, our protagonist doesn't panic. He unleashes an explosion of power to break free, not giving the monster a single moment to enjoy its victory. A glow ignites in his eyes, his blade humming, ready to serve the beast a world of hurt. Chong Ho sees it coming, a perfect repeat of Jaewon splitting the ocean wide open. It's that same legendary move, his signature strike. He's charging up a blast powerful enough to slice the Magritte clean in half. Meanwhile, Shinmug, who's been watching the whole show, finally connects the dots. He turns to Chong Ho and says exactly what's on everyone's mind. Jaewon is the most insane person he has ever met. Chong Ho just cracks a smile. Insane maybe, but that's what makes him Jaewon. He'd gladly protect that brilliant madness with his own life if he had to. Suddenly that crazy energy spreads to everyone else. Shinmug is practically vibrating, ready to jump in. Even the shell-shocked priestess clan leader finally snaps out of her trance. Perhaps that's the secret ingredient they were missing. Jaewon, the living embodiment of pure, unfiltered hope. Even the savant clan leader finally decides to grace them with his presence, which frankly annoys Chong Ho a little. Seriously, where was this guy when the world was ending? And as much as Chong-ho loves the new vibe now, is not the time to get cocky. Those 3 Titan-class undead are still on a rampage. Even so, the squad is giving them absolute hell. Yun-Yong tries to poke fun at Kang Hwang, joking that slinging lightning feels way cooler than shooting fire, but the joke doesn't land. He just wanted a quick moment to feel awesome for taking down monsters. But Hwang is way too drained to play along. He's still carving through enemies and blasting flames like the demigod he is. It's hard to feel like a hero when the nightmares just keep coming. He grits his teeth as exhaustion seeps into his bones. As long as those 3 big baddies are standing, there's no room to celebrate. Out of nowhere, some random girl appears and lobs a rock at one of the monsters Hwang is fighting. She's got courage but 0 survival instinct. The colossal undead fixes its crimson eyes on her, a picture of pure horror, and lunges. But just in the nick of time, golden chains erupt from the ground, binding it tight. Sir Carlton Javier has entered the chat. And he didn't come alone. He's brought Prime Minister Jurgen Shiver and the whole crew with him. For the first time, Kang Hwang lets his shoulders relax and even manages a small smile. Seeing his backup arrive gives him the second wind he desperately needed. He's not in this alone. Shinmug is already causing a ruckus. All of Gorgon is here showing everyone what true grit looks like. Let's jump back to our main character. He's not just in a fight, he's teaching a masterclass. He punches a hole straight through the Magritte, then uses a gravity-powered slash to finish the job. His blade flashes with light, illuminating the entire Gorgon fortress, as if to announce to the world who just laid down the law. 10 days later, the dust has settled. They're counting up the repair costs, and the streets are buzzing. The news has spread all across chaos. 3 of the great undead, including the infamous backward Magritte, were annihilated by the heroes of Gorgon. The city is practically humming with a newfound energy. The scene changes to Mitchell having a quiet talk with a younger trainee. He's breaking down the recent events in Chaos, especially the battle at Gorgon. He paints a picture of things getting better, but then he prods the kid to dig a little deeper. Mitchell asks him what has really changed since that legendary battle 10 days ago. The trainee seems a little confused. Mitchell explains that while the monsters are gone, the city itself is still a wreck. The infrastructure is totally busted, and daily life is far from easy. He isn't just talking about the clan headquarters or the new money flowing into Gorgon's market. It's something more subtle. Beneath all the victory parades and political talk, the average person is still struggling. The hero's triumph isn't the fairy tale ending everyone thinks it is. The biggest change is the mood. People are smiling more as if they're allowed to hope again. The city feels alive, the total opposite of what Chaos is known for. But Mitchell isn't impressed. He shuts down that optimistic thought real quick. The kid is so busy looking at the bright future, he's completely missed the trail of bodies it was built on. Mitchell brings up that incredible moment when a single sword parted a black sea of undead. But a spectacle like that had a very real, very high price in human lives. Even Mitchell doesn't have the full story, but he's putting the pieces together. He admits that on that night, you could truly see hope in people's eyes. They're clinging to the idea that Gorgon is now a safe haven, which he thinks is dangerously naive. What truly gets under his skin is that people believe they can have normal lives in Chaos now. Suddenly a sound like a massive explosion rips through the air. The trainee jumps, looking around like he's caught in an air raid. Mitchell, however, remains perfectly calm, a giant horn resting on his shoulder. He tells the kid it's no big deal. It's been happening nonstop for the past 10 days. The younger man's eyes go wide as he guesses it must be because the 10 clans moved their main bases here. He gets even more nervous, realizing this could mean a war is about to break out, or maybe it already has. Mitchell just stays silent. Whatever is happening, it sure sounds like a war. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, we finally see what's making all that noise. Jaewon hasn't been taking a vacation. The Blade Master has been putting the clan leaders through an insane training regimen, grinding them down to make sure they're ready for the big expedition. A loud crash like shattering glass echoes through the room, and the expression on Lim Jin Hong's face turns to one of pure, utter shock. The man looks like he's just been told the sun is now plaid. He actually makes his subordinates repeat the report word for word because his brain refuses to process it. It seems some group just managed to eliminate a mega undead. You know, one of only 3 such monsters that exist in all of Chaos. Taking one of those out isn't a walk in the park. It's a feat that should only be possible for someone ranked higher than a lieutenant general. So yeah, he's not buying a word of it. He immediately barks orders for his men to investigate, convinced there's been a huge mistake or that he's being fed bad intel. What he doesn't know is that in just 4 days, He's going to be looking at the complete and utter annihilation of his own North Branch of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Not just beaten, erased from existence. Back in Gorgon, it's a different kind of war zone. All the clan leaders are gathered together looking like they've gone 10 rounds with a troll. They're covered in bumps and bruises, looking completely exhausted, and standing before them is Jaewon giving them the lecture of a lifetime. Yoon-young, who normally laughs his way out of any situation, looks like he's about to cry. He mumbles something under his breath, and our protagonist instantly calls him on it. The Fortress Master then goes down the line, giving each of them a brutally honest performance review. Yoon-young is fast, but that's it. Kang Hwang hits hard, but moves like a turtle. Jagalmun overanalyzes and is always a step behind. Jagu Kriang is nimble and has sharp instincts, but her stamina is awful. Kimin, however, gets a pass. He's the star pupil with solid skills and no obvious weaknesses. But that's his ceiling. He's the king of just okay, with no real finishing move. To our protagonist, it's painfully obvious. These guys have been coasting in the tutorial zone for ages, living on inherited glory, not on their own strength. And Chang-oh, who's usually all jokes, absolutely loves this assessment. He practically becomes Shinmug's shadow, nodding along enthusiastically. But Jaewon's sharp gaze lands on him next, pointing out that Chang-oh is far too weak himself. For beings who've seen a millennium pass, that comment really hits home. Chang-oh's pride is definitely wounded, but he can't deny the truth in Jaewon's words. His mind drifts back 900 years to an era when the 10 clan leaders were absolute titans. We're talking 7th stage adapters at a bare minimum. No question. And the head of the Heavenly Dragon clan, a 9th stage monster, even back then. Yet surrounded by all those legends, the one who made them all look like rookies was the Mayor Muak. That man was playing a completely different game. But despite all that overwhelming power, the Abyss devoured them all the same. Because the Abyss is impartial in its cruelty. It exists only to shatter the strongest. Our hero is thoroughly unimpressed by the recent battle. He openly scoffs at the current generation, shaming them for getting so beaten up over a single enemy branch. If they look like this now, how could they possibly challenge the main headquarters in Monachor? Forget about the Abyss. They wouldn't even survive knocking on the front door. That's the last straw for the Fortress Master. His patience snaps completely. He declares that from this moment on, it's hellish training for everyone with no rest and no excuses. Just then, Jaegil steps forward, trying to bring a little logic to the table. He seems to think the Fortress Master might not grasp the realities of adaptation, so he breaks it down simply. Everyone here is an adapter, sure, but that's just the starting line. Reaching the first stage from nothing takes about 10 years. Getting from first to second stage. Try 20 years. To reach the third stage, you'd need 40. The difficulty just keeps climbing like an endless flight of stairs. For a normal human, reaching the 4th stage is an impossible dream. Most would die of old age long before they ever got close. All the while, Jaewon has a sly twinkle in his eye like he's cooking up a crazy plan, and the strategist begins to connect the dots. He suspects our hero is trying to force them all to awaken. But if that's the plan, he has some unfortunate news. Awakening doesn't work like that. It's not a skill you can grind for like some reward. It's a sudden violent event that comes without warning. For a second, our protagonist actually looks surprised, as if he hadn't considered that. But he still has one crucial piece of the puzzle. There's one common thread among everyone who awakens, and he knows it from personal experience. You have to abandon your world. And he doesn't mean that as a metaphor. That's Chang-oh's cue to step in, speaking with unexpected clarity. There are 3 stages to the awakened path, but only the first one matters right now. You must destroy the world you came from. The world of adaptation itself. Your entire life up to this point, that foundation has to crumble. The idea is so abstract that not everyone understands. So Jagu Kong makes it painfully clear. Let go of your rank, your systems, and every bit of nonsense you've been taught. Erase everything you thought you knew about getting stronger. For the first time, Yoon-young finds his words shockingly insightful. She even wonders aloud how a guy like him ever became a clan leader. He doesn't even take offense. He's already back in his chill mode. The man is what they call an overcharged adapter. His potential is practically limitless, and he's a natural at everything. When Yoon-young puts it like that, it makes him sound like a one-of-a-kind genius, especially since he can grow 100 times faster than a normal adapter. That's an insane advantage. Overcharged adapters are incredibly rare. Even the 12 lords belong to this elite group. But Kang Hwang just scoffs at the idea, claiming half of it is just clever branding. He points out that everyone in this room is an overcharged adapter. But then comes the bombshell. Kimin isn't. Of all the people here, he's the only one who's just normal. No special power source fueling him. It's mind-boggling considering his skills surpass the other clan leaders. The thing is, Keeman couldn't care less about titles like that. He's willing to sacrifice his talent, his world, and even his very identity if it means gaining more power. The one thing he refuses to let go of is his seething hatred for the 12 Lords. That obsession is his only fuel. Jagu-Kong tries to intervene, reminding the Southern Sea Clan leader of the stakes. He's talking about complete and utter self-destruction. Erased, wiped from existence. She mentions the Great Disappearance, a whole new chapter of history our hero knows nothing about. By now, Jae-won is getting used to these sudden lore bombs. He just raises an eyebrow, waiting to hear the next piece of the story. She explains that about 700 years ago, cracks started to form across the Almighty Land right when everyone was busy fighting cultivators. These cracks weren't just a natural disaster. They were more like a rogue faction with a single powerful message: reject this world. Awaken, and go to the Forgotten Land. The monarchs of the time united with one goal to eliminate them. The philosophy preached by those rogue adapters sounds alarmingly similar to what the Fortress Master is suggesting now. Jae-won is telling this crew to let go of everything and pursue true awakening. It's the exact same message. Back then, the cracks convinced thousands of adapters to join their cause, but the craziest part, no one has any idea what happened to them. It's like they were erased from reality itself. And just like that, they were gone. Jagu-Kong isn't just telling a history lesson. This story is personal. Some of those who vanished were her friends. A few of them eventually came back, claiming they had awakened to the first stage. But they were profoundly changed. Whatever they experienced out there broke something inside them, a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. They returned as broken shells of their former selves. Our protagonist isn't trying to be dramatic. He genuinely wants to know what became of these so-called awakened ones because he certainly hasn't seen many walking around. And that's when Jagu-Kong delivers the final chilling truth. Every single one of them who came back eventually took their own life. Straight up, they couldn't live with what they had become. Some suffered a total collapse of their sanity. Others descended into madness, while a few lost their memories completely. But whether it was amnesia, insanity, or some unbearable truth, it all led to the same terrifying end. A total collapse of their identity, an existential nightmare. Every last one of them in their final moments claimed they no longer knew who they were. Our hero gets it now. He draws a firm line in the sand. He's not part of some cracks movement or any death cult, but he won't sugarcoat the path ahead. It is as dangerous as it gets. And he agrees that Jagu-Kong's caution is justified. That's why he won't force this on anyone. He's not looking for blind followers, but for true volunteers willing to face the abyss head on. So that leaves just one last question on the table. What's the plan for the ones who decided not to volunteer? But come on, this is Jae-won we're talking about. He'd never just leave people in the dust. He's got a way to help them grow too. Gukryong might still think this is another one of his crazy schemes, but he knows Jae-won genuinely wants everyone to get stronger, to evolve past their limits. Hearing his whole evolution speech again makes her facepalm. The Fortress Master still acts like the minor details don't matter to him at all. He totally brushed off Jagalmune's warning that you can't just magically level up in a week, but it looks like our protagonist has a secret weapon. He leads the group to a mysterious building none of them have ever seen. Mitchell's waiting there, looking like a proud engineer, and gives Jae-won the all-clear. Yun-yong is the first one to realize what it is. The entire building is crafted from the horns of powerful beasts. We're talking master-level work. The Fortress Master isn't keeping any secrets. He wants every single one of them to know exactly what kind of trial they're signing up for. Just then, a notification window flashes in front of them all. A simple question pops up. Do you wish to become a tower walker in the Tower of Nightmares? Chung-ho stares at the screen, his jaw on the floor. He knows precisely what that tower is. Looks like the squad is about to get a very special welcome. Everyone starts to catch on. This is a total game changer. Chung-ho is blown away, wondering how a human managed something that only the Mari were capable of. It isn't long before the others start piecing together what this place really is. Kimon points out that there's nothing above the second floor. And that right there is the whole reason our boy brought them here. Jagalmoon finds the whole situation both ridiculous and a massive honor. He's already determined to conquer this place. Even Yun-yong looks uncharacteristically serious. They're all here to level up, not to sightsee. The Fortress Master cuts them off, saying if they want to admire the view, they can do it on their own time. Right now, it's go time. Here's the deal. The training takes place in a time-dilated space, where time flows 100 times slower than in the real world. That means 7 days outside is 700 days inside. That's almost 2 years of intense grinding. But there's a big risk involved, soul corruption. The more time is compressed, the more mental fatigue they'll experience. If they push too hard, the corruption level could spike past 80%. If that happens, they're automatically logged out. The group's loudmouth points out that this proves Jae-won cares about them. Gukryong just shoots him a skeptical look. Our protagonist's tired face says it all. Now it's time to divide the group. He already knows that not everyone is ready for the awakening process. So he splits them into 2 teams with separate training paths. After everyone chooses, it turns out Kimin is the only one with the guts to go through hell. The rest of them take the alternate adapter route. With that decided, it's time to rumble Yun-yong. Of course, immediately starts causing trouble using his speed to dodge all of Gukryong's attacks. She can't stand his smug grin. It's like he's looking down on her, showing off his fancy lightning god clan techniques. That's when Kang Hwang jumps in, unleashing a storm of fire and yelling that pure power always beats speed. In his book, smashing your opponents is way more satisfying than dancing around them. The savant clan leader just might be the most arrogant one in the bunch. He starts spewing his usual condescending lines, claiming they're all weak and haven't made any real progress. Meanwhile, Shinmug just watches in silence as 3 of the 4 clan leaders brawl like it's personal. But before things get too crazy, we flash back to a few moments earlier to see how this plan was formed. It was a given that Kimin would choose the awakening path. But Guyong is confused about how the others will get stronger since they're already max-level adapters. The clan leaders are leagues ahead of non-adapters, and improving from here is almost impossible. As she puts it, they would need a god-tier skill book, or some kind of divine intervention to improve even a little. Naturally, Yun-yong chimes in with a sketchy idea of his own. Just steal some skill books. Given his track record, it's hard to tell if he's joking, but nobody is all that surprised. Our hero, however, has a different idea. He's not looking for shortcuts. Gukryong studies his calm face, guessing he wants to play teacher. But that's not it either. He wants them to teach each other. It sounds a bit sappy, but Shinmug, of all people, thinks the idea is genius. It's the kind of simple, brilliant solution that makes you wonder why no one else thought of it. The problem is, these clan leaders are all too proud for their own good. They never would have thought of cooperating on their own. Even now, getting them to share skills is a long shot because they can't stop arguing about which one of them is the strongest. But even with all this drama, Shinmug has a gut feeling that these fools will somehow level up. At least he hopes so. His thoughts then turn to Kimin, training upstairs. If anyone is truly suffering right now, it's him. The scene cuts to the swordsman soaked in sweat, swinging his blade over and over again. He lost count long ago. It could have been 10,000 swings or 100,000 or even 1,000,000 by now. His arms are moving on pure muscle memory, fighting a war against his own limitations. The whole time, the fortress master is treating him like a complete beginner, reminding him to breathe between each slash and warning that he'll never be truly strong if he doesn't perfect the basics. Kimin keeps wondering if this is really what it takes to awaken. But Jae-won immediately shuts down that line of thought. There is no room for doubt. They discuss why Kimin is so frustrated. He simply feels stuck. The only sound is his blade slicing through the air. He's not jealous of the other adapters. He isn't even comparing himself to them. He just thinks he lacks the talent for this kind of transformation. But our hero completely disagrees. He draws a clear line between Kimin and the arrogant clan leaders with their massive egos. The swordsman isn't some cocky prodigy. He has heart and he has grit. And that's what really counts. Consistency, purpose, and willpower always triumph over raw talent. Awakening isn't for the gifted. It's for those who are willing to bleed for it. Just when Kimin is about to give in to his doubts, the fortress master gives him a vote of confidence. He makes it clear that he trusts him completely and asks for that same trust in return. And that spark is all he needs. Kimin isn't just swinging anymore, he's moving with purpose, hitting with some real power. If she didn't realize it before, she definitely does now. Chung-ho made his choice a long time ago. He's had enough of the cracks, those inhuman psychopaths. But that's not about to stop Seola from trying. She's determined to prove he has it all backwards, that the cracks are actually the ones fighting for humanity, the only ones left who actually care. But the mayor isn't buying a word of it. To him, the whole system is corrupt. He says the cracks just drag people down, using them as fuel for some twisted scheme, all while acting like heroes, as if anyone with a brain would fall for that. In his opinion, the cracks are irrelevant now. Their days as a major power are long gone. Now they're just clinging to the glory of their weird cult. Even the great lords once considered them a threat, but after the great disappearance, that reputation faded. Seola just scoffs at this, her laugh soft but sharp. Talk about a hypocrite. Oh, she hasn't forgotten. Chung-ho didn't just support the movement that led to the Great Disappearance. He helped lead it. Now, 700 years later, he wants everyone to just forget. Not a chance. That comment definitely lands a solid hit. Chung-ho tries to keep a straight face, but it's clear she's twisting the story to her advantage. He remembers things very differently, pointing out all the details she's conveniently leaving out, and yet he still can't bring himself to look her in the eye. Staring at the floor isn't exactly a power move. There's clearly a little bit of truth in what she's saying, and Saya isn't holding back either. He saw the whole thing go down. The Great Disappearance happened right in front of him, and he just stood by and watched. Whatever happened back then, Seola wouldn't be the person she is today if he hadn't played his part. The most disturbing thing is that real people in the cracks still follow his grotesque techniques like they're scripture. They're trying to awaken by literally tearing each other apart, swinging swords, stabbing, dying, and doing it all over again in some deranged ritual. Round after round, the brutal cycle continues. His past isn't just some old story. It's still causing chaos in the present. The survivors just keep swinging their swords, completely lost in the madness. As she pours a glass of wine, she sees flashes of these awful scenes, people killing their own comrades in a well filled with blood. The worst part, this brutality is the whole point. Only a handful survive after slaughtering their friends just so they can kill off their own emotions. They continue on completely numb, swinging a billion more times without feeling a thing. That numbness, that emptiness inside is a required part of the process. Awakening requires you to rip away everything that makes you human just to see what's left. The old man knows this better than anyone. He hasn't met her gaze in ages, avoiding a truth he buried a long time ago. Then Seola mentions how all of that only leads to the first stage of awakening dismantle. But the moment she says it, something inside him just snaps. He is absolutely furious. That's not the right method or even the right word for it. His sword is in his hand before he even realizes it. It's pure reflex. It's pretty ironic coming from someone who isn't even fully awakened. He pulls her into his white world, the same space we saw when he treated Mino a completely blank canvas. That's the funny part. The man who chased awakening like it was a religion is too afraid to create his own world. He's scared he'll lose what's left of his soul. She, on the other hand, isn't afraid at all. And whatever chaotic scene she's painted on her canvas is deeply unsettling. That's when he finally gets it. Times have really changed. Seola is now the second co-captain of the crack, but she's not here to show off her new title. She attacks throwing blood-stained sickle chains at him. Every drop tells a story. This is about way more than just rank. The way she moves the raw power behind every strike, she might have reached the third stage of awakening, then she unleashes her full power. The blood on her chains pulls him straight into her unique world, a complete nightmare landscape. He's frozen stiff, eyes wide, as if his very soul has been put on pause. The ground is covered with bodies from the cult's violent rituals. They're hacked apart like something from a butcher shop. And then it clicks. This is the aftermath of the Great Disappearance. This sea of blood, the awful smell of a massacre. This is her unique world. She puts everything on display. The dead don't pretend to be alive, and chaos is always chaos. Even if neither of them can say it out loud, the truth is obvious. There's no hope to be found in chaos. But she still makes her offer, wanting him to come back to the crack. But the old master is not going back. He can feel the shift she just caused. It's faint, but it's undeniably there. Change is coming, and he actually believes it. His expression gives it all away. This new fortress master, this unexpected glimmer of hope, is starting to convince even the most stubborn old veteran. It's amazing that neither the disaster 900 years ago nor the massacre 700 years ago managed to knock any sense into him. Seola's anger finally boils over. Her voice becomes bitter. She wants him to fail all over again. She hopes that bloody defeat sticks to him like a curse, praying he'll abandon his new allies, just like he once abandoned the crack. No matter what the crack is watching, they are far from finished with him. Meanwhile, back at the Nightmare Tower, Kimon is going through his own awakening. Stage 1, the question. He has to face a doppelganger made from his own doubts. Stage 2, understanding the world he just questioned. Stage 3, erasing it all, leaving things blank. He's meditating when Juan suddenly bursts in sword drawn, yelling at him for just sitting around. Our boy demands that he stop pretending and fight like his life depends on it. Kimon feels weak. He's sure that he can't win. Our protagonist, however, is on a completely different level. He's not here to be a cheerleader. He is so tired of excuses. The fight is fast and intense, almost existential, as if Juan isn't just attacking Kimon's body, but ripping into his very soul. Judging by the aftermath, he almost did. Kimmin starts to spiral, wondering if he's made any real progress. He's ready to give up. But our protagonist isn't done with him. He tells Kimmin to stop letting the world's expectations hold him back. Something inside Kimmin just clicks. He releases the weight of the world, shattering his own shackles. His awakening finally reaches stage 3. This time he's truly ready. His eyes begin to glow. Kimmin raises his sword surrounded by razors of water and berserk waves. Without hesitating, the two of them collide. Juwan's murky world pours into reality, crashing against Kimmin's water waves in a truly legendary display. After their brutal clash, rain begins to fall as if the sky itself is exhausted. Kimmin drops to one knee, using his sword just to stay upright. Juwan calmly walks over and congratulates him for reaching the 3rd stage. Kimmin, still in a daze, asks if he's really gotten stronger. Our hero just smiles and nods. The scene pulls back, revealing the incredible destruction they left behind. Kimmin's realization hits him hard. He's nowhere near Juwan's level. Not yet, anyway. Our boy's 3rd stage, awakening, is just on a whole other playing field. Back within the fortress, the expedition is on again, but this time everyone's going, except for Jaewon. And someone finally calls out the system, for the sham it is. Unstable, broken, and fueled by pure favoritism. That so-called 4-fortress treaty to avoid the abyss, it's about to be completely ignored. The only catch, it's a 3-fortress meeting now thanks to Lim Jin-hong taking over Manticore. For the time being, Gal Huidong is representing Garuda, while Dryad has sent Isel Raftoft. Shiver, meanwhile, is stuck holding down the fort at Gorgon. The adaptation team made up of all the clan leaders is also present. The Prime Minister is probably kicking himself for letting our protagonist go off to train. Because right after this emergency meeting was called, and Garuda's fortress master started making demands immediately. So predictable. Kang Huang and Yun Yong are already over it. After ignoring the problem for so long, these delegates now want to lead the Abyss expedition. Sun Serber, not a chance in hell. Shiver tries to get the conversation back on track, focusing on the original issue, the hidden clans. But the real problem is the absence of the awakened heroes. Sure, the Prime Minister could step in, but in a crisis like this, the fortress masters hold all the power. In Gal Huidong's mind, Jaewon is still just a 60-year-old kid. The Stage 8 adapter says it out loud, too. Putting our boy in charge of the Abyss expedition, he claims, is like handing a toddler the keys to a sports car. Oh, but Yun Yong is not letting that slide. The second Gal Huidong insults his master, Yun Yong erupts. Lightning crackles to life as his fists clench, flooding the room with killer intent. He warns the Golden Monarch to choose his next words very carefully. Honestly, his aura just leveled up from pure nerve. But in classic Yun Yong style, he didn't quite think this through. Did he really expect the other delegates to stay quiet while he threatened the master of Garuda? Of course not. This is way beyond politics now. This is about pride. The adapter team has had enough. And with Kang Huang stepping up beside him, it's obvious they're not backing down. Everyone in the room can feel the shift. They refuse to let Gal Huidong or any other big shot dictate who leads this mission. The decision has been made. Our protagonist will be the captain of this expedition. End of discussion. No votes, no arguments. Before anyone can even process what happened, Jaewon's ever-loyal guard dog, Infwart, is already on the training grounds squaring up with Garuda's top gun. It's a bit late to wonder what Yun Yong was planning. Guy for Gal Huidong seems happy to indulge him with a little sparring, clearly not the type to talk things out. The kid fires right back, suggesting the fortress master is afraid of him, a comment Gal Huidong finds pretty amusing. He generously offers Yun Yong the first move, but Jaewon's follower isn't one to wait. He's already a blur, moving too fast for the eye to track. Only the crackling lightning gives away his position, a clear sign of his power. The fortress master tries to compliment Yun Yong's speed, but he can't even finish the thought before the kid launches into the air, wow, with a full-blown lightning strike. The old veteran definitely did not see that coming. A Stage 7 adapter pulling a move like this. He's clearly not the same lightning-slinging brat from before. Still, a fortress master isn't a pushover. Reality quickly crashes in. There's a limit to what a Stage 7 can do against a Stage 8. No matter how awesome the attack looks, he takes the hit and brushes it off without a single scratch. He then counters with the Golden Meteor Chakrams, Sakar, unleashing a swarm of disc shields at Jaewon's sidekick. Kang Huang and the others are freaking out watching their friend get pummeled. Meanwhile, the fortress master is already gloating, probably imagining himself as the expedition's new captain. But the joke is definitely on him. Yun-yong isn't down for the count, not even close. He's already back on his feet, lightning arching around him, letting everyone know that round 2 is about to begin. The lightning kid points at his opponent, promising to show him something unforgettable. As the meteor discs power up, he shocks everyone by using a fire technique, one that looks way too similar to Kang Huang's to be a coincidence. The Fortress Master isn't handing out any praise, especially after Yun-yong follows up with Jagomun's notorious 8 invisible traps technique. He freezes, realizing what this means. Some of those so-called proud clan leaders must have made a deal. Who would trade away their own legacy just to learn another's technique? It's pathetic. But even the Fortress Master knows pride doesn't keep the lights on. Suddenly, Yun-yong closes the distance knives out and lands a vicious blow. A dagger wound appears right on the Fortress Master's chest. Now that's enough to get him angry. Maybe the lightning brat pushed a little too hard because his opponent is done playing games. As the meteor chakram gathers power and his aura explodes, Jaewon's follower realizes he might have made a huge mistake. Total chaos erupts. Delegate security guards, even the Fortress Master's own men in Shinskeshin are scrambling for the doors, trying to escape, before the spinning discs shred the training grounds into a sandstorm of rock. The destruction is instant, but Issa Lankra and Shinmug stay, watching intently. The Garuda Master calls out to the lightning brat, taunting him to survive the storm, but when he catches a bolt of lightning, he realizes he spoke too soon. At the heart of the raging tornado, Yun-yong cuts right through the storm, closing the gap in an instant. He even gives his opponent a sarcastic little pat-on-the-head gesture. Hase Shinhadi, the Storm Slasher, counters the Meteor Chakram with the Cloud Dragon's Heavenly Sword attack, and in a flash he has his blade pointed directly at the Fortress Master's forehead. Shinmug steps in at once, signaling that this has gone far enough. The Mediator tries to de-escalate, reminding the Fortress Master that the fight is over. There's no need to summon the Guardian Horn Beast Garuda, a weapon made to fight dead gods. The Garuda boss thankfully pulls back just in time. With the crisis averted, the Fortress Master concedes defeat, acknowledging Yun-yong's incredible courage. Seeing that the chaos is over, Shinmug announces that since Garuda's master has lost Kezakra Sinigar, he will take on the next challenger for the captain spot, extending an invitation to Issa if she's interested. She just keeps her usual intense expression. Then out of nowhere, Jagukong sprints to the other side of the field. Shinmug has no idea what she's doing until she declares she's switching teams. Obviously convinced the tides have turned. A man's voice suddenly echoes from the entrance, challenging Shinmug directly. It's the 9th stage adapter, the Jade Mask Golden Monarch Bang Shawnil. Our main character knows him all too well from Chaos, as Mr. Fruit Stealer, one of the key monarchs who snatched the fruits all those centuries ago. Jurgen Shiver, and especially Shinmug, want to know one thing. After everything he's done, why has he shown up at Gorgon now? Sensing the rising tension, Bang Shaonil declared they should let the past be the past. He insisted this was about the now, and invited Muguk to help set things right, adding that the Steel Monarch missed him. Shinmug wasn't sure what was more pathetic, Hiyu siding with Bang Shaonil or Shaonil bending the knee to the Steel Monarch. The man pointed out Lord Hugh's forgiving nature, while Shin was still trapped in history. From the Jade Monarch's perspective, martial artists should at least have each other's backs. Muguk replied with a furious sword strike, the sting of 9 centuries of betrayal powering his arm. But the Jade Monarch parried the attack with a simple hand jab, knocking him back. What Shin couldn't wrap his head around was how these traitors won over the Priestess clan leader, the Fortress of Garuda, and the Dryad. Shao O'Neill just shrugged it off, calling it a simple tribute for some helpful advice. Nothing more than a show of goodwill. He blocked another powerful swing with just his palm, sneering that the Gorgon Fortress Master and his followers were the real problem chasing a watered-down dream. Truly tragic. For the first time in ages, Muguk completely lost his cool. He'd always been the calm, collected one, but now he was seeing red. Issa Landcraftoft watched on, thinking his anger was more than deserved. But then her mind flashed back to a conversation with Hiyu's warrior, who had appeared from the shadows to speak with the Dryad Fortress Master. Issa looked conflicted, torn between her doubts and her sense of what was right. But Hiyu's warrior had reminded her that the Forbidden Heaven wasn't the real enemy. The true danger was the new Gorgon Fortress Master. And this wasn't just a hunch. If the Steel Monarch himself saw Jae-won as a threat, then the warning had to be taken seriously. Our boy has been trying to unify chaos for his own mysterious reasons. And as always, with every new danger came that small, illogical spark of hope for something greater. The moment our main character tried to bring chaos together, a sea of bloodshed was bound to follow. There was no avoiding it. Hiyu's warrior told Issa she already knew this deep down, and pretending otherwise was pointless. She had 960 years of wisdom to judge his words. He even brought up an incident from 90 years ago as proof, trying to soothe her worries. She seemed to agree, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Whatever they were plotting in that memory, it was all for the fortress summit just 1 week away. Back in the present, Muguk was clearly losing his fight against Sha O'Neill. The Jade Monarch, deflecting every blow with an open palm, bluntly told the old warrior to just give up. Muguk spun around to unleash his heavenly sword attack, but Sha O'Neill just looked amused. The Monarch stopped the blade with his bare fist. The power gap between a level 8 and a level 9 adapter was just too massive. Sha O'Neill leaned in close, whispering that Shin should go learn some proper adapter skills and upgrade his stage before trying to fight him again. In an instant, Sha O'Neill slammed his palm into Muguk's chest, sending the veteran warrior flying. The blow looked simple, but it was enough to knock Shin out cold. Jiao Kong could only stare, completely shocked by the overwhelming power of the monarchs. What was even scarier was that this Jade Mask Golden Monarch, the ruler of the 12th region, wasn't even the top dog. Above him was the Grand Monarch, then the Lieutenant General and the Major General. Sha O'Neill was only a Brigadier General holding the 3rd rank. Guyang felt a pit in his stomach. They had been planning an abyss expedition like dwarves trying to fight giants they couldn't even see. The forces of chaos never stood a chance. Sha O'Neill began to lecture them, saying these newcomers from chaos desperately needed a wake-up call. They might be big shots and earn ranks in their own little world, but compared to the monarchs, they were less than nothing. As he spoke, an attack suddenly whizzed past his face. Muguk, beaten and bruised, but not broken, was back up. Sha O'Neill was genuinely surprised. All the old man managed to do, though, was slice off a lock of the monarch's hair. The Jade Monarch warned him not to push it. If he kept this up, he would definitely die. But Shin wouldn't yield, spitting that the monarchs only won last time because they stole the resurrection fruits. Chaos lost so many comrades, and no one who survived that day has ever forgotten. Watching his old friend's stubbornness, Sha O'Neill figured that maybe Shin was truly ready to die. With a roar of pure fury, Muguk charged his sword, glowing with a completely different kind of energy. For the first time, Sha O'Neill's expression changed as Muguk entered his heavenly destroyer form. Even so, the monarch neutralized the attack with one hand activating his bottomless pit technique. A thought crossed their minds. Maybe they truly weren't meant to reach for the heavens. Sha O'Neill grabbed Shin's face, reminding him that they changed nothing 900 years ago, and they certainly wouldn't change anything now. Jagalmune's horrified look said it all. Shin was in deep trouble. Sha O'Neill told him to blame his new master Jae-won for what was coming next. But just then a figure stepped out of the shadows, apologizing for being late. It was none other than Keeman, the ever-drenched Awakened One. He stepped forward and declared, "The fortress master's running late. I suppose you'll have to fight me instead." Water dripped from his clothes as the newcomer Keeman drew his blade. Hearing Jae-won was delayed, Prime Minister Jurgen Shaver felt a wave of despair, doubting they'd even get off the ground. But Keeman gave Shaver a reassuring look, as if to say, "I've got this." Still, everyone was skeptical. After all, even the legendary Shinmug couldn't land a single solid hit on Bang Sha O'Neill. But Keeman didn't flinch. He just stood there radiating pure confidence. At the same time, Keeman ordered the other clan leaders to get everyone else out of there. He wanted them as far away as possible. Jagalmoon suggested they should all fight Bang Sha O'Neill together, but Keeman clearly had a plan. He strode forward, ready to take on the Jade-faced monarch all by himself. Keeman knew exactly who the Jade-masked Golden Monarch was. What Bang Sha O'Neill didn't realize, however, was who he was now facing. Then recognition dawned on him. This was that same weak kid from long ago, the one who wasn't even strong enough to join the expedition. Keeman just nodded. Bang Sha O'Neill sneered, hoping the kid got stronger because he was tired of wasting his breath on weaklings. Keeman smiled. He would be delighted to give him the lesson he was looking for. Keeman raised his sword toward Bang Sha O'Neill, and the monarch's eyes widened. He tried the same grab-and-shove move he'd used on Shinmug, but Keeman saw it coming a mile away, as if time itself had slowed down. Even a monarch couldn't hide his surprise. A moment later, Bang Sha O'Neill's hand jolted as if struck by lightning. But the Jade Monarch wasn't angry. He was intrigued. Chohyu, he watched closely, wondering what kind of strange power that was. It might not be Jaewon's signature move, but it packs the punch of any standard thrust. Keeman is making it clear he's done playing games. From now on, every attack is at 100%. Bang Sha O'Neal better not underestimate him unless the monarch has a death wish. And just like that, Bang Sha O'Neal's temper flares. The audacity of this kid thinking he can challenge a brigadier monarch. He summons a shadowy, monstrous claw, but Keeman doesn't even bat an eye. He shatters the incoming attack as if it were made of paper. Looks like Keeman just crossed a line. In an instant, sinister dark claws lunge at him from all sides, but he remains perfectly calm. Just then, a memory flashes through his mind. Our boy Jaewon, congratulating Keeman on reaching the third stage of his awakening. Even back then, Keeman was full of self-doubt, that same humble guy, wondering if he truly deserved it. But our protagonist set him straight. Keeman's training has lasted way longer than just 2 years. 10 billion thrusts. You don't pull that off in 700 days. On the tower's second floor, time gets seriously warped. It's a completely different and crazier beast than the first floor's time dilation. Back in the present, Keeman starts to glow, ready to completely dismantle Bang Sha O'Neal. With a single fluid motion, he carves through the claws. The monarch finally gets it. He's fighting an awakened warrior. He'd heard the rumors about Jaewon, but he never dreamed Gorgon had another monster in its ranks. Looking absolutely epic, Keeman summons a swirling vortex of water. Bang Sha O'Neal just scoffs as if the move is beneath him. But as colossal waves form, Keeman shoots forward with an incredible thrust, cutting through the water like a human torpedo. A flicker of panic crosses Bang Sha O'Neal's face as the tides overwhelm him, washing his arrogance clean away. Water floods the entire area, and Keeman stands victorious, sword in hand. Bang Sha O'Neal is forced to a knee, all his royal pride gone. Keeman moves in for the final blow, but Jaegu Kyong, the priestess clan leader, suddenly appears and blocks his path. He's totally baffled. Is she switching allegiances now? She orders him to back off, saying, 2 years of training is nothing against a monarch. The old Keeman might have faltered at those words, letting doubt creep back in, but this new Keeman, not a chance. Because it hasn't just been 2 years for him. He's been grinding for 200 years, forged in the fires of that tower over and over, until he became something else entirely. Keeman unleashes a devastating spiral attack aimed right at the Jade Monarch. The force is unbelievable, obliterating everything in its path. Jurgen Shiver and the others can only stare in shock, realizing what kind of monsters they've raised. Shinmug finally understands. Keeman actually defeated the monarch. Then it all clicks into place for everyone else. Our hero didn't send Keeman just because of a scheduling issue. Jaewon knew they were relying on him too much. It was time for them to learn to fight on their own. And Keeman just showed them how powerful they've truly become. That fight was an absolute masterpiece. The news spreads like wildfire. Keeman, the leader of the southern sect, didn't just fight the Jade Monarch. He annihilated him. It's the kind of headline that sends shockwaves through the entire continent. Issa is reading the news when Keeman walks in, and she still has that conflicted look in her eyes. She doesn't hesitate to voice her concerns, though. She's truly worried he's seriously thinking about joining Jaewon's fight against the Regeneration Palace. Defeating the Jade Mask Golden Monarch was a huge win for sure, but he was still just a brigadier general. That's practically the tutorial level compared to the real bosses. The Supreme Monarchs are in a league of their own. From this point on, every battle will be against foes that make the last guy look like a total pushover. But our boy's resolve is unshakable. He's done being a prisoner of his past, trapped by regret. 9 centuries ago in the abyss, he hesitated, but this time he's moving forward no matter what. Watching him, Issa is honestly impressed. This is not the same man who used to be paralyzed by his own insecurities. The Keeman before her has completely rewritten his own story. The endless hesitation that once defined him has vanished. Now he's the one taking the lead with clear, determined eyes, inspiring others to follow him. She gazes out the window at the city surrounding the Tower of Nightmares, a place humming with ambition. People call it the Artisan's Tower now, but to her it's a familiar story. Using towers for cultivation isn't new, but there's something different about Keeman. This tower isn't like the others. It doesn't create products or churn out cultivators, and in that moment she finally figures it out. The Artisan Tower must be the reason he changed so drastically. He must have climbed it, pushing himself far beyond any normal limit. Now he's determined to prove to everyone that its power is the real deal. No one here is faking it anymore. The people are tired of running. Everyone in Chaos wants to fight for their own lives, not just accept their fate. She can't help but be moved by the sight. It's not just power-crazed warriors like Yunyang and Kong Huang in the streets anymore. It's regular, ordinary citizens, and in its own way, it's a beautiful thing. After 900 years of living a lie, they are finally building something genuine. Something they've earned, not something they were given. Meanwhile, Jae-won and Chong-ho are having a peaceful chat by a quiet lake. Jae-won casually mentions that the three-fortress summit must be over. Chong-ho agrees, and the conversation turns to Kim-in. Jae-won playfully suggests that Kim-in might be even stronger than Chong-ho now, which clearly annoys him. He might be a bit salty, but he knows it's true. This kid is centuries younger and could probably take him in a one-on-one fight. Then Jae-won's tone becomes serious. Why is he starting over from zero? Chong-ho's first awakening was a horrific, violent, and traumatic event. He never reached the third stage because he gave up before he could. He wants a fresh start, a true awakening, not one born from a nightmare. Chong-ho gets lost in memories of his past, of nights spent crawling through mud, with only one cursed word on his mind: dismantle. There was no choice, no freedom, just a grotesque fight for survival in a world of gore. First came dismantle, then assemble, and finally self-surrender. The cycle was so rigid and cruel, it felt like it was etched into his very bones. We see flashes of him covered in blood, repeating the same twisted ritual over and over. He knows it wasn't some profound awakening. It was just a glorified meat grinder, always muttering dismantle. There were no questions, only instinct. The assemble stage never caused him any pain. There was no room to feel anything, but Jae-won, that guy's entire existence is built on asking questions. Our protagonist's whole journey is about finding the why. Why life? Why this world? Why anything? These endless questions are tearing him apart inside. We even see a flash of the haunting moon eye. Our hero trapped in a world of barbed wire, surrounded by pain and doubt. Even his own unique world offered no comfort. The pain was all too real. Then, completely out of nowhere, Chung-ho asks Jae-won's age. Shedegt. It sounds like a random question, but he'd heard from Mitchell. Sheders. Chibi Wafakihyu, that the third floor of his training space was finally complete. Mitchell said the time flow on that floor was on another level, far crazier than the second. Jae-won had only been inside for 2 days in the real world. So how long did he really train? The answer: 1,000 years. He must have swung his blade more times than he's taken breaths out here. Chung-ho was completely stunned, but he wasn't about to start praising Jae-won. In his eyes, our main character was still the same punk with a big title. But deep down, he was shaken. This man endured 1,000 years of hell, and he still looks like he's just getting started. Just who is this guy? Before Chung-ho could process it, Jae-won stood up. He announced it was time to go to the Resurrection Palace, the one place that might finally give him a real fight. Chung-ho advised him to wait until Gorgon had more awakened warriors like Kim-in. But our protagonist had already calculated the odds. And so, he knew the monarchs wouldn't just sit back and wait. If they hesitated, the enemy would strike first. His plan was simple. They would make their move when the enemy least expected it. He wasn't there to destroy everything, just to secure the key items within the Resurrection Palace. Chung-ho understood. Their main target was Mimir's treasure, an artifact that straddles the line between life and death. Their second objective was the narrow gate, a living path into chaos itself. Destroy that, and the monarchs lose their exclusive power. Without another word, Jae-won and Chung-ho headed for Manticore, the starting point on the path to the Resurrection Palace. Chung-ho knew this was suicide. They were walking right into a trap laid specifically for Jae-won, but that was never going to stop him. He strode to the gate and threw it open without a shred of fear. His motto was simple. If chaos itself stood in his way, he would do what he'd always done. He would burn right through it. With that, Jae-won charged into Manticore Fortress. No strategy, no stealth, just pure, overwhelming force. Chung-ho muttered they could have slipped in quietly through a side street, but our hero wanted to make a statement. They had to save their strength for what was to come, because Manticore was just the appetizer. He unleashed his aura and drew his blade, Dokbul. A storm of steel erupted as he thrust, swung, and slashed through the enemy lines. Meanwhile, Lim Jin-hong watched the carnage on his monitor. Every wild rumor about Jae-won, it was all true. The reports from the northern base, the path of waves, it all finally made sense. He just wished he'd gotten this information a little sooner. Oh, the irony. His mission was to hunt down a product for the pitch darkness lord, and now that very product was kicking down his front door. Suddenly, a woman's voice chimed in. She sounded absolutely delighted watching the battlefield get cleared. She said she finally understood why the Pitch Darkness Lord wanted him. This wasn't just some standard retrieval mission. Siren practically danced with joy as Dokbul flashed on the screen, a wide grin on her face. Lim Jin Hong, completely unimpressed, told her to mind her tongue. She plopped down on the throne next to him like it was her living room sofa. He was a stickler for Myriad's strict rules and etiquette. She, on the other hand, couldn't care less. She was just here for the show. And what a show it was. Our hero was deleting enemies one by one with a single strike. Her running commentary was getting on Lim Jin Hong's nerves. But she wasn't just there to annoy him. She had brought some very important news. The Jade Mask. Golden Monarch. Bang Xiaoniel had appeared in chaos. He already knew Bang had been meddling with the Garuda and Dryad fortresses, trying to win over their masters and destroying the undead they'd deployed. We see quick flashes of the carnage he left behind, the twisted husks of those monstrous creations. What really annoyed Lim Jin Hong was how the monarchs treated their treaty. The pact to stay out of chaos was a complete joke to them. Cheduis, first the Pitch Darkness Monarch, and now the Steel Monarch. Just another proxy war, another game for the powerful. But Siren wasn't there to gossip. She dropped the real bombshell. Bang, Xiaoniel was dead. Lim Jin Hong was speechless. He was even more shocked to hear it wasn't another monarch or some grand army. A single clan leader had done it. Chesin, in his mind, not even all the clan leaders combined could have achieved such a feat. But Jaewon didn't gather a bunch of weaklings. As he had built a true force to be reckoned with. The leader of the Southern Sea Clan was proof enough. This wasn't about clever strategy. These people were diving headfirst into pure madness and killing the Steel Monarch. Bang Xiaoniel, that arrogant fool. Was it brave? No. It was a death wish. An act like that doesn't just go unnoticed. In the almighty land, the monarchs watch each other like hawks. In a one death, and the entire balance of power crumbles. Keeman had just kicked the hornet's nest. Before Lim Jin Hong's mind could wander, Siren snapped him back to reality. Jaewon was on his way. What was their move? He didn't even flinch. A smug look crossed his face. The plan was simple. They would send in the demon warriors, Siren's very own handcrafted nightmares. If Jaewon wanted a grand entrance, they'd give him a welcome he'd never forget. As Jaewon and Chung-ho walk, Jaewon can't help but poke some fun. Then bandaged figures begin to emerge. Just like the undead from that fortress master ceremony, they crawl from the darkness. The nightmare was only just beginning. In moments, the team was completely surrounded. Sabri, a sinister energy filled the air. Whatever these things used to be. Wanigi, they were now little more than walking corpses. A voice cut through the tension, sounding thrilled like he'd just met a celebrity. He called Jaewon the Pathfinder. It seems his reputation precedes him. A bandaged figure stepped forward. His mouth was torn from ear to ear. Stay-dishonit. With a raspy voice, he addressed Chung-ho by his old title, the Divine Healer. Yaedojoch. Chung-ho froze. How could this monster possibly know that name? And then the horrifying realization hit him. This was Heinz, a former guard from the southern Gorgon fortress. He was the one who tended to the wounded and collected demon horns, a loyal soldier for 100 years. The young man now stood before him, twisted into something unrecognizable. But Chung-ho still remembered the grateful, honorable guard he once was. He stammered, begging Heinz to come back to Gorgon to leave all this behind. But Heinz didn't move an inch. Then he finally snapped, not with anger, but with a flood of painful memories. A century ago, the Crimson Masaha clan blitzed the southern checkpoint. The peace was shattered in a single moment. It was a total bloodbath. 50 guards, Inspector included, were wiped out. Heinz was the lone survivor, battered and broken. And Chung-ho, he conveniently missed the entire massacre. By the time he showed up, Heinz was past screaming. He pleaded for the power to change his fate to ensure such tragedy would never happen again. But Chung-ho just gave him a speech about the harsh realities of the world. Sometimes injustice just wins. He offered his sympathies and nothing else. So he buried his sorrow in relentless training, turning pain into persistence. He bled, he broke, and he rebuilt himself from scratch. His ideals of justice died a long time ago. He tears away his mask. Underneath is a skeletal horror, a hollow socket where his other eye should be. Chung-ho freezes in shock. The kind second-stage adept he once knew was gone. Standing before him now was the vice clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. The reunion was over. It was time to fight. Heinz grabs his sinister sword, mentioning offhandedly that he's heard the Gorgon Fortress Master is a one-trick pony who only uses thrusts. He sounds almost excited. In seconds, he activates Balkan's 8 fangs, his blade's aura manifesting as a fanged beast. He follows it up with his ultimate move, Karate Sever, lunging forward with all his might. But Jaewon slices through the chaotic, swirling aura as if it were made of paper. Boom! That monstrous energy is shattered with a single perfect thrust. Heinz is absolutely stunned, unable to even comprehend what he just saw. One of his panicked followers suggests they all attack our protagonist at once. It's a desperate move, but it's better than getting wiped out one by one. Heinz gives the signal, and they immediately try to surround him. Little do they know, this is our guy's specialty. His eyes begin to glow as if possessed. Meanwhile, Lim Jin-hong is losing his mind back at court, watching his dead demon warriors get taken out like low-level mobs. It's terrifying. He realizes the only way to possibly stop Jaewon is if he, a warrior almost as strong as the monarchs, joins the battle himself. Because, sure, our protagonist is an absolute powerhouse, but if they overwhelm him with enough force, even he could be defeated. But there's a huge catch. Jaewon is still the chosen champion of the pitch-black monarch. Attacking him recklessly is like starting a fight with destiny itself. If they screw this up, it won't just be a lost battle. It could destroy everything they've built. Lim Jin-hong screams for Siren, acting like she owes him a favor, but she is so not having it. This guy's always asking for more. She's the one who figured out the Spirit Stone, who gave him the Black Cloud power-up, and who built his undead demon army from the ground up. And now he has the nerve to demand more. She doesn't even waste her breath replying. She just grabs his face fingers, clamping down on his cheeks, ready to make a new deal on her own terms. Back on the battlefield, Jaewon moves like a blur, thrusting through the demon army with clean surgical strikes that are almost too fast for the eye to follow. Heinz's hatred boils over. He can't accept that this 60-year-old kid has achieved more in a short time than he has in 2 entire centuries. The man transforms into a walking horror show. Whatever monstrous form he had before looks tame in comparison. The real transformation erupts. Tentacles burst from his mouth, his eyes blaze with hellfire. It's obvious his earlier speech about metamorphosis was complete nonsense. He's still lost in 100 years of pure rage. He manifests a truly evil spear, and without warning, charges at the preoccupied fortress master. Our boy easily dodges the savage spear attack that cracks the very ground, causing even Heinz's own men to flinch. Heinz tries to launch into another speech about hard work, but Jaewon immediately cuts him off. No more talk, just one clean thrust. His subordinates can only watch as their vice clan leader's body is destroyed, half of it vaporized in a single strike. And in Jaewon's mind, he's just thinking about how all these enemies of chaos are the same kind of simpleton. The others are completely stunned. Their 9th stage vice clan leader was obliterated just like that. Our protagonist is out of patience. He has had enough of these self-righteous speeches. Bam, another flawless stab slices through the darkness, lighting up the entire battlefield. For the vice clan leader, it's time to visit the Moon world. He's about to get a major reality check. These fools who think their pain makes them righteous are about to get a brutal dose of perspective. A massive eye appears in the sky, unveiling the true meaning of hell to Heinz. Even he, who never bowed to anyone, cannot ignore the immense suffering that the awakened Jaewon endures. This is the unique world of an awakener, as seen by those who refuse to submit. The giant watching eye is no exaggeration. Is this what our hero has to face every single day? Heinz wonders if staying righteous would have led him down this same agonizing path. But his final realization is different. He sees Jaewon as a monster of the highest caliber. As the rest of Heinz's body collapses, reality snaps back into place. All the demon army soldiers look on in absolute terror. With that final thrust, he had sliced the history of the Manticore in half. Chung-ho thinks this technique shouldn't be called a strong thrust anymore. It deserves to be called the world thrust. Regardless, our hero has no interest in finishing off these guys. His eyes are now locked on the Resurrection Palace. Chung-ho, ever the wise observer, notes that everything Jaewon touched was split cleanly, each piece stained by his unique world. How did he do it? Our boy just brushes it off, calling it another thrust. Chung-ho suspects he might be getting close to surpassing the self-surrender stage of awakening. Suddenly, they both feel the spiritual pressure of a lieutenant general rank monarch nearby. Before the conversation can continue, the space-time around our heroes begins to warp. The experienced master should know what's happening, but he's a bit slow on the uptake. He realizes it's a transcendent rank, space teleportation trap. Then a cute girl appears. It's Siren. She seems impressed that what's left of the undead demon army is actually afraid of Jaewon. He just wants to know who this character is. Siren, looking half offended and half amused, asks if he lives under a rock. Does he not watch this week's Top 10 or the Tower of Towers specials? How can he possibly not know who Siren is? It turns out she's a mayor. Chung-ho, blushing, mutters that every man in chaos knows who this woman is. Even though she looks young, she calls him an old child with good eyes. She scolds them for not calling a mayor by their proper race name, saying it's the standard. She playfully teases him with his hat before introducing herself as Siren Armold. Jaewon realizes she's the Dream Demon Mayor who is leading the Forbidden Heaven clan uprising. The Fortress Master could ask 1,000 questions, but he has bigger priorities and tries to excuse himself. Siren, however, has orders. She's here to stop him and bring his advance to a grinding halt. Jaewon grips his sword, his resolve firm, but Siren isn't ready for this to become a bloodbath. A flicker of panic crosses her face as she tries to outmaneuver him, offering him a chance to become her product instead. It's a low blow going back on her words so quickly, but she clearly doesn't care about a lost cause. The man who had begged him to stop it all, Lim Jin-hong, was already gone, swallowed by the aftermath of that manticore-splitting attack. Jin-hong's body now sits slumped over his shattered throne, the entire court having crumbled around him. Siren tells Juan that if he sides with her, she'll forget all about her promise, but her words are cut short as his blade nearly ends her. She dodges just in the nick of time. But our hero isn't just charging in blind. He might not always seem like he's listening, but his battle instincts are razor sharp, and right now he feels it. Her spiritual pressure is running wild, way more intense than when she was concealing it. This woman is no mere side boss. He's starting to suspect she's at least Major General tier. Her whole game plan is to talk him down, warning him that if the Pitch Darkness Monarchs are on the move, he's in for a world of hurt. If he just agrees to be her special product, she'll pull some strings, tuck him away, and keep him out of harm's way. But our guy doesn't even give her offer a second thought. She gets the hint and snaps her fingers. In an instant, enormous serpents materialize, summoned through classic mare authority magic. As they surge forward, Siren reminds him her offer is still on the table. But before she can even enjoy her power move, her summons are completely vaporized. Chung-ho shouts that they can't keep this up. They need a new plan, starting with the mayor. Wasting no time, our protagonist slams his sword into the floor, kicking up a massive sandstorm and disappearing into the chaos. Siren has to give him props, calling his move clever but fleeting, except he isn't trying to buy time. He's here to end this. While she observes from her magical floating screen, he's already closing in on her location. She mutters that he's quicker on the uptake than she expected, but before she can get too smug, reality hits her. He's already broken through the fog. Whatever little trick she had up her sleeve, he's completely turned the tables. In a flash, he has her by the throat, asking if she really wants to see this through because he can finish it right here. Instead of ending her, though, he weighs his options. She could be a ticket to the abyss, or maybe she knows something about Mulak, the first mayor sitting at the top of that illusion tree. He offers to escort her back to Gorgon, but she just laughs. Within seconds, she slips from his grip and drops to the ground, shaking her head like someone who fumbled a sure victory at the last second. The swordsman is left hanging midair, wondering how she managed to get so far away so fast. A little secret, she didn't. Suddenly her hand materializes behind him. With the playful malice of a ghost, she pulls him into a back hug, dragging him straight into the 8 gates of hell. And from his reaction, this isn't his first rodeo with Hell's Gates. The last one he saw was just a cheap imitation. This one is the real deal. No tricks, no illusions. The entire 8 gates of hell is official mayor territory. It's most likely one of Mulak's personal creations. And now we get to watch our boy blitz through each gate like it's just another daily quest. 4th gate black chain, hell cleared. 6th gate frost, hell done. He's slicing through them like a speedrunner going for a world record. Siren can only watch, completely stunned. She knew he was good, but not some kind of hell-conquering beast. She finally stammers out, asking if he's even human. Juan, cool as a cucumber, just tells her to play all her cards so they can wrap this up. But this twisted ride is far from over. The next gate creaks open, revealing a field of grasping arms, a massacre constructed from his own memories, visions soaked in blood, heavy with guilt and old trauma. Siren warns him that no one has ever survived the 7th gate. Even with all his power, our protagonist is now facing the greatest trial of his existence. Then from the chaos, a vision of his younger self appears, staring him down and demanding to know who he has become. In that single moment, he's plunged into a psychological nightmare, one far more lethal than any physical enemy he has ever faced. Our hero finds himself in the center of a mental circus, staring down an entire army of himself, each one a snapshot from his shattered timeline. There's the younger him, full of raw potential and innocence. The hardened soldier, cold and scarred. Another version, fresh from the tower, the bloodlust still lingering in his eyes. And they're all speaking to him, not as glitches, but as real entities. These are fully conscious copies of himself. He immediately understands the purpose of this place behind the seventh gate, to shatter a person's soul before their body gives out. So without a moment's hesitation, he draws his sword. It's go time, but it's not their faces that are the hardest part. It's that these versions think exactly like he does. They mirror his movements. They analyze him with his own ruthless efficiency. This is more than a boss fight. It's a battle of attrition against himself. Outdated or not, every single one of them still possesses his deadly combat skills. Even so, his instincts kick in. He has to land the first blow, no holding back. Most of them lack the refined technique he's recently mastered. They lunge and swing with raw power, but they're missing that crucial finesse. He begins to cut them down one by one, avoiding their gaze. Then a thick, familiar smoke begins to fill the air. He turns, expecting another clone, only to see himself from his tower days again, haunted and silent. But this one doesn't move to attack. It just pleads with him, begging him to stop. The smoke grows thicker around them. This doesn't feel like a simple illusion. The stench of old wounds of memories that should have stayed buried feels suffocatingly real. He swings his sword anyway, cutting the figure down, but as it falls, he knows exactly where that smoke is from. It's one of those formative memories, the kind that still chokes him. Nearly his entire life is steeped in violence, but this one memory marked a true turning point. In it, a man walks into a blood-spattered room, tears carving paths down his scarred face as he looks at the man who was then Corporal Juan. He apologizes, his voice cracking with despair, then places his rifle under his own chin and pulls the trigger. His last words were, "If our protagonist were in his shoes, he would understand." The younger Juan screams, not yet hardened to such horror. That man had been his mentor and successor, pushed to the brink by relentless harassment until he finally snapped, killing every superior who tormented him. Juan was the only one he didn't harm. For that, the man received only 15 days in detention. His final testimony was that Juan had never been part of the abuse. That was likely the moment our hero truly began to despise the system. Long before a world of skills and status screens, he was already trapped in a broken society, one that hid and consumed its own. At least the world of chaos was honest about its corruption. He can feel himself reaching his breaking point. Every swing of his sword, every version of himself he strikes down is like stepping on another psychological landmine. It doesn't matter who he's facing. A hardened veteran, a scared teenager, or even a child, they all force him to confront the same question, who are you? And with every answer, he can't bring himself to say something inside of him begins to crack. Siren just watches the whole ordeal like it's the best show she's seen in ages, probably wishing she had some popcorn. She remembers how Awakeners always whine about this part, the self-surrender stage being an absolute nightmare. I mean, letting go of your entire identity to become someone new is never a walk in the park. For Awakeners, it's a special kind of awful. They're painfully aware of everything, carrying the scars of too many lives and memories. It's designed to crush your soul. Chung-ho desperately tries to snap him out of it, shouting and shaking him. But our main character isn't responding at all. Even Mary's infamous dream demons have self-destructed in this place, unable to handle the pressure. And Jaewon is just a human, forcing his way through a trial designed for beings far greater. This is more than just dying over and over again. It's watching every single memory you have dissolve into nothing until there's no proof you ever existed. After a life like his, forgetting is bound to happen. The echoes won't stop. Past versions of himself scream, asking, "Who are you?" Eventually, that question stops being an echo and starts clawing at him. His senses fade. His body goes numb, eyes sealed shut as his mind just dissolves into a void. Just as the darkness is about to consume him, he has a flash of memory. Keeman's awakening. Chung-ho's voice returns, explaining that awakening isn't just some simple power-up. It's about peeling back reality's curtain to see the code underneath, the values, particles, and data that no normal human could ever comprehend, and the final boss of this stage, self-surrender. It sounds all heroic, but it's really a hidden trap called neglect. After reliving endless horrors and painful memories, your brain just starts to check out. You become numb to the pain. He falls deeper into that void where nothing matters. The older versions of himself look completely empty, their spirits burned out. But then, as he says it with a quiet confidence, it's okay to not be okay. In that one moment, the emptiness shatters. Above him, the sky explodes into a meteor shower of his memories. His old days on Earth, Yunhuan Heske. Every tiny piece of his past flies by forming a living cosmos of his entire life. It's almost overwhelming. The question is still there. Who is Jaewon really? He has no idea. How could he, after 2,000 years of fighting and suffering, every pain, every friendship, every scar is now a part of him? He's the sum of all his parts. Nothing is left behind. Right before his eyes, those points of light connect, weaving together a brilliant living web. Then something finally clicks. His vision becomes crystal clear. The seventh gate crumbles away, dissolving as if it was just waiting for him to figure things out. Siren can only stare in disbelief. No one has ever gotten this far, and certainly not like this. Our boy's eyes are sharp and focused. The mayor is utterly speechless. In 2,000 years, she has never witnessed anything like it. Then the gate completely shatters, breaking into countless shards of light. Jaewon stands there calm and centered, looking more alive than ever. He doesn't even pause to celebrate. He's ready to smash through the eighth gate and finish this once and for all. Our hero charges forward, and the second he touches the gate, the whole structure lights up like a divine alarm system. Suddenly the gate swings wide open, but there's no amazing treasure inside. Instead, he's greeted by engravings. The walls are covered in carved messages like some kind of ancient diary. He quickly reads the cryptic text and realizes it's someone's personal story. Jaewon's been around the block. He's seen messages like these in other trials before. But this one feels different. It feels heavy with history. This is the tragic untold story of Mulak Armald himself, the dream demon Mary who led the very first expedition into the abyss. Just hearing that name is enough to put our main character on high alert. Meanwhile, back at Montour Fortress, things aren't going so well either. Chung-ho is completely stumped. He can't figure out why both Siren and our boy are still knocked out cold. All he can do is guess. Maybe the illusion breaks only after she wakes up. But at this point, who even knows? And just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he realizes fanatics from the Resurrection Palace have arrived. A sharp voice starts barking out orders. It's Samyong-gurong, the 11th stage adapter and the hidden scent monarch. If that monster spots him, Chung-ho knows he's a goner. He quickly drags Jaewon and Siren's unconscious bodies into a hidden corner. A top general from the 9th region has just made an appearance. The troops see Garang go quiet, and he calmly congratulates them for securing the area for the monarchs. But a second later, he lashes out, crushing a small creature with a single brutal motion. A wave of fear washes over the soldiers as he orders them to capture whoever is hiding nearby. He's almost certainly talking about our hero. Moments later, Old man Chung-ho is freaking out because guess who's awake? Siren is conscious again. It seems the 7th gate was her free trial limit on Dreamflick. Time to pay for the premium subscription. Still, Chung-ho is fuming while she just casually relaxes, claiming she saved them. What about him? He was the one hiding their bodies while that maniac was on the prowl. They call it a truce for mutual benefit. Right now, their only real plan is to make a run for Gorgon Fortress, their last safe haven. Siren pretends to go along with it, but really she couldn't care less about their strategy. All she wants is to settle her unfinished business with Jaewon. Meanwhile, let's give Chung-ho a little credit. He may not have seen every plot twist coming, but he was thinking ahead. He'd already sent a messenger eagle to Gorgon, so the awakened warriors there have direct orders from the fortress master. The group known as Carpedium gets the signal to head for Montour, and the message is loud and clear: Montour has fallen. Don't mess around. Just take down the Resurrection Palace. Bury it if you have to. Everyone is pumped. The palace is about to become a history lesson. Leaders like Kainan and Shinmug lead the charge. It's finally time to liberate the fortress, and this is no small team. We're talking 300 awakened heavy hitters ready for action. The head of the Savant clan, Jaegul Mayan, is leading the charge. But the second they get there, they realize this won't be easy. Samyong-gurong is already waiting, looking completely relaxed as he throws an insult their way. He taunts them for being so reckless, thinking they ever stood a chance. He says they should have stayed put, like good little soldiers, safe inside their fortress. What happens next is just plain brutal. With a single strike, Gurong unleashes a shockwave that sends most of the army flying backward. The mood instantly changes. This guy's on a completely different level. Gurong calmly tells them to retreat now or face an even worse fate. But the heroes refuse to back down. Konghwan, Yunyang, and the frontline fighters hold their ground, ready to fight. Some of them argue they should focus all their attacks on the monarch. First a bold but probably foolish idea. Then another monstrous punch lands, and pure disbelief spreads through Carpedium's forces. These monarchs aren't just stories told around a campfire. They're the real deal, and they are absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the Resurrection Palace's so-called elite army turned out to be way more than our heroes could handle. Realizing this was a losing fight, they decided to make a tactical retreat, as Garang unleashed another ground-shattering punch. 10 days fly by, and the situation isn't looking any better, even with a powerhouse lineup. We're talking Sir Carlton Javier, now a third-stage awakened beast, plus the entire 9th Squadron led by the head of the Limitless clan. And still half their army was wiped out just like that. Back in Gorgon, the look on Jurgen Shiver's face said it all. Pure, unfiltered stress. The man aged 5 years in 5 seconds. They'd lost 5 third-stage awakened fighters in that single disaster. But the worst part, the Resurrection Army was already at Gorgon Fortress. If they even considered the palace's offer for peace, it would mean surrendering not just the Artisan Tower, but also the fortress master Jaewon himself. The stakes had never been higher. In the fortress meeting, Issa Landrift-Toft's tense silence spoke volumes. They were completely out of options. Kimmin reminds everyone that the master had warned them about this exact kind of trouble. Then Issa proposes something nobody saw coming. If they're truly cornered, maybe it's time to seek out Hayu, the Lord of Steel. Everyone knows the Pitch Darkness Lord is stirring up trouble. And maybe, just maybe, that chaos could work in their favor. The Resurrection Squad is invading from the 9th region, Maybar, and Hayu holds a massive grudge against the one who broke their treaty. So Issa figures it might be time to use that simmering rage. But Jurgen immediately objects, pointing out one very obvious problem. They killed Bang Xiaonil, and Kimmin had just executed the Jade Mask Golden Monarch a few days prior. That's not exactly something people just forget. Then again, when it comes to monarchs, death isn't always a permanent state of affairs. If someone from the Almighty Land dies in chaos, they can simply respawn in their original body. Kimmin admits it's an option, but draws a firm line in the sand. No way are they getting help from those Almighty Land jerks. He wants Issa to understand chaos has to defend chaos. There are no shortcuts. Meanwhile, our protagonist is still deep in his epic slumber, while Siren, the ever-watchful guardian, keeps her eyes glued on him. You'd think someone would tell them to keep it down around the patient. But to be fair, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. In fact, they've spent days trying to wake Jaewon, but nothing has worked. Chung-ho is about to lose it, while Siren just sits there doing nothing. He demands to know what she did to Jaewon and when he'll wake up. She coolly brushes him off, telling him to make himself useful if he's that worried. Seriously, Siren, 10 days of her spells and still nothing. And why is she even hanging around? Chung-ho always assumed she was loyal to the Pitch Darkness Lord. But she's over that now. She saw something that changed everything for her. She believes our protagonist might actually conquer all 8 gates of hell. That's no small feat considering those gates were designed for mayors, not humans. Jono is certain the gates won't be a real problem for Jaewon, but that sliver of hope is all they're clinging to. Siren mentions she taught the skill to the Savant clan, thinking anyone could use it. Few people truly understand how rare it is to actually clear those gates. In the few cases where humans even tried, the gates were cast by other humans, not mayors. Mortals just aren't built for that kind of trial. But Jaewon is different. He shattered the 7th gate like it was nothing, and now he's facing the 8th gate all alone. For context, anyone who survives the 8th gate gets some unbelievable cosmic rewards. Clearing it should earn you the title of the King of Chaos. And yet the reward turns out to be some raggedy old legacy from her godfather Muak. Chung-ho barely has time to process how absurd that is when suddenly, bam, our hero wakes up looking anything but refreshed. His face still carries the marks of his journey through hell. He gets up silently, gets caught up on the whole situation, and walks straight into the inner fortress meeting. A meeting filled with people ready to hand him over to save themselves. Chung-ho tries to stop him, pleading that the fortress master is worth more than any treaty. But Jaewon just strides right past, not even giving him a second glance. Talk about the ultimate cold shoulder. The doors to the inner chamber then slam open. Jaewon walks in with Siren and Chung-ho right behind him. The faces of Kang, Hwang Kaiman, and Jurgen Shiver instantly light up. Issa Landrift-Toft, on the other hand, sits there with her usual unimpressed expression. Kang, Hwang, and Kaiman are barely finished celebrating when Jaewon drops the bomb. He's heading to the Resurrection Palace. Just like that, Yoon-young looks like he's been hit by a lightning bolt. Kimmin is instantly against it, and Kang Hwang is at a loss for words. The drama is officially at its peak. Jaewon tells them all to stop with the sad faces. He's perfectly fine, and he knows exactly what he's doing. Yoon steps forward, explaining that people died fighting for the hope that he represented. The Carpedium army is more than just soldiers now. In this Kopfeidu, it's a symbol of their belief. And then he confesses that he hates Jaewon. He hates him for giving them all something to believe in because now there's no going back. And yet they still need him more than ever. He needs to understand that all anyone wants is for him to stay. They are ready to fight to the last man to keep him from leaving. But they've all missed the most important detail. Our hero never asked to be a sacrifice. He's simply announcing that he's no lamb being led to the slaughter. Kizwu, if that wasn't clear, before it definitely is now. He's not going to the Resurrection Palace with his head bowed in surrender. He's marching in there to turn the whole place upside down. And that's his entire plan. Everyone just stares. Issa and Jurgen are sitting in silence, a look of, "Here we go again," written all over their faces. The rest of the room is frozen, struggling to process what they just heard. Our boy lays it all out. No more delays. They're going now. Siren almost looks amused as if she's enjoying a free movie. He couldn't care less about their reality's limits. And that's the issue because everyone else is still stuck within them. Yet somehow they're all ready to follow him anyway. People start lining up to join him as if they've been waiting for this very moment. The mood in the room shifts from tense to absolutely electric. He's reckless for sure, but he's got the kind of charisma that pulls everyone into his madness. Then out of nowhere, he drops another bombshell. He's only taking 4 people. Chung-ho and Kimin are the 2 obvious picks. Then he throws in a complete wildcard Siren. Her face goes from amused observer to blindsided participant in a single heartbeat. The look on her face is pure comedy gold. And Siren is not having any of it. She makes it crystal clear she is not going. But everyone else is too busy arguing that 4 people can't possibly pull this off to even notice her protest. Jaewon keeps brushing them aside, insisting that he, Chung-ho, Kaiman, and Siren are more than enough. He wants the rest of them to handle logistics and support. No matter how bluntly she protests from her corner, he refuses to even acknowledge her. Issa Landraftoft finally states the obvious question on everyone's mind. Will blowing up the Resurrection Palace actually help chaos? Or will it just unleash something even worse? Nobody has a clue what's holding chaos together. If the whole regime collapses, a million different factions could just pop up and tear the place apart. But Yoon cuts right through the chatter saying, forget all that. Let's just burn the palace down first and worry about the rest later. Most of them agree that taking out the narrow gate is priority number 1. But the fortress master points out that even if they seal it for the monarchs, there are other ways into chaos. Meanwhile, Chung-ho and Siren are messing around like children, totally clueless about the end-of-the-world meeting happening right here. Yoon looks like he's about to blow a gasket. I can't believe these monarchs would rather die than leave Carpe Diem for good. And our boy then asks the one question nobody wants to think about. What if all this work to destroy the Resurrection Palace doesn't even bother the monarchs? He's not afraid of the answer. He's ready for anything. Just then, Siren decides playtime is over. She grabs him, making it crystal clear she wants no part of this crazy plan. But our main character doesn't even blink. He's already tuned out her complaining because he has a secret weapon she can't say no to, the mystery of the 8th gate of hell. Suddenly, her curiosity is on fire. She has to know what her godfather Muak left behind. And to find out, she has to join the team. So they make a simple deal. She helps him out, and he'll spill all the secrets of the 8th gate. The 4 of them march right into her workshop. Kimin calls it a shrine, with dolls and posters everywhere. It's a full-on I'm my own number 1 fan setup. Chung-ho grumbles while looking at her gear, muttering about how fame corrupts people. Siren immediately snaps back that her godfather Muak made most of this stuff, so if they have a problem with it, they can keep their opinions to themselves. She starts tapping away at a hologram, ignoring their teasing. This workshop is her private sanctuary, but the warp drive they need is in here, so she's got no choice but to let them in. Chung-ho, of course, just keeps making sarcastic comments. He finds a tower called the 10 trillionth regressor, and discovers the prize is a blessing from the Mayor of Legends, which is her. He just bursts out laughing. She insists she built it before she was even 1,200. That little detail doesn't exactly help her case. They keep snooping around, completely demolishing her pride. There's even an item called the cultivator. That surprise doesn't actually cultivate anything. For the guys, this is the funniest thing they've ever seen. For her, it's a total nightmare. She feels like dancing naked in public would be less embarrassing than this so-called tour. But really, Chung-ho isn't just being nosy for fun. Instead, these guys used to be products themselves, basically trapped like collectibles on a shelf. And then she finally gets it. Picking up one of her own figurines, she feels the weight of it. Each little shiny doll was once a real life, trapped frozen in time and sold. The guys can joke about it because the only other option is to see her as some kind of monster. And so they just keep making comments about her towers and roasting her. Then one of them stops and points to a particular tower. She looks over and says its cheesy name, The World After the End. But it's not even finished. She started building it right after she first met Muok, but she never got the chance to show it to him. She'd been standing there, she realizes she never really saw the products as people before. She just built towers without ever thinking about what they meant. Maybe it's time to change her perspective. Sigao, but there's no time for that right now. They spot a portal in her lab that leads directly to the Resurrection Palace. A strange, uneasy feeling creeps over her, but she has no idea why. Maybe it's the same kind of fear that made her godfather abandon his entire quest. In a flash, the crew finds themselves standing in a fancy castle courtyard. The place is gorgeous, but their sightseeing is cut short by guards, yelling at everyone to get in line and follow the rules. Yep, classic stuck-up castle vibes. Someone lets out a huge yawn, totally bored by the crowd of wannabes, hoping for another chance at life. These idiots just don't get it. If they were smart, they'd be raiding the fruit depository instead. Chisek wasting half a year in a line is just insane. Chikiat, the man talking, is the 72nd master of the Resurrection Palace, the Fog Monarch Hitchmer. This is his 3rd year with the title. One of his underlings tries to defend the crowd, saying they just want to serve him. Hitchmer is completely over it. He fills the air with a dense fog just as a little reminder of who's boss. We find out why he's so grumpy when a monarch is resurrected. They have to serve as master until a new one takes over. No way out. He's just waiting for the next poor soul to take his place so he can finally leave this dump. He suddenly thinks about Bang Sha O'Neill, the Jade Mask Monarch, who got totally owned by an awakened human down in Chaos. And taking out a monarch is a big deal. But now there are rumors they plan to destroy the whole Resurrection Palace. How could they possibly manage something like that? Being the palace master right now is just one big headache. Still, with monarchs from the 9th region somehow getting through the narrow gates, it's clear something massive is going down. Hitchmer wants to check it out himself to Shakuo. But let's be real, his fancy title is pretty much worthless. Meanwhile, the reincarnation line is as boring as ever. Until crack. A wall splits right open. It's an ambush. Chaos isn't just knocking on the door, it's breaking it down. In an instant, Hitchmer unleashes a powerful wave of fog. Total annihilation. But the guy he's fighting isn't some random grunt from Chaos. He blocks the entire attack. Hitchmer is stunned. Who would be bold enough to pull a stunt like this? He eyes the slick wave-patterned sword in the man's hand. He swings and realizes his opponent is just as strong as he is. Hitchmer summons his own weapon to block the next blow. Could this be the Fortress Master in person? He notices the water-style techniques and knows it's not him, which is even worse. If this is just one of the Gorgon Fortress Master's minions, then they are in for a world of trouble. The man greets him casually, "Long time no see." It looks like our boy Kimon knows the Resurrection Palace Master personally, but there's no time for introductions right now. Kimon is here to do one thing, settle an old score. Hitchmer would love to forget what happened on the Abyss expedition 900 years ago, but Kimon remembers every single detail. Hitchmer doesn't hesitate for a second. He suddenly sucks in everything on the battlefield, Chikios, and unleashes a ridiculously powerful fog attack. Not only is it super strong, but it also completely blinds Kimon, dropping his vision down to 0. The entire area is covered in thick fog. Even worse, Kimon can't sense Hitchmer's presence at all. After all that brutal training in the tower, his senses are failing him. It's the perfect situation for self-doubt to creep in and mess with his focus. But our main character, watching from the sidelines, isn't having it. Jaewon steps forward and tells him to snap out of it. He needs to drop the negative attitude and start believing in his own power for once. In that moment, Kimon closes his eyes, and everything clicks. Hitchmer dives in, striking from the sky, but Kimon is more than ready for him. He swings blocks and lands a solid blow right to the ribs. The shock on Hitchmer's face says it all. He probably thought he was untouchable, totally invisible in all that fog. With this skirmish handled, Jaewon decides it's time to press on, taking Siren with him. Their primary target is the Pleasure Palace, where the fruit and the gates are hidden. But judging by the vibes, this place was not going to be friendly. Chong-ho and K-Man are left on defense duty, ready to stop any lackeys from storming the palace. And right on cue, the party crashers arrive. Before long, a couple of old-timers join the fray, the Seven-Fear Monarch and the Firewheel Monarch. As the fog begins to lift, a shadow steps into view. The Firewheel Monarch recognizes him instantly. No point in hiding when you're that obvious Chong-ho, and sure enough there, he is giant staff in hand, looking like he means business. But the two monarchs, they're completely unimpressed. They were hoping Jaewon himself would show up. To them, this is just the divine physician, playing hero, marching all the way here without backup. They see it as a death wish, and they look more than happy to grant it. Chong-ho quickly assesses his opponents. They dodge his first swing with ease. Clearly those weapons aren't just for show. They taunt him, saying more brigadier generals are on the way. This place is about to get crowded. Chong-ho doesn't even flinch. Instead, he raises a powerful shield, fully prepared for battle, and summons a massive dragon. His message couldn't be clearer. Bring it on. We cut to the Pleasure Palace, and, well, it really lives up to its name. Monarchs are lounging around like it's a 5-star resort surrounded by beautiful women. Every monarch is getting the royal treatment. The entire scene is one of pure, shameless indulgence, as if they don't have a single care in the world. But Reika, the more cautious of the bunch, nervously points out that something is definitely going down outside. Before things get too crazy, Reika suggests they should probably go check it out. But who has time for that when you're being served by the Chaos Girls? The second and fourth Dragon Monarchs just laugh it off. They're way too busy having a good time to worry about some distant noise. And the third and fifth are exactly the same. They're smug, shameless, and totally unbothered by the idea of danger. The only threat they're worried about is if the female monarch alliance back home finds out about this little party. But hey, that's a problem for future them, right? For these guys, chaos is just another Tuesday. The thought that someone might actually hold a grudge from that expedition 900 years ago, not even on their radar. Reika tries again, insisting they should investigate. But the Dragon Monarchs just shoo him away. They're certain the Palace Master will handle any riffraff. The poor guy tries to speak up one last time, but all he gets is mocked for being a worrywart. You can see the frustration on Reika's face. Knowing he won't get any help, he decides to go alone. But before he can take a step, the first Dragon Monarch gives him a death glare. It was a look that screamed, "You're ruining the party." The poor guy practically scrambles out of there while the others go right back to their wine and delusions. The first Dragon Monarch is convinced they're untouchable, and the others are happy to agree, still laughing at their nervous friend. And then a single candle flickers out. A moment later, Jaewon makes his grand entrance with Siren right by his side. The whole room goes dead silent. In a flash, it hits them the raid on the Resurrection Palace isn't just a rumor. Our protagonist doesn't even bother drawing his sword just yet. Just his calm presence in their little paradise is enough to wipe the smug looks right off their faces. The first Dragon Monarch knows him on sight. The Gorgon Fortress Master, here in the flesh. He tries to act tough, saying Jaewon just walked into his own grave. For effort, but that's not how our boy rolls. There are no negotiations, no polite greetings, just pure unfiltered, "I'm here to end you" energy. You can see him mapping it out in his head how to turn this room into a graveyard for Dragon Monarchs. The vibe shift is immediate. The Monarchs finally get what's happening. This isn't their playground anymore. Siren's dream demon senses go wild. An attack is coming, but before she can even shout a warning, Jaewon is already on the move. He launches himself into the fight at high speed. One monarch tries to use the momentum against him, bouncing off a pillar for a counterattack. But our main character meets him head-on, turning a defense into a devastating offense. Another monarch jumps in, trying to intercept him, and just like that, the numbers game becomes painfully obvious. The first Dragon Monarch sneers, promising Jaewon will pay for spoiling their fun. He drops a word that changes the mood completely. It's execution time. The monarchs begin to circle our hero, bouncing around like they're just warming up, toying with him. Their attacks become a blur too fast for any normal person to see. At first, he's unfazed, weaving between them and countering with sharp thrusts to keep them back. But landing a clean hit is nearly impossible. They slip away like smoke, keeping the pressure on with every single pass. It's like fighting a bunch of shadows. There's no real weight to their attacks, just mounting tension. One monarch leaps from above, going for the kill. But this is exactly the opening Jaewon was waiting for. He slams a powerful kick right into the guy's ribs. That's the first real connection of the entire fight. Our hero is used to fighting multiple enemies at once, but a whole pack of Dragon Titans. That's a different league. They were right, raw power isn't enough. Even a top general couldn't handle their relentless combo attacks. He gets it now. Trying to take them on one by one is a losing strategy, so it's time to change tactics. He unleashes a massive thrust, sending all of them flying back at once. The explosion of power shakes the entire palace. The sound is so loud it even rocks the battle outside. Hearing that massive boom, Chong-ho smirks. He figures the kids are finally starting to have some real fun, not that he has time to relax with more monarchs piling on him. Back inside, we see Jaewon's face. He's not smirking. His eyes are wide with focus, because after that epic attack, incredibly, all of the dragon monarchs are still on their feet. The monarchs are having a field day. They start roasting Jaewon like he's on stage calling his attack pathetic, a complete joke. Even Siren, who's seen his power firsthand, is stunned. These guys are playing in a whole different league. Jaewon's big attack. It completely flopped. It bounced off them like a tiny rock. The monarchs were literally offended he even bothered. And with that, the first dragon monarch snapped. He was tired of this little game. It was time for a lesson on what real power looks like. Suddenly, a terrifying energy exploded from them. Turns out that Dragon Monarch title wasn't just for decoration. A colossal dragon made of pure energy appeared above, ready to wipe him off the map. The dragon charged down with incredible speed. Our main character dodged it by a hair's breadth. Honestly, it was a complete miracle he survived. He immediately hit back with a powerful stab of his own against a normal enemy that would have been the end, but on this dragon, not a single mark. The monarchs just laughed even louder. To them, the funniest part was that he actually thought it would work. But sometimes things aren't quite what they seem. It looked like he was totally outmatched. The dragon opened its jaws for a massive blast, but instead of dodging, Jaewon charged right in, ready to face that dragon breath head on. The monarch smirked, thinking it was all over. There was no way a single stab could stop that attack. As smoke filled the air, it really seemed like our hero was toast, but that's just not his style. He used the explosion as cover. Emerging from the dust, he was standing on the dragon's face, ready to strike again. The monarch was stunned, but he kept on talking trash. He yelled that Jaewon's pride would be his end, and that his attacks were completely useless. But Jaewon was done with the chit-chat. He poured every ounce of power into a single lethal thrust. Suddenly, the monarch realized this was no joke. This attack was the real deal. The monarch fought back, slamming Jaewon to the ground. He shouted a few more insults before backing away. But our hero had officially heard enough from these arrogant royals. He told the monarch to shut his mouth, and then made him. One final God-world thrust, and bam! The entire pleasure palace was gone, leaving nothing but ruins. Kaimin and Chong-ho could only stare at the destruction. Yep, hanging out with Jaewon was definitely dangerous. You might not live long, but you'd see some incredible stuff. At least that's what Chong-ho thought. Back in the rubble, the dragon's energy vanished. Siren, who had been hiding, finally understood. Bringing only 4 people wasn't crazy. It was all part of a plan. He knew exactly what he was doing. Meanwhile, the first dragon monarch looked like he'd been through a hurricane. His clothes were ripped, his pride was shattered, and he looked totally bewildered. These guys have huge egos, so a beatdown like this was a whole new experience for him. Somehow, the first dragon monarch was still standing. He coughed out a threat, promising he'd return to tear Jaewon apart. He mentioned the narrow gate, thinking it was some big secret. But surprise, our guy was already in the know. But the monarch still had one trick up his sleeve. As long as his soul was linked to his body, he couldn't truly be killed. It was their ultimate safety net. Even if they were defeated here, they'd just reappear in their real bodies. AQ. They could always come back for revenge. And then, without any warning, Jaewon swung his sword. It was just a simple, almost casual slash. And just like that, the god link shattered. It wasn't just damaged, it was completely gone. The monarch totally panicked like his whole world just broke. And Jaewon. No gloating, no big speech. He just stared at him coldly and asked, "Are you scared to die now?" I literally got goosebumps. The first dragon monarch was completely broken. Physically, mentally. You name it. That dude is going to need some serious counseling. All that arrogance and confidence vanished in an instant. The monarch started to unravel, muttering to himself like he'd just seen a ghost. For the first time in centuries, a terrifying thought hit him. And he really, really didn't want to die. Pure panic set in, and he began to beg, offering Jaewon anything he wanted. He offered him titles, wealth, and incredible power. He even promised to get the pitch darkness monarch involved. He swore he'd never mess with chaos again. Meanwhile, everyone just watched this supposedly mighty king fall apart. It was actually kind of sad to see, and at his most pathetic moment, Jaewon finished it. A single clean strike. No hesitation. Just then, the timid monarch showed up and froze in pure terror. The reign of the 5 god-dragon monarchs was over. 900 years of rule wiped out in an instant. The timid monarch realized with horror that he was next on the list. He pictured himself getting taken out just as easily. He tried to bolt and warn the others, but Chong-ho grabbed him. And for the first time, Chong-ho looked genuinely scary. The team gathered around as Keeman gave his report. Chong-ho came up dragging the terrified monarch with him. He reminded everyone that Jaewon's order was to capture them alive. A mission that almost got them all wiped out, by the way. But hey, they pulled it off. Then they all wondered, who's this little guy Chong-ho caught? Siren knew who he was, the timid monarch. Apparently everyone made fun of him. Even though he was a brigadier, he was seen as the weakest link. Anyway, back to the mission. Chong-ho repeated that Jaewon wanted them alive for a reason. Now they finally understood why to sever their connection for good. It was time for the grand finale. The timid monarch was a mess, begging them not to include him in this little execution party. Siren asked why Jaewon was treating this one differently. Tomi-chop, but our hero had a clever plan. Sometimes you let one person go, so they can spread terrifying stories about you. Besides, a scared person is likely to talk. And sure enough, with a shaky hand, the monarch pointed them to the vault holding the fruits. Of course, it wasn't a simple vault. Engoy, it was built by a special maker with a password that was always changing. You'd need an expert maker to open it, someone like Siren. This was her big moment. But before anyone could ask her, Jaewon just started smashing the vault, ignoring all strategy. Chong-ho yelled at him to calm down. Meanwhile, Keeman wondered where they could possibly find a maker. Siren shouted that she was right there, but no one listened. So she just started working on it herself. A moment later, Jaewon noticed the vault seemed a little weaker, but he gave Siren 0 credit, of course. Typical, but this was it. The fruits their entire team had sacrificed so much to find. With their goal finally in sight, Chong-ho was overwhelmed. He thought of all the friends they had lost, everyone who had given their lives for this. He fell to his knees in a wave of emotion, but when he looked up, he saw the truth. There were barely any fruits left. After 900 years, the supply had dwindled. The reality was a harsh blow. They had hoped to bring life back to all of chaos, but this was barely enough for one squad. Yet Keeman couldn't help but stare at the fruit's sheer beauty, despite their mission falling short. And Jaewon noticed it too. In his eyes, no one deserved it more than Keeman. He speaks up, telling Keeman to go ahead and take one. Keeman is floored, having never imagined such a thing. Jung-ho chimes in, backing the idea completely. For a second, Keeman is totally lost for words, wondering what he ever did to earn this. But our boy just tells him plain and simple that the choice is his. Jaewon isn't here to lecture Keeman on morals. He just lays it out for him, make your own decision. All at once, the weight of the centuries, the endless battles, and the soul-crushing grind with no end in sight comes crashing down on Keeman. This was never just about the tower, it was his whole life, the pain, the sacrifice. As Keeman gazes at that fruit, he's not just seeing his reflection, he's seeing a version of himself that might still have a glimmer of hope. And even with all that on the line, he doesn't hesitate. After all that bloodshed and suffering just to get their hands on these mythical fruits, Keeman simply clenches his fist and crushes it into dust. Chong-ho's jaw hits the floor. The timid monarch looks like he's about to pass out. Siren is frozen solid. Even the unflappable Jaewon can only stare in disbelief, demanding to know what in the world Keeman just did. But Keeman wasn't having a breakdown. The moment he touched the fruit, something just clicked inside him. And now only 10 of them remain. It's a pathetic amount compared to the hope they once represented. Now they're not symbols of salvation. They're just the spark that's going to ignite countless wars. From that perspective, Keeman's choice made perfect sense. Everyone is tearing each other apart just so a handful of people can feel alive. That's not a solution. It's just another power struggle. For the very first time, Jaewon cracks a smile. That took some serious guts. and Keeman wasn't finished. He turns to our hero and asks if they should just destroy the rest of them. Jaewon nods. It was absolutely the right call. He'd always known the risks, but it wasn't his place as an outsider to make that choice. The decision had to come from someone within chaos itself, and that's precisely why he picked Keeman. Chong-ho still can't process how insane this all is. If word got out about what they just did, the entire world would hunt them down. It takes incredible strength to make a decision like that under so much pressure, but Jaewon never doubted Keeman for a single moment. He knew this man would choose despair itself if it was the right thing to do. He had just chosen between total anarchy and his own personal salvation. They ask Keeman if he has any regrets. He just lets out a laugh as if the word regret isn't even in his vocabulary. But right in the middle of this triumphant moment, Jaewon suddenly screams Keeman's name in a panic. Bam, a blinding flash of light erupts out of nowhere. Chong-ho and the others are frozen in shock. In an instant, Keeman is lying in a crater, giving off some serious Yamcha vibes. He might actually be dead. A voice cuts through the chaos, calling them all vermin. A figure in a feathered robe appears, revealing the Storm Monarch himself. This is a Stage 10 adapter, a major monarch. Chong-ho is freaking out, trying to shake Keeman awake, but before he can even move, a hand grabs his head and smashes him straight into a wall. That's the Silence Monarch, Megiddo, another Stage 10 adapter who clearly isn't here to play nice. Jaewon watches it all unfold, the gravity of the situation etched on his face. Just when it seems like things can't possibly get any worse, another voice echoes out, scolding the heroes for daring to challenge monarchs. The timid monarch starts to panic. He recognizes that voice. It's Samyeong-garang, one of the top 5 major generals in the entire almighty land. While the timid monarch is having a complete meltdown, Samyeong-garang casually informs the others that he'll be the one to take Jaewon's head. Without a second's delay, Jaewon orders Siren to get Keeman and Chong-ho out of there before it turns into a bloodbath. But the monarchs are just amused. They sneer at the fortress master, telling him he should be more worried about himself. In seconds, Megiddo's shadowy arms erupt from the ground, wrapping around Jaewon and dragging him down. Chong-ho tries to dive in, but our hero somehow manages to dodge, even while being restrained. Just as Jaewon catches his breath, Megiddo attacks with a vicious dust claw. Jaewon barely manages to block it with Doc Bull, but it's clear these guys are on a completely different level. They're absolute monsters. Chong-ho launches another attack, but Samyeong-garang, watching Jaewon get pushed back, looks thoroughly unimpressed. So much for the legends about the Fortress Master. From his perspective, Jaewon just looks like another pretender. Our hero is already panting, and before he knows it, he's trapped by those shadow arms once again. The monarchs smirk, taunting him. Is that all you've got? We're just getting warmed up, Kaiste. But that right there, that's their biggest mistake. Everyone always underestimates Jaewon at first. Even as the darkness squeezes tighter, he lifts his head, his eyes locking onto the monarchs with pure defiance. That look isn't a threat. It's a promise. They're about to find out exactly what happens when you push our protagonist too far. Let's jump back for a second to the moment Jaewon obliterated Manticore's legacy with a single devastating thrust. Earlier, Chong-ho had named the skill World Thrust, but what he told Jaewon in private was a serious warning. Awakeners might seem to have endless stamina for their attacks, but the mental strain is immense. By the time you feel that fatigue, it's already too late. In other words, if our protagonist keeps spamming that move, he's risking a total mental collapse. Back in the present, Jaewon realizes these 3 are just as strong as the first enemies he faced in Chaos. If he wants to get out of this alive, he has to end this, and he has to end it now. As the 2 monarchs prepare to attack, our boy makes his move. He shatters the shadow, restraints grips, Doc Bull activates the unique world of Moonnae, and unleashes 5 consecutive world thrusts. No hesitation, no holding back, just pure, unadulterated power. His blade streaks through the air like a comet, tearing through anything in its path. Megiddo and the Storm Monarch are left completely battered. Samyeong-garang is still standing, but his robes have been scorched clean off. Even Siren, watching from a distance, is blown back by the raw power. It's only now that the general realizes this young upstart might actually be worth taking seriously. And that triggers a flashback. Years ago, a mayor had approached all 12 monarchs only to be rejected by every single one. His last stop was the 9th region, ruled by the Pitch Darkness Monarch. There, the mayor begged Samyeong for the power to climb the Tree of Illusion, but Samyeong couldn't have cared less about his ambitions. The mayor Muak tried to appeal to his past, talking about remembering your roots and the anger he felt back when he was weak. He argued that change was possible, that the world's values were corrupt, and that conquering the first nightmare was the only way forward. Surrounded by orange flames, Samyeong just laughed. saying the almighty land was built on power, not ideals. If Muak really wanted to change things, he'd have to prove his strength. The two of them fought for 3 straight days and nights. After 3 long days with his back against a rock, Samyong finally saw the truth. Muak's incredible persistence wasn't from some magic trick, it was pure stubborn will. Muak explained that a monarch like Samyong was still in his shell, not truly awakened. In that moment, Muak wasn't just talking. He was the living embodiment of resolve. And with that, Samyong conceded. He admitted that if anyone had earned the right to climb the Tree of Illusion, it was definitely Muak. From that day on, Muak explored the chaos, creating the first Abyss expedition to turn the world upside down. But the other monarchs swooped in, stole the credit, and he simply vanished. In the end, nothing really changed. Back in the present, Samyong studies Jae-won as he lunges with a perfect stab. The kid's skills are seriously impressive, way beyond average. But Samyong knows better. Brute force alone won't win this war. He raises a single palm, and a menacing aura flares up effortlessly, stopping the attack cold. The message couldn't be clearer. Our hero might have a legendary sword, but he's swinging it with the wild abandon of a rookie. For the first time in ages, Jae-won actually takes a step back. He's in shock. His opponent just shrugged off his best attack like it was nothing more than a pesky fly. Before he can even process it, Samyong's fist connects with his face, sending him flying into a wall like a cannonball. The pain is blinding. He was just swatted aside. As our protagonist pushes himself up from his knees, he sees orange flames flickering to life across Samyong's body. The monarch was done playing around. The warm-up was over. "Don't tap out on me just yet," Samyong taunted. "Prove to me you're worthy of even looking at the illusion tree." Our boy just can't compute how this guy's on a completely different level from the elite fighters he's already defeated. It's not like Samyong Gurang is using any flashy over-the-top moves. When our protagonist rushes in for another attack, Samyong just calls it reckless. With a quick, smooth motion, he redirects the blade, turning it into a world thrust. He then slams his fist into the sword's path, seemingly splitting the air itself. And that's when it finally clicks. Samyong's fists aren't normal. He can unleash a world thrust just by throwing a punch. Each hit lands with the fundamental force of nature like gravity with a personal grudge. But Samyong's just getting started. He casually cancels out Jae-won's signature move like it's a party trick, and then pounds him into the dirt with terrifying efficiency. Spirit-based attacks mean nothing to this monarch. The kind of power our main character uses is something the system itself doesn't even recognize. Samyong's next words hit harder than any punch. He says the awakened are so obsessed with destroying the system's world, they forget that it's someone else's personal reality. His power isn't just spiritual, it's primal. He isn't using the system, he is the source of its power. Our hero tries to pull him into the Mooneye world, but Samyong just scoffs, calling it a bland and uninspired little bubble. He grabs Jae-won by the face and slams him down, leaving him humiliated. To Samyong, this pathetic display isn't a true awakening. He conjures a blazing orb of energy, preparing to end the fight right here and now. At the very last second, Jae-won's focus returns. He raises his weapon, Dokbul, in a desperate block. The defense holds, but his arms are badly burned and shaking. He realizes his Mooneye trick is completely useless here, and his grip on his weapon is starting to fail. Samyong watches his patience wearing thin, demanding he stop with the gimmicks and show him his true power, the origin of his world. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind. Our protagonist is standing before the 8th gate of hell, seeing what Muak left behind, a complete record of the abyss. The walls were covered in countless carvings, spelling out the raw, unfiltered truth of the awakening process. There are 6 distinct stages. No more hints, no more riddles, just the entire blueprint. Awakening starts with doubt, then moves to understanding, and finally self-surrender. Jae-won has already conquered these first 3 stages, which belong to the fallen world category, but his journey is far from over. 3 more stages come after, but they aren't just simple upgrades. They're the Genesis stages designed for creating something new. The first half is for destruction. The second half is for creation. The only problem, our boy has absolutely no idea what Genesis is supposed to mean, and his progress has hit a wall. Samyong, on the other hand, has run out of patience. He's tired of watching Jae-won stumble around in the dark. With a single glance, Samyong can tell that our protagonist doesn't even know how to access his own world. So the monarch decides he's going to force the issue himself. That's when Jae-won spots a large rock not too far away. Hiding behind it are Chong Hokimon and Siren, hoping to go unnoticed. But suddenly, Samyong locks onto them, preparing to wipe them all out with a single deadly blast. And this is the critical difference. Jae-won and Samyong can talk all day about unique worlds and getting second chances. But his friends behind that rock, they don't get a reset button. This is their one and only world. As Samyang fires the attack and Siren shuts her eyes for the end, Jaewon dives in to shield them, taking the full force of the blast himself. The damage is catastrophic, but he protected his friends, and in that agonizing moment, a new understanding begins to dawn on him. Not a flash of genius, but a slow, undeniable truth. He thinks about his one world, growing up with his parents, going to school, watching Yoon-hwan die. All these moments, even if they're a blur now, are what made him. Back then, he never questioned reality. The world was just the world, and that blind acceptance is what held the system together. Now, on the verge of Genesis, he finally understands. The missing piece isn't some legendary item or a hidden skill, it's conviction. Belief used to be enough, but to start his Genesis, he needs a conviction that's even stronger than belief itself. Still, he knows he's not quite there yet. The fractured memories and all the burdens he carries are holding him back. His conviction in this single moment isn't enough. Every version of himself, past and present, needs to unite behind this one single purpose, and time is running out. Samyang raises his fist for the final strike, but the biggest obstacle isn't the monarch. It's Jaewon's own past selves. They just stare at him, doubting him. To them, this new world he's fighting for is just a dream. Since they never lived this life, they see no reason to help him. They just watch and judge, and that's when our protagonist finally has enough. If his past selves won't stand with him, then he's done waiting for them. They can stay behind and rot. He's moving forward with or without their approval. Bam Jaewon's face is smashed into a pillar as Samyang pummels him without mercy. It becomes clear very quickly that our hero isn't fighting back. He's completely out of gas, but then the voices of his past selves cry out, warning him that if he throws everything away just to be stubborn, every single version of him will be erased for good. They remind him he's endured enough to be unbreakable now, reforged in the fires of his personal hell. Even Samyang feels a flicker of regret, realizing he's pushing someone who's already past their breaking point. With a surge of new resolve, our hero's eyes snap open. He grips his sword and rises. One by one, his past selves appear, lending him their strength. The monarch feels it instantly. Something fundamental has just shifted. Our protagonist closes his eyes, centering himself, and then they fly open. The sheer force of his aura shatters glass everywhere. Samyang is completely stunned. From a distance, Siren knows exactly what's happening. He's entering the state of Genesis. The massive eye of the Moon unique world materializes once more, confirming Jaewon has reached the fourth stage. As waves of destruction roll outwards, it becomes undeniable. He now wields the power to make lies true and turn belief into reality. This is the fourth stage of the awakening theory. The sight makes Samyang break into a wide, manic grin. He can't help but appreciate the irony. This unique world was designed to erase others, but evolution doesn't mean the monarch will take it easy. He lunges again with his signature dust-filled punch. But this time when Dokbul meets the attack, and our protagonist doesn't budge an inch. In that moment, Samyang's excitement hits its peak. It's like he's facing Muak from 1,000 years ago. The thrill-seeker laughs, thanking Jaewon for this incredible fight. The pace explodes as they trade blows faster than the eye can see. But beneath the raw power and bravado, it's clear this battle can't go on forever. Eventually, the end must come. The two warriors leap back from the wreckage, then charge, putting every last bit of their power into this final clash. Our hero lunges, his eyes blazing, driving his sword forward. Samyang counters with a powerful fist. When they connect, boom, an explosion rocks the entire battlefield. No matter how chaotic the fight gets, it's far from over. In the heat of battle, Jaewon's mind drifts, questioning what he's truly been fighting for all this time. But amid the storm of attacks and dodges, he shoves the thoughts away. No questions, no hesitation. Just keep pushing forward. As the battle rages, he sees fleeting images of his younger self, carefree and clueless, swinging Dokbul like a toy. Samyang's laughter echoes across the ruins. And for the very first time, a true smile spreads across our hero's face. Through the swirling dust, the gladiator looks completely unhinged, laughing like a wild beast, reveling in the glorious destruction. Jaewon silently thanks him. This is the perfect opponent he's always needed. They collide again and again, exchanging one devastating blow after another. The monarch refuses to back down, hammering away with merciless power. Their fight has become a silent ritual. Two warriors locked in a perfect moment that neither wants to end. Our protagonist leaps back, taunting the system to show him more. Samyang counters with another crushing blow, playfully swatting the challenge aside. During a brief lull, Jaewon says it out loud, singing, thanking him for finally providing a worthy battle after 1,000 years of chaos. He realizes he's not the only one who's wielded a weapon for centuries. The monarch has honed his power just as relentlessly. After a brief exchange of respect, our hero asks the question weighing on his mind. With all his incredible power, Samyang is still just an adapter, not an awakener. The question clearly catches the monarch off guard. Those were Muok's words after all. Samyang wonders what Jaewon is truly after. Stoswao, without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist states his goal. He's going to the very bottom of the abyss to climb the illusion tree. The monarch can't help but be reminded of Mulek, the man who nearly killed him 1,000 years ago. Jaewon's determination is just like that stubborn mayor's. But if our hero thinks Samyang is impressive, he has no idea what monsters lurk in the abyss. Most monarchs who went down there never came back. Suddenly, Samyang's aura explodes, his power surging as he presses his palms together. The transformation is instantaneous. He erupts into his black gatekeeper, general form a madman reborn. Eswarwan Achutiwa. Angorts, he roars at Jaewon to prove he has the will to even face the abyss. Watching from afar, Siren remembers hearing about a gatekeeper demigod conversion. In Yez, he realizes now that Samyang calling himself a major general was a massive understatement. In truth, Samyang reached the rank of lieutenant general long ago, a fact he kept perfectly hidden. His body now radiates with nuclear intensity as he raises a hand, and a spear of pure energy materializes in his grip. The monarch demands that Jaewon prove his world's worth. Someone loyal to the system might summon a gatekeeper to defend it, but our protagonist has always known his destiny. He wasn't meant to serve the system, he was meant to shatter it. That conviction fuels him as he pours everything into one final ferocious thrust. Facing the gatekeeper's spear, Jaewon unleashes Dokbul's most devastating attack. Samyang wonders if the attack can possibly stand against the weight of hundreds of lives. But the monarch's grin vanishes as he realizes that thrust contains Jaewon's entire existence. The blow rips straight through the black aura, annihilating what seemed unstoppable just moments before. Our hero seizes his chance and strikes with absolute resolve. Even Samyang knows it's over. There's no time to dodge, no way to counter. He meets the final blow with a nod, acknowledging this battle was worth everything. Jaewon delivers the final strike. The barrier shatters, light tears across the sky, and it is done. A battle that neither of them will ever forget. It truly was fun while it lasted. And there's no need for spoilers. It worked. Samyang is left completely devastated, half his body blown away, barely clinging to life. Even then, he manages to ask if he really lost. And that's when he sees it. The moon eye, the cosmic force that watches and shapes all of reality. Clear as day, Samyang sees the very top of the illusion tree, the place where the first nightmare resides. He wonders if that's where Jaewon plans to lead everyone. But our hero's goal isn't to guide people there. It's to bring the entire thing crashing down. The monarch finally understands. If this is the world Jaewon wants, it won't be some peaceful utopia. He wants to erase despair, but the price he asks is extreme. A brutal truth that very few could ever hope to endure. No one is built to handle that kind of madness. He's offering a life so difficult people might beg for it to end. Ignorance truly is bliss. But enough talk. Monarchs don't die like normal people. Thanks to the brain link, their final breath isn't truly the end. Now it's time to sever that connection for good. With the battle over, our protagonist asks Samyang for any final words. The broken man speaks of the abyss, asking Jaewon to tell Kark what went down and to be wary of Malad. He warns that if that guy ever learns about Jaewon's unique world, he'll never let him be. That's all fine and dandy, but our hero still has one question bugging him. He knows for a fact Samyang could have ended him before any of this world genesis stuff started. So why didn't he back when Juan was completely defenseless? The answer is surprisingly decent. Samyang admits he wanted to help another crazy person trying to climb the illusion tree. Even though Muok's dream fell apart, Samyang felt the world still needed some normalcy and basic human decency. He fondly remembers Muok and the ideals he stood for, convinced that the world could change if the first nightmare was defeated. In the end, he never truly gave up on Muok's vision. Even with his doubts, everything he did was to repay an old debt. And with that, he accepts his fate completely free of regret. And so, exactly 917 years and 244 days after Muok's expedition vanished, Chaos is finally free from the Resurrection Palace. As the scene changes, Jagalmun and Juan agree that Samyang was a truly powerful monarch. Jigel would know, considering his own clan was taken down by Samyong's family. The Saints were kicked out, replaced within the 5 great clans. With that history lesson, he gives Juan a sharp warning. You just took out one of their key players. Don't for a second think the rest of them will just sit back and do nothing. But the Fortress Master just looks bored. He tells Jigel not to sweat it, his voice calm and overflowing with confidence. It's a clear sign that our main character is now the one guarding the narrow gate. He makes it plain and simple. Those guys can't set foot in chaos without getting erased. For now, he's got it all under control. If any of them try to brute force their way in, he'll deal with them himself. And if someone clever finds a loophole, well, they'll just become his new punching bag. Either way, he's not losing any sleep over it. Jigel just stares completely baffled. He has no idea how Juan pulls any of this off. Everything about our boy's methods seems totally backward, and yet they somehow always work. With the conversation over, our protagonist heads out, pausing for a moment by his office window. He gets a little sentimental thinking about how long it's been since he first showed up in Gorgon. It's been one heck of a journey. He went from a total nobody to the Fortress Master, making some amazing friends along the way. A quick highlight reel plays in his mind. Mino James, Jurgen, Schwer, Claire, Mitchell, and so many others. Then in a moment, straight out of a sitcom, Chong Ho and Kim and Barge in Looking for a Drink. The second they sit down, the bickering starts. They're both awakeners now, so they're on equal footing. The old man is 1,200 years old, with Kimmin not far behind at 1,154. Their verbal jabs have been perfected over centuries, something only immortals could manage. It's these little moments that make life in Gorgon feel like home. But underneath all the fun, a quiet feeling is pulling at him. Juan knows he can't stay here forever. As much as he loves this place and these people, chaos is just one step on his journey. Deep down, he knows it's time to let go and move on to something bigger. We cut to a little later back in the office. Rain is pouring down as Juan sits quietly in a white shirt, totally lost in his thoughts. Sir Carlton Javier is talking next to him, going on about seizing opportunities in the Tower of Nightmares. But our boy doesn't hear a single word. The poor knight has to repeat himself. Before the message finally gets through, the Nightmare Tower has basically become a death trap. The first floor alone is running at 100 times its normal difficulty, and people are dying just trying to awaken. Carlton's worry is definitely not an overreaction. Even our protagonist can tell things have gotten out of hand, but as always, he keeps his cool. He just tells Carlton to pass a message to Keeman. They need to turn the difficulty down a bit. Awakening is a painful process. He knows that better than anyone. The tower shouldn't be a place where people go to die for a power-up. If someone wants to give up halfway through, that should be their choice. Not everyone is built to face their worst fears and come out stronger. Some people are just better suited to be adapters, not awakeners. And Juan has finally come to terms with that. Carlton asks for confirmation, probably expecting an argument, but our hero is way beyond that now. He's seen enough to know that this journey is different for everyone. Forcing them all down the same path was never his goal. It's all about giving them a genuine choice. He then notices something odd in the knight's voice and asks him what's up. Turns out while Juan was busy, Carlton wasn't just sitting around. He pushed himself through the awakening process, the crazy part. Even after succeeding, he hasn't unlocked a unique world. It's super rare, but there's only one possibility his unique world is the system world itself. That thought hits our protagonist like a ton of bricks. He remembers his fight with Samyong Garang and how all those awakeners tried to destroy the system's world, never once thinking it might actually belong to someone. He calmly explains his theory to Carlton, even though he's still figuring out this whole awakening thing himself. The knight understands, and the heavy truth settles in. If his world really is the system world, he might one day have to fight the Fortress Master, the very man who wants to tear it all down. Still, there's just something about Juan that makes people want to follow him. Even Carlton, who usually goes by the book, admits he wants to join the expedition. And not just eventually. He wants to go now. This declaration makes our boy facepalm so hard it stops the knight mid-sentence, who looks on completely confused by the sudden reaction. Carlton thought he was making a grand loyal speech, but Juan is just plain tired. It seems like everyone from Keeman to Yunyang is pressuring him to start the Abyss expedition, and now Carlton is joining the club. It makes sense, though. The man isn't tied down by the inspector laws anymore, so Juan tells him directly, when that expedition starts, he's not going to be the Fortress Master. If Carlton is doing this out of loyalty to the position, he should forget about it. He's officially stepping down in 1 week, and that's final. The knight immediately protests, telling him to think about Gorgon's stability and his own future. If he resigns, the entire region could fall into chaos, but Juan has already made up his mind. He reassures Carlton one last time, then leaves the room to finish up his final duties without any more interruptions. Outside in the ceremonial hall, rain pours down on a silent, waiting crowd. Some are trying not to cry, while others just stand there with grim faces. Jurgen Shiver offers Juan a coat, but he gently turns it down. As everyone waits in silence, our boy finally begins to speak. By now, the purpose of this gathering is clear. This is a 3-day soul farewell ceremony held for every single person who died defending Gorgon. It's about honoring the blood, sweat, and tears that kept this fortress safe. He isn't there to give commands or speeches. He's simply there to pay his respects. As the names of the fallen heroes are read aloud, many in the crowd can no longer hold back their tears. Sacred keepsakes, swords, and medals are laid out in tribute. They honor the fallen: Isaac Kendall, Rachel Veldor, and Kashim Hill. Their spirits return to the roots of the illusion tree, but then all eyes turn to a massive object, shrouded in cloth that's been hiding in plain sight. This is no ordinary memorial. Juan steps forward, his voice cutting through the silence. He declares that while the fallen were heroes, the war is far from over. And with a flourish, he reveals the secret weapon, the God-narrow gate. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Some recognize it instantly. The whispers begin to spread like wildfire. Many shout for its destruction, calling it a tool of the monarch's control. The atmosphere turns tense in a heartbeat. But before things can escalate, Juan unveils another surprise. A prisoner is dragged forward, bound in chains. Yasawars, it's Raicha, the timid monarch, shaking like a leaf. The crowd goes wild with a mix of shock, pride, and utter disbelief. Our protagonist draws his blade, not for show, but to cut things short. And true to his reputation, Raicha is a complete mess, trembling uncontrollably. Looking at this quivering wreck, it's hard to believe he was ever a monarch. Suddenly, Raicha snaps. He screams for Juan to just get it over with and kill him already. He begs for a quick end, but not without a final dramatic warning. "Do what you will," he cries, but none of... He begs for a quick end, but not without a final dramatic warning. "Do what you will," he cries, but none of you will survive this. He warns them that the pitch darkness monarch is on another level entirely, and that he won't let this insult slide. Honestly, our boy is just so done with this. He's tired of cornered monarchs and their endless monologues. He raises his sword to finish the job, or so it seems. But instead of taking Raicha's head, he severs both his hands in one clean strike. In a strange way, Juan just set the monarch free. He then announces that he has no intention of killing Raicha today. He wants every big shot in the almighty land to know exactly where he is, and that he now holds the narrow gate. He issues a challenge: if they want him, he'll be at the top of the illusion tree. The scene cuts away, and Siren is absolutely losing her mind. She screams that he's supposed to be retiring tomorrow, yet he's still making a mess of things. She can't believe he not only provoked the pitch darkness monarch, but also just let Raicha go. If he wanted the gate gone, he could have done it quietly. Why make a huge scene in front of the one monarch who'd take it personally? But our hero just stands there cool as a cucumber, acting like it's all part of the plan. He calmly explains they'll just send a subordinate. The supreme monarch is too busy to come himself, not while the almighty land is busy fighting other wars. Maybe one lieutenant monarch will show up, he says. He figures that's a manageable problem. Siren is not buying it. She thinks he's completely nuts. One lieutenant. After a stunt like this, they'll send at least 2 or 3. And what if by some terrible twist of fate, the heavy hitters from the 5 great clans show up? What then? But Juan just smiles, perfectly content with the chaos he's created. He just smirks and fires back at Siren. He points out that for a detached mayor, she suddenly seems very invested in chaos politics. Caught, she quickly changes the subject to why she's really here, the promise. She was promised the memory of what he saw in the 8th gate of hell. And now, it's time to pay up. No more talk about war, just the deal they made. A few seconds later, Siren is completely frozen. Her face says it all. He just told her something world-shattering. We don't hear what he says, but she's clearly in disbelief and demands proof. He just gives her a look. Then begins reciting a memory from the 8th gate about a bitterly cold winter. Instantly, Siren is captivated, her eyes widening as she hangs on his every word. He describes a harsh winter in the 6th region near the base of the illusion tree, and a strange egg that Moloch discovered just sitting there waiting. Mulek's memory reveals it was the first egg he'd ever found, and it gave him an odd feeling. Then the memory unfolds. The egg cracks open, revealing a tiny baby with small curling horns. The baby's hair, its face, it looks exactly like Siren. Mulek pauses, holding the infant in his arms. Juan leans in closer, his voice giving the tender story an eerie feel. Mulek remembers something his own godmother once said. "A newborn child is such a lovely thing." The words hang in the air, and Siren's expression softens completely. She's totally overwhelmed, her cheeks flushing with emotion and a touch of embarrassment. Juan has told a story so detailed, so perfect, that she's left utterly speechless. He didn't soften the blow, just dropped the entire memory on her at once. But of course, our boy isn't just sharing this out of the kindness of his heart. He's learned that mares are born from eggs dreamed into existence by the illusion tree. The location was fuzzy, but Siren clarifies it, the northern base in the almighty land. With her words, the rest of the memory snaps into focus. Mares have a truly unique way of being born. They are dream children waiting in eggs for someone to find them. Still, she feels like something is missing, a message left just for her. And Juan doesn't deny it. He admits there might be more, or maybe not. What a headache. Siren looks like she's about to explode. Finally, he explains that the 8th gate didn't give him a clear movie. It was just a jumble of fragmented images and symbols, impossible to connect. And that's all he has for her. The disappointment on her face is impossible to miss. But she's still determined. She will find her godfather Mulek no matter what. And here comes the sales pitch from our sly protagonist. If she wants the rest of the story, she's going to have to stick with him. And why is that? Because conveniently, the only place Mulek's memories are stored is inside his head. This was clearly his plan all along. He presents it like it's the deal of a lifetime. It's a classic Juan move. With him heading into danger and Mulek's last known location up the tree, it all feels a bit too perfect. And Siren isn't buying it for a second. She spots the loophole right away. He's talking about memories, and memories can be extracted. She has her own methods for getting to the truth. Her voice is calm, but you can see the gears turning in her head. If he only has fragments of the memory. She knows a way to pull every last piece out of him. Next thing he knows, our boy is standing in her old workshop, a place no one has entered for years. Yet he's been allowed in twice now, all because of his connection to her godfather. Before he can even speak, a hatch opens in the ceiling, and down drops a giant teddy bear strapped to a cross. Yeah, this thing is 0% fluff and 100% threat. It gives off some serious mad science vibes. And it looks like the hero who conquered the 8th gate is the next test subject. Siren announces deadpan that this bear isn't for hugging. It's for soul squeezing. She lays out the plan, a complete soul link. They'll synchronize their very beings, letting her dive deep into his mind to retrieve the memory she needs. Normally, this is a technique reserved for the mares used to bottle the pure emotion of a moment into a psychic crystal. This time, however, she's diving into Jaewon's mind with what's basically an all-access pass. He's officially her new test subject. Plot twist, Siren has never actually tried this before. She's only heard that it's supposed to feel amazing. It's not weird, I promise. She insists, not sounding convincing at all. Once our hero is all set up, she gives him a cheerful heads up. "This won't sting a bit," she says with a smile. "It's going to hurt like crazy." Good news for her, only the target feels the pain. As she starts the process, bands of light wrap around them, and the world itself begins to warp. But one look at Jaewon's perfectly calm face tells her something's wrong. She's the one getting hit with the psychic backlash. She never guessed his mind would be a literal fortress. Suddenly, she's floating in a tiny private galaxy. Colorful spheres of light drift all around her. A closer look reveals their memories, a dreamlike library of his entire life. This dive is way wilder than Siren ever imagined. The stories were true. Jaewon's mind holds an unbelievable amount of memories. It's not just the detail, it's the sheer volume. She's now floating above a vast, endless landscape made of pure memory. She's only here for one thing, the 8th gate of hell, but this sight is unnerving. She figured an awakener's mind would feel human, maybe with a magical touch, not this infinite cosmic consciousness. She definitely expected something a little less immense. She has to focus now or she'll get completely lost. If she loses her concentration, she'll be trapped here forever. It's tough, but she has to push through. All she needs is that single memory of her godfather. Nothing more. The mission is simple: get in, grab the memory, and get out. Just floating around isn't working. So Siren stops playing nice and zooms right through them all. And there he is, Mulek, her godfather. She sees a tiny version of herself, just a toddler. She found it. But the memory is so short, just him calling her name. The sight is too much. It hits her like a tidal wave. Tears well up as she cries out, begging the image not to fade away. For 900 years she searched for him, and all she gets is this one fleeting moment. Realizing it's just a memory, she clenches her fists, vowing to find him for real. But sprinting through someone's mind has consequences. She pushed herself too far, and suddenly everything goes black. She's trapped inside his consciousness. This is exactly what she was trying to avoid. When her eyes flutter open, she's totally confused and maybe a little ticked off, but the place seems strangely familiar. Towering buildings, crowded streets, a skyline she recognizes instantly. A realization dawns on her. This isn't chaos, and it's definitely not the almighty land. This is Earth. There's no doubt about it. It takes her a second to connect the dots. This isn't some random dream world. It's the 294th world, Earth. Mayors pop over to this world all the time using the illusion tree's routes like a cosmic subway system. Turns out Earth is a pretty popular tourist destination. She recalls that this world was once a protected zone shielded by the very first mayors, which makes her wonder, what kind of trap did she just stumble into? And then it all clicks. She's inside the uncanny. It's a mental fortress built from Earth's design wrapped around Jaewon's mind. A memory of Mulek pops up like a tutorial screen. He had once explained that every living thing has a subconscious world inside them called the uncanny. When someone tries a deep-level extraction, that inner world takes the shape of the person's hometown, creating a warped, dreamlike version of it. This is where all the illusions and memory tricks come from. The uncanny is always the home team's advantage. Mulek's advice was simple: if you get lost, there's only one way out. You have to find the guide. Inside this bizarre mindscape, the guide is the only one who's truly aware. She barely has a moment to let that sink in before all heck breaks loose. A young boy sprints past her, looking terrified. Right behind him are two angry-looking cops shouting at him like he's public enemy number one. The kid's just wearing a simple hoodie and cap, but there's something about the way he moves that feels familiar. They've got him cornered, but he's not giving up, holding a metal pipe defensively. Just as a cop raises a hand to strike, Siren jumps in. Hey, what's the big idea? But the officers just turn to her, warning her to stay back because the kid refuses to grow up. She's completely floored. Since when is that a crime? Seriously, what kind of rule is that? Her baffled expression just makes them more suspicious. She tries to play it cool, acting like this is a totally normal situation. But let's be honest, she sticks out like a sore thumb. One of the cops asks for ID, then freezes solid when he spots the horns on her head. That's when Mulek's number one rule comes rushing back to her. Rule 1, blend in. If the uncanny spots an intruder, it moves to eliminate them. Fast. And it's too late. Her cover's blown. Cursing her bad luck, she braces for the worst. But hey, if she's going down fighting. Flames burst to life around her and then fizzle out. Of course her magic is sealed here. Perfect timing. The cops drop their act, morphing into monstrous system guardians. A flat robotic voice announces her extermination. Before she can even react, they lunge and grab her face. But out of nowhere, the boy swings his pipe, cracking a monster on the head and giving her an opening. In that instant, she realizes this isn't some ordinary kid. He just acted. He has to be the guide, the consciousness of this entire place. And now that she gets a good look at him, those features are so familiar. The intense eyes, the stubborn chin. It's him. She finally gets it. This boy is Jaewon's ego, his inner self. Let's just call him Mini Jaewon. The two of them immediately start dashing through the back alleys. Mini Jaewon navigates the city like he owns it. Siren scrambles to keep up, feeling pretty ridiculous as he casually asks if she fell into a memory canal by accident. This kid has zero filter and a whole lot of sass for someone half her size, but he gets her out of danger effortlessly. Then he starts dropping some serious knowledge on her. He explains that memory fragments get lost in here all the time like socks in a cosmic dryer. But she's a real physical being. That's a much bigger problem. She just stares at him, completely stunned. He starts to look a little weirded out by her intense "what are you" gaze. Finally, she blurts out why he hasn't tried to escape yet. He just shrugs his shoulders and gives her the cold, hard truth. They want him gone because he's the only kid in a world of adults. That's it. In this place being the same as the law, anything different is hunted down like a system error. Little Jaewon looks up, his eyes full of curiosity, and asks what the outside Jaewon is like. Siren pauses, realizing she only knows him in the middle of all the chaos. Still, she gives Mini Jaewon an honest answer. The real Jaewon is a lot like him, just a kid at heart dressing up in adult clothes and pretending he has everything under control. This answer seems to make him happy, as if he just learned he won't grow up to be a total weirdo. Well, that's not exactly what she said, but it's close enough. Suddenly, the boy's demeanor shifts entirely. He insists they need to get her out of there, along with the memory fragment she brought with her. Siren's confused. What fragment? He points to something stuck in her hair, like a decorative pin. She's amazed this little guy knows what he's talking about. But of course he does. It's his job. His entire purpose is to catch stray memories and put them back where they belong. Siren finally gets it. This kid guide is more than just a tag-along. He's their actual escape plan. What she didn't expect was how professionally he'd handle it all. The boy doesn't hesitate for a moment. He identifies the shard on her and immediately calls a red alert. He explains that its glow means it's the highest priority. He gives her the quick rundown: white, green, blue, and red. White is the least important. Red means their time is almost up. If this fragment isn't put back soon, the real Jaewon will be in serious danger. These are memories connected to the monarchs of the 12 regions, and that's not something you want floating around. She tells him to send her back, but he can't just wave a magic wand. The passageway operates on its own schedule, opening only when it feels like it. Her fantasy of a quick getaway is officially crushed. She's just going to have to wait. Even the guide doesn't know precisely when the exit will show up. He offers her a place to stay under an overpass. For him, it's not a problem at all. This is his home. It makes her wonder how he even tracks the passage if he's always here. He doesn't guess. He calculates. He waits for the Wi-Fi signal to get all scrambled, a clear sign the portal's about to open. Pulling out a beat-up device, he tracks the signal like it's second nature. Siren asks if there's any way to speed things up or find a shortcut, but he's firm. They just have to be patient. Tomorrow they'll gather what they need and try again. As they get ready for the night, she starts thinking about things much bigger than just memory fragments. She worries if this ego version of Jaewon is truly okay, and how he manages to survive in this bizarre place. It's like a mayor just dropped him off here and disappeared. Maybe this place is the fallout from some kind of nightmare tower. And even though she's a mayor herself, she thinks about the towers they construct and the people who have to live with the aftermath. People like this kid, a piece of someone who has suffered way too much. That kind of damage must be buried somewhere deep inside our protagonist who refuses to ever give up. A full week passes, and not one single passageway opens. Now they're just sitting on an old bridge leg, swinging over the edge, talking about mini Jaewon's job. The kid treats returning memories like a sacred mission, even though the cops have been closing in on him more and more each day. Siren raises an eyebrow. This whole cop chase thing sounds a bit unusual. He admits it's been happening more often lately, but it's still pretty rare. To the guide, it's just his luck swinging from good to bad. She asks him what he does on the bad days. His answer is to watch other memories, like he's binging a TV show. Siren blinks, having no idea what he's talking about. He explains that not all memories get sent back. He keeps some of the white ones, arguing that there's no real reason to return fragments of boring days. What would the outside Jaewon do with them anyway? She has no clue how to respond to that. It's not her place to say if it's right or wrong, so she lets it slide. The kid then takes out a memory crystal to show her how it works. With a quick twist, the memory plays itself out. It's amazing. As soon as he turns it on, the space around them lights up like a movie theater. It's like old-fashioned film reels are coming to life. These memories are from Earth. One shows a mother reading to her toddler, but another one really grabs Siren's attention. A scene that looks like it's pulled from the page of a storybook. It feels incredibly familiar. And then it hits her. It's The Little Prince. The book is so popular among mayors that Siren recognizes it immediately. She and the guide watch it together. In the memory, a young Jaewon pulls on his mother's sleeve, wondering if the little prince ever visited Earth. She gives him a warm smile and says that he did. Then she recites the line that always resonates. The most important things in life can't be seen with your eyes. Siren knows this story is essential reading for mayors. Its message is powerful. A little prince traveling the world, seeing the things that adults have forgotten. It's about a child trying to remind grown-ups what's truly important. His imagination is his greatest power. Siren remembers that the prince dies at the end of the real story. And maybe that's the whole point. Innocence can only remain pure if it's allowed to end. Toddler Jaewon asks what happened to the world after the prince was gone. His mother gives him a sweet answer, saying the world stayed the same and that the little prince didn't actually die. He kept on living. She changed the ending just to protect his feelings. That's the version that stuck with him. The belief that the prince never quit became the very core of our hero's resilience. His own story might not have a perfect ending, but its roots in a tough world give it real meaning. Neither Siren nor the kid can understand why a memory like that was labeled white. Those were supposed to be the memories that didn't matter, not ones filled with so much feeling. But maybe that's just how the system is designed. To keep going, you have to leave certain parts of yourself behind. Sacrifice is part of the deal. While they're lost in these deep thoughts, the boy's tablet pings loudly. He tells Siren to snap out of it. They've got a job to do. She looks up, still a bit dazed, just as the sky cracks open. A portal bursts into existence above the building, blazing with light. No more waiting around. It's time to get going. But obviously, there's no way this escape is going to be simple. Not with those creepy cop creatures showing up to create their usual chaos. Siren has to wonder if they're only being chased because the passageway opened, since a huge swarm of creatures is already hot on their trail, hunting them as if by pure instinct. Little Jaewon urgently reports the system is in critical meltdown. Something foreign just tore right through its source code. Not even a minute later, they burst through the building, under the portal, sprinting for the elevator as if their lives depended on it, because they do. Every single second matters. The passageway is unstable and won't last long. As our boy frantically explains the situation, one of the monster cops grabs him by the neck, starting to crush his windpipe. Siren prepares to intervene, but before she can even blink, something in Jaewon just snaps. He grabs a pipe and goes completely feral, smashing the beast with a cold, precise fury that leaves her stunned. It's not just his power, but that eerie calm he has. No panic, no fear in his eyes. Maybe he's just numb from all the horror he's witnessed. Or perhaps this is the only way his inner self, Jiwon, can survive. They reach the elevator and hit the button for the 20th floor. But before the doors can even shut, more monsters swarm in. The very creatures the kid just took down are crawling back up, absolutely relentless. Young Jiwon screams that these things aren't even real. They're just symbols, nothing more than rules made up by the so-called adults who run this twisted world. That's his own special way of giving the system a piece of his mind. With the elevator escape route officially busted, it's time for the stairs. There's no other choice. He yells at Siren to bolt for the passageway the second she sees it. He'll hold off the monsters himself. She hates that idea and wants to drag him with her, but he flat out refuses. This is his world, and he's got her covered. She just needs to hurry. She despises leaving him behind in what feels like a living nightmare, but he makes it painfully clear that for him there is no way out. They slam the rooftop gate shut, buying a few precious seconds. The kid is done being gentle. He tells her to quit playing the hero and run for that glowing crack in the sky. It's her only escape. Just as she's about to leap through the portal, Minnie Jiwon shouts one last question. Does the version of him on the outside even have any friends? Siren pauses, and with a warm, comforting smile, she nods. Yes. That finally gets a genuine smile out of him. A small, unfamiliar sight in a world this brutal. He offers a simple goodbye. The monsters are closing in, but he isn't going down quietly. He swings that pipe like a fierce little warrior, defiant to the very end. Siren watches her heart pounding in her chest, knowing she's leaving behind something unforgettable. She has to tell the older Jiwon about the brave, stubborn kid buried deep inside of him. This little hero who stood his ground against all odds, even when every part of him must have been screaming to run. Now, whenever the outside world feels too cold for our protagonist, she'll remember. She'll tell him the story of the little prince was real, that a part of him never gave up on his own world. And with that thought, she's pulled back into the vast, starry canal of memory. But Siren is different now. No more aimless drifting. She knows if she keeps chasing her godfather's memories, she'll just get lost in an endless loop, never truly belonging anywhere. She won't let that happen. She has no idea how much time has passed, days, hours, seconds, but for the first time, she is no longer lost. She has a new clarity. She understands what to look out for when she builds her next tower. Or she won't make the same mistakes. Her search for her godfather's memories is over. She's going to trust what Jawan told her. She'll follow him right into the abyss no matter how insane the plan sounds. And every time that frustrating guy starts rambling about the 8th gate puzzles, she'll slowly put it all together, one difficult piece at a time. It's not going to be fast or easy, but she'll do it. No more shortcuts. Then she suddenly remembers the strange memory fragment that got tangled in her hair. She'd completely forgotten about it. So now seems like the perfect time to finally see what it is. The moment she looks at it, her breath catches. It's her godfather again. Another memory, but this one feels wrong. The air is thick with pure terror, and Mullik is not alone. He's face to face with someone, and her heart sinks into her stomach. It's catastrophe. The God Soul King, the very first awakened disaster. She'd heard the legends, the tales, sealed away in the strange factory by the masters born from chaos. But she never imagined she would actually see him. And now that she has a cold dread washes over her. This isn't just scary, it's the kind of thing nightmares are made of. She can't understand why this particular memory is glowing red. Sure, you might meet Catastrophe in the Abyss, but nobody ever mentioned confronting him. Even the monarchs wouldn't dare. The horrible realization hits her. If she's right, the expedition's heading straight for disaster. She has to warn the others immediately. Abruptly, the scene cuts to a silent, empty stretch of the cosmic void, where space and time seem to melt away. Chung-Ho's voice breaks the silence. After 900 years, they've finally arrived. Siren, completely unconscious, is being carried by someone. The mood is grim and the tension is thick. Jawan's voice rings out. They've reached the gate to the abyss. She's out cold, but somehow our protagonist is still on his feet after everything he's been through. But hey, with Jawan, nothing is ever that simple, is it? He instantly recognizes the place from Mullick's memories. They're standing before the strange factory. Whatever happens next might just be what Siren was dreading. According to Mullick's records, Jawan says this is the final gate before they enter the abyss itself. Jurgen Shiver asks his fortress master if he really intends to just barge right in. Jawan nods, but tells everyone to stop calling him fortress master. He already stepped down from that role. He doesn't expect anyone to follow or rely on him. Still, Jurgen's unwavering loyalty makes our boy crack a small smile. Despite his warnings, more than 3,000 people joined the expedition. Most stayed behind, knowing the abyss is a long-term commitment, but some just couldn't resist the challenge. And the only one who was dragged along without any choice in the matter, that would be Siren. Ironically, she's the one who passed out from trying to squeeze a memory out of our hero. You can even hear her snoring, but her skills are far too valuable to leave behind. Suddenly, the structure of the factory gate begins to shift as massive hangar doors slide open. Some are confused, but the sharp-eyed members spot horned beasts waiting inside. There's no choice but to fight their way through. A massive, saber-toothed wolf with glowing red eyes lunges forward, followed by another. Kimmin yells for everyone to get ready. The battle is about to start. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different place, one with an ancient, eerie vibe. We're at the ancient palace of pitch darkness deep in the 9th region. A shivering, hunched-over man bows before a powerful figure. It's Rika, the timid monarch, explaining how his hands were cut off in chaos. Despite his spirit being shaken, he somehow managed to get back to his body. He's putting on quite a performance. He's too terrified to tell this monarch what our protagonist did, and he has no idea how he'll be punished for returning alone. The royal figure absorbed in a painting seems more interested in the fate of Samyong Garang than in Raicha's excuses. It's no big shock that someone so reckless met a bad end, but he still wants to know every detail about Garang's last moments. Standing nearby are the ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha. Raicha explains that Garang seemed to be enjoying himself, but once the story is told, the mood in the room turns grim. Canal and Megiddo, the 17th and 21st Major Generals, are dead. So is the 1st Major General Garang, who was the royalty's own kin, the hidden monarch. And after all that, only Raicha survived. Shkaidom, he forces himself to agree, though terror is pounding in his chest. It seems impossible that a mere brigadier general made it out alive when all the elites were wiped out. The monarch orders him to raise his head. The sheer pressure of that gaze nearly makes him buckle. Jaewon's rage was terrifying, to be sure, but it was nothing compared to this man. His presence alone is suffocating. This is the true ruler, the black shadow strategist Sam Yong-hoon. The crest on his badge is identical to Garang's. He casually mentions visiting the roots of the illusion tree, the world that the mayor had concealed, saying he'd grown bored of the almighty land and needed a walk. He's talking about world number 294 Earth. Reika is completely lost, but Hoon simply says to tag along if he's interested. It isn't a suggestion, it's a command. Trembling, Reika steps forward, calling it a great honor. Inside, his mind is racing, wondering if the monarch blames him for the failure. While ascending the stairs, he desperately tries to convince himself it wasn't his fault after all. He never killed anyone. He was just a bystander. Hoon cuts him off, showing him a painting of a cup on a saucer. Reika immediately praises the monarch's fine taste, privately thinking it looks incredibly cheap. When asked what he sees, he replies, "It's a teacup, of course." A faint smile touches Hoon's lips as he reads the inscription aloud. This is not a teacup. Reika can't begin to understand what he means. The strategist explains that the artist painted something identical to a teacup, only to insist it wasn't one, calling the very contradiction beautiful. He then asks, do you still think it's a teacup? Reika hesitates for a second, then nods. In a flash, Hoon grabs his face, forcing him to look him in the eye and insisting, it is only an image pretending to be a teacup. His eyes gleam with a chilling fire as he stares deep into Reika's soul, declaring it's strange that anyone calls it a teacup at all. Reika's voice trembles as he repeats the monarch's words. Hoon releases him, remarking that it's not just the painting that is strange. There are countless teacups in the world, all different, yet they are all called the same thing. Then he finally asks the real question. What truly defines a teacup? Does one even exist? He's become a full-blown philosopher. Hoon breaks it down for the terrified Reika. The heart of the question is about the true essence of existence. He's impressed that an adapter from the system, a simple earthling no less, could come up with such a profound concept. With that same burning intensity, Hoon asks if Reika understands. The man can only nod in submission. The monarch praises him and continues using the painting as a new analogy. What is a monarch? Without pausing for a response, Hoon explains, a monarch is supposed to be the most dignified, noble, and important being in the almighty land. He repeats the words again, his voice now dangerously soft, and then comes the deadly twist. Does that mean the ice monarch, the white-haired monarch, or I truly embody that title? Reika eagerly agrees they are the ultimate examples. Hoon then turns his piercing gaze on him and asks, are you a monarch? The poor brigadier looks like he's about to crumble, knowing he failed to eliminate a single target and returned alive, while all his comrades were slaughtered. Hoon looms over him, his eyes like ice, and asks if such a man deserves the title. A deafening silence fills the room, then a scream echoes. Blood splatters across the pristine stairs. The ice monarch wordlessly hands Hoon a towel. The strategist thanks him and observes Reika's lifeless body as if it were a finished masterpiece. He even gives his new creation a name. This is not a monarch. Smiling coldly, he asks where the fugitives have gone. The other monarchs believe they've reached the strange factory. If that's the case, Hoon wants the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals summoned at once. It is time they taught those arrogant fools a lesson they would never forget. The scene changes to a room filled with objects from Earth. A portrait, a computer, and a cryogenic chamber containing a living being. The monarch steps into what now looks like a laboratory, remembering his last visit to Earthworld. Number 294, a place, for which he has developed a strange fondness. But that wasn't the real reason for his trip. In the middle of the room, a man hangs, suspended in midair, tightly bound from head to toe. The monarch recalls the message from Jaewon that Reika had delivered, asking if monarchs truly had the courage to die. That was the only way they could ever get their hands on him, and Sam Young-hoon fully intends to find out if that's true. He speaks to the unconscious prisoner whose face is disturbingly familiar, wondering aloud if Jaewon is ready to test his own courage to stop them. A sudden knock interrupts his thoughts. Annoyed, Sam Young-hoon reminds the visitor that he gave strict orders not to be disturbed. It's the ice monarch who has come with an urgent question. Now that the narrow gate is closed, how are they supposed to handle the chaos insurgents? A sinister smile spreads across Hoon's face. He suggests they follow Jaewon's idea to the absolute letter. If the enemy wishes to see if they possess the courage to die, then the monarchs will gladly show them. The ice monarch freezes in horror, realizing Hoon plans to carry out that very threat himself, and he wants the ice monarch to go first. Back at the Abyss Gate, a fierce battle has already broken out. Kaiman and Kong Hwang observe that the true products of the strange factory are horned beasts, vile creatures they have not faced in many long years. All around them, adapters are struggling under the relentless assault. That is, until our protagonist charges forward, carving a path through the horde with absolute ease. Nearby, Keeman and Shung watch in amazement. Chung-ho glances at Keeman and sees the worry in his eyes. He suspects Keeman is afraid he won't be chosen to enter the Abyss, but he knows Jaewon would never leave him behind. Meanwhile, our hero and Doc Bull push onward, slicing through beast after beast. Even so, his powerful weapon is beginning to show signs of strain. It can't heal as fast, as it's taking damage no matter how many horns he feeds it. Jaewon thinks back on all the brutal fights Doc Bull has seen him through. He could try to forge a new weapon, but spirited weapons are not so easily replaced. Plus, this one isn't evolving. Mitchell once explained that spirited weapons evolve in massive leaps, multiplying their strength exponentially. A deafening roar suddenly shatters his train of thought. Even Jurgens shiver, and the fighters in the rear are thrown off balance for a moment. A massive beast emerges from the shadows, its jaws dripping and lined with fangs. It's an octohorned monster, a creature so rare that even veterans have seldom seen one. They all know that a heptahorned beast requires at least a 7th stage adapter to take down, but an octohorn, that needs someone with the power of a brigadier general, or even higher. The one-eyed beast locked onto our boy, ready to avenge its buddies with a massive shockwave attack. Keeman is shouting for him to find cover, but Chong-ho barely even nods. Seriously, Keeman, you'd think you'd know by now that Jae-won is on a whole different difficulty setting. With a flash in his eyes, our protagonist hefts Dokbul and meets the shockwave head-on. The sheer force blasts lesser beasts aside, while even the other fighters brace against the aftershock. They realize it instantly. He's gotten even stronger. This Genesis-powered Jae-won is on a whole different level than the man who fought Samyang Garang. The octohorn lunges once more, but our boy closes the gap in a heartbeat, thanking the beast for its horns as he swings. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos, demanding they stop and capturing everyone's attention. Among the group, only Chung-ho seems to understand. The real management has finally decided to show up. Strange metallic creatures step forward, announcing that Garnak only got cocky because it had beaten a previous product. One of these newcomers even has a halo and small horns. They comment that it's been ages since anyone besides a monarch gave Garnak this much trouble. To everyone's shock, these are the rulers of all horned beasts, the Decahorns. So this is the factory's true welcoming party, and they're only just now making their grand entrance. And it's not just one Decahorn, but 3 of them. Seeing them brings a genuine smile to Jae-won's face. 3 opponents will make for a much better fight than just one. One of the leaders, Edsak, notes that he'd heard someone was trying to enter the abyss. Probably this bunch. Joniak, the one with the halo, offers a bit of praise, while the sarcastic third seems genuinely amazed that they're still human. Without missing a beat, our boy uses his appraisal ability to size them up. They aren't as powerful as Samyang or the Scent Monarch, but they're clearly stronger than Megiddo and Canel. Still, even though the Awakener is itching for a fight, he knows better than to challenge all 3 at once. Chung-ho interrupts his thoughts, muttering that he's not a fan of this mechanical trio either. But despite the tense atmosphere, these leaders aren't here for a fight. Recognizing Chung-ho, they can't believe he's returned, remembering the incident from the last Abyss expedition. Edsak nudges his companion for being a little harsh, before Joniak extends an invitation for Jae-won to come inside. Apparently, the great factory head is waiting for him. Inside, the immense hall feels like another world entirely. Jong-woo spots the horned beasts being repaired, including the very octohorn our protagonist just took down. He and Sir Carlton were only allowed in because Jae-won insisted that his entire group stay together. One of the smaller masters explains that Garnak products are created only once every 10 years, so perhaps the Awakeners should think twice before wrecking them so carelessly again. He adds that many were lost, fighting the dead demon warriors, which immediately catches Jae-won's attention. These leaders had survived battles against the invaders from the strange palace. Meanwhile, Carlton Javier expresses his distinct pleasure at meeting the apostles of the machine god Deos. When asked how he knows of them, the knight confirms he's heard tales of Deos' followers. He finally remarks that maybe people from Chaos aren't all classless thugs. At least Sir Carlton Javier shows some proper respect. They soon arrive at the gate to the factory leader. Pushing open the massive doors, they step into an enormous surveillance room built around a central machine that looks like a giant CPU. Someone addresses Jae-won as the awakened warrior. This is the main factory leader, Aniak. Seeing the machine's name, Jae-won feels a strange sense of familiarity. In fact, all their names, Edsak Joniak and Aniak, sound more like machine product codes from Earth. Our protagonist decides to bring it up, mentioning Earthworld number 294. Aniak pauses, curious as to why he would ask such a thing. Jae-won explains that their names remind him of machines from his home. Aniak only knows they were made by a god from a world of change. If that world is indeed Earth, Jae-won could be right. Although he's heard of gods, no one in Chaos ever brought them up. Aniak can tell Jae-won doesn't fully understand the Abyss, so it decides to simplify things. Monarchs rule the almighty land, and in the same way gods control the Abyss. And just like the monarchs, these gods are constantly competing for dominance. But unlike them, gods aren't adapters of any system. As they talk, the machinery hums steadily all around them. Chung-ho is fascinated by the idea of abyss gods. Then, Aniak clarifies that while their roles are similar, gods are fundamentally different creatures from monarchs. The concept is still completely new to the Awakener. Where he comes from, gods are all powerful beings. But Aniak is describing something else entirely. The gods of the abyss are not all-knowing, not by a long shot. Sure, some might approach that level, but most don't. Admitting its own understanding is limited. As a created being, Aniak still offers its valuable insight. It states that Jaewon himself would qualify as a god, or at least godlike. Our protagonist certainly wasn't expecting that, but Aniak's logic is sound. As an awakener who has unlocked Genesis, the power of creation, he embodies his own unique world. That alone puts him on par with the gods of the abyss, and maybe even above them. Unlike Jaewon, these gods cannot act alone. They need representatives. Their power comes from channeling their worlds into their followers. The more followers they have, the stronger they become. The leaders explain that it is incredibly rare for a mortal to reach Jaewon's level. The very definition of a god is quite fluid here. Since gods are created by even greater beings through karma, only by gathering enough karma to create a form and winning approval from Big Brother can they earn the title. Jaewon realizes there must be a being so powerful that even gods need its permission just to exist. But he's puzzled. Why wasn't any of this information in the Abyss archives he got from Lance? He asks them directly who Big Brother really is. According to Carlton Javier, it's an organization that guides and oversees the system. Chung-ho confirms he's heard similar stories, but Aniak interrupts, saying that's only what ordinary humans are led to believe. This sudden revelation makes Jaewon even more curious, but the leaders refuse to elaborate. The only answer they give is that Big Brother is the god above all other gods, the ultimate guardian of the system. Suddenly we see an image of a giant eye in the sky, the very same one that appears within Jaewon's unique world. The factory leaders will not explain any further to Jaewon except for one crucial fact. Big Brother is the top onlooker god. The smallest leader, Joniak, even looks a bit afraid, warning the group that it's best to stay out of that being's sight. That's when our protagonist drops a bombshell. He asks if Big Brother was the one who killed their god. The factory trio is stunned into silence, realizing he knows far more than he should. The death of Deos is the exact reason they were all exiled from the Abyss. The Awakened One is clearly learning quite a lot from reading Mulik's records. Through a vision of the past, Jaewon sees the truth. These leaders made a contract with Big Brother after he destroyed Deos, and they were only allowed to remain at this factory because of their useful abilities. Cornered, and out of options, they had no choice but to comply if they wanted to live. The records also showed they had begged Lance to brave the Abyss and bring back their Titan warrior, Deus Ex Machina. Aniak finally lays it all out, revealing why Jaewon was summoned in the first place. They need him to promise he'll never set foot in the Abyss. But Chung-ho knows that's a promise he can't possibly keep. The leaders refuse to make any calls for their group. She gets fired up, calling out the humans for their arrogance, but Anak quickly holds her back. The truth is, these leaders aren't the ones calling the shots. The only one who can decide if the Chaosians get into the Abyss isn't too keen on them either. Jaewon realizes Anak is talking about the Soul King catastrophe, and the king is absolutely furious that he killed Magritte, his mega undead pet, and one of his most loyal servants. In reality, this is all just a big warning for our hero. He's a little baffled by the whole situation. To put it simply, the Soul King is throwing a massive tantrum because his pet was defeated even though it attacked first. Since he controls the gate to the Abyss, he's blocking everyone from getting through. Jaewon's summary might be blunt, but it's spot on. Anak has to agree, but our protagonist still demands they open the gate. Anak thinks Jaewon doesn't get how serious this is, but he's not giving up. He declares he'll just go persuade Catastrophe himself. Anak stands his ground, but before things can get heated, our hero drops a single powerful name, Deus Ex Machina. The leaders are completely floored. They have no clue how he knows that name, but he promises he can bring back their missing Titan warrior. Naturally, they are desperate to know where he got this information, but Jaewon is keeping his cards close to his chest. If they ever want to see Deus Ex Machina again, they just need to let him meet Catastrophe. In that moment, he knows he's found their weak spot. Anak immediately leads him through a distorted passage. Even when everything seemed set in stone, Jaewon managed to push his way forward. Convincing the Soul King might be a long shot, but he has to give it a try. As they step inside, Anak can only wish him luck. Then the leader mentions something called the Stigma of Deus, a power Jaewon apparently hasn't been using. Our protagonist has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Anak points to the tattoo on his forearm, the infamous Gorgon tattoo he's now known for. It was a gift from the apostles to humanity, originally paired with a 7-horned beast as a guardian. Anak has no idea what happened after the old fortress master gave it to Jaewon. If he activates that stigma, the horned beasts will leave him alone, and other apostles in the Abyss will recognize him as an ally. A few minutes later they arrive. From this point on, Jae-won is on his own. Anak reminds him he only has 1 hour. Any longer and the door is sealed for good. That works for him. He wasn't planning on wasting any time anyway. Crossing a long bridge lit by eerie lamps, Jae-won admits to himself he's not nearly as confident as he appears. But thanks to Lance's Abyss records, he has a game plan. There's no turning back now. This is the only way to achieve his ultimate goal, the destruction of this world. He gazes up at a colossal door and realizes he's standing before the Soul King's palace. The design is clearly the work of horned beasts. The sheer scale of it is mind-blowing, a true testament to their power. Before he can even take it all in, eyes on the door begin to glow and it swings open. A taunting voice echoes out, "The awakened human has arrived to die." This time Jae-won takes the threat seriously. This is no illusion. It's the real Soul King. He knows he can't afford to underestimate an enemy like this. The king's voice alone feels like it's tearing his very soul apart. Before Catastrophe can even start his rant about Magritte, Jae-won cuts him off with a proposal. The Soul King scoffs. This puny human, who can barely stand in his presence, dares to make a deal. The sheer arrogance is disgusting, but our boy fires right back. He points out that Catastrophe, the legendary First Awakened, and King of Chaos, is now nothing more than a glorified doorman. From the ruler of everything to a dormant gatekeeper, if that's all the Soul King is now, it's just pathetic. It's hard to tell if Jae-won is being incredibly brave or incredibly foolish. But he offers Catastrophe a path to revenge, even as he relies on Draco's power, just to keep from collapsing under the intense pressure. His words hit their mark. For a moment, the king is silent, his curiosity piqued by this human's unexpected nerve. For now, Catastrophe agrees to hear him out, but he warns that if Jae-won's offer is worthless, the price will be his life. The view pulls back, revealing the king's vast domain filled with countless undead ghouls. At this point, Jae-won knows his only way out of here alive is to make an offer the king simply cannot refuse. Jae-won knows everything about the promise Lance made with Catastrophe. Like everyone else, the Soul King is stunned by his secret knowledge. He never expected anyone to know about the pact sealed 900 years ago. Our boy doesn't say how he knows, but he declares he's taking over that promise himself. Catastrophe warns him not to get cocky, but Jae-won promises to see it through, taking the Soul King all the way to the very end of the abyss. Meanwhile, outside the factory, Siren finally wakes up. Jurgen Shiver greets her, explaining they're right in front of the abyss. The look on her face says it all. This is the last place on Earth she wanted to be. She screams at the Prime Minister, desperate to know where Jae-won is, saying she has an urgent message to stop him. The Prime Minister, totally confused by her panic, tells her that our hero is already inside the factory. Suddenly, everyone spots strange fireflies appearing as the air gets warmer. Kang Hwang warns them not to touch anything, but Yoon Young, ever the curious one, decides to poke one anyway. A massive explosion erupts instantly, setting off a devastating chain reaction that damages the factory itself. It's the perfect distraction for the monarchs to make their move. Sam Young-hoon announces that just as Jae-won wanted, the monarchs have arrived to start a war. At least 4 monarchs appear, with Hoon leading the charge. The heroes immediately go on high alert. The order is ruthless, kill everyone except for second stage adapters or higher. Amidst the ambush and chaos, someone mutters that he doesn't care about Hoon's plan. The moment he sees Jae-won, he's taking him out. This is Nakmyeong Cheondo, the Poison Monarch, and a lieutenant of the Emerald Bug family. For him, this is personal. Our protagonist wiped out his clan's caravan. Meanwhile, tensions are rising among the monarchs. Some realize Hoon isn't just here to avenge his little brother. He has a completely different agenda. Among them are the Samyeong family's 4th general, Samyeong Yua, and the white artist monarch, Nishimoto. Yua tells Nishimoto to keep a close watch on the people from the 9th region, curious about what they're up to. She finds it almost funny that a single prodigy managed to trick 100 monarchs, giving her a new appreciation for Jae-won's power. Yuan knew the truth. After 3,000 years, her life would have ended. But if Hoon split the fruits between the families, it would start a war between his duties as a strategist and his birthright as the firstborn of Samyeong. He found their little alliances and rivalries amusing. Even funnier was how many actually believed his promises. To keep his word, he'd have to provide for nearly 50 monarchs, 20 from the Emerald faction, 10 from the 7th region, and 20 more from his own house. But it was no surprise they fell for his act, especially after he graced the battlefield with his presence. To him, a promise kept could never be a lie. Besides, the illusion tree wasn't the only place to find those fruits. There were other ways. The 7 high gods of the abyss had plenty of fruit, and they certainly knew how to make a deal. The gods once had everything until their greed drove them to desire the one thing they couldn't just take: the awakened. It's a simple fact that gods need proxies to manifest their will, and right now the awakened are the only currency that matters. With them, any new world is within reach. The monarchs can curse Jaewon all they want, but he is the final piece of the puzzle. Hoon orders Vargas the Ice Monarch to lead the troops and hunt down the product. The game is simple because monarchs aren't known for being peaceful. If they learn the true value of the tower, the awakened, or the product itself, they'll turn on each other in a heartbeat. That's why Hoon must secure his share first. He can already see it. The tower built to protect chaos will become its worst nightmare. His plan is deviously simple: turn it into a factory to mass produce awakened for the gods. Whoever holds the most fruits will hold all the power, and the 9th region will automatically become the supreme faction. Hoon chuckles at his own sinister vision, a future where his region reigns and the entire land becomes his plaything. But his scheming is cut short by a sudden strike from below. Shocked that anyone would dare attack him, he looks down to see Keeman, surrounded by other clan leaders, all standing united against him. From Kang Hwang to Siren, they all had the same goal: hold the line until Jaewon finishes his task. As strikes and magic flew, Hoon simply watched amused. But the look in his eyes changed. He had made his decision. It was time to wipe them all out for good. The Emerald Bug Monarch. Nakmong Cheondo rampages across the field, his giant centipede forms wreaking havoc, while he curses the stubborn defenders. But his real target is Jaewon. Meanwhile, Samyong-hoon, who had been floating above the battle, finally descends to join the fight. His eyes lock onto Siren, the girl they called foolish and selfish, now branded a traitor. The expedition squad immediately senses the terrifying danger. The aura radiating from this monarch felt completely unnatural. Hoon signals for the poison monarch to stand down for a moment. Nakmong Chando bristled, not wanting to miss the fun, but it was clear Hoon wanted an audience for what was about to happen. Then, spotting an awakened opponent, Hoon springs into action. Keeman braces himself, but the monarch's sword swing releases a force so immense it sends Kang Hwang and Siren flying like ragdolls. Keeman could hardly believe it. Such a massive shockwave from a single casual swing. As the dust settles, Hoon stands over them, calmly declaring he will crush these insects so thoroughly they'll never dare look up again. Kang Hwang, reeling, burns with rage and vows to tear him apart. Shin Manguk and Yunyong share his fury, but the monarch just laughs, openly mocking their pointless passion. He admits he doesn't take any of them seriously, but he plans to savor crushing them all the same. Meanwhile, in the factory's vast surveillance room, alarms begin to blare. Chung-ho is startled, but sees the apostles are just as confused. Azad, ever suspicious, immediately insists the humans must be behind it. Though Edsak isn't convinced, Aniak orders Jonia to check the situation. Jonia's glowing halo activates, projecting live footage of the chaos outside. The truth was undeniable. The monarchs were the culprits. Chung-ho bolts for the exit, remembering Jaewon's grim prediction that they would face the monarchs here. He wondered how on earth they managed to build another narrow gate so quickly. Was it some new technology, or were they insane enough to sacrifice themselves just to get here? Painful memories from the last expedition flooded his mind. He remembered a dying friend pleading for resurrection fruits, clutching one in his final moments. Even though the mission failed, Chung-ho told everyone they had succeeded just to give them a sliver of hope. The lie became his truth. He even argued with Jaewon over drinks, insisting they had won until it almost felt real. Now facing those same enemies again, Chung-ho's resolve wavers as he and Carlton Javier step into the chaos. Everything felt horribly familiar. Chung-ho trembled, but Sir Carlton's voice cut through his fear, telling him to get a grip. Instead, he charges forward, his blade flashing as he roars that he won't let history repeat itself. He lands a clean strike on a monarch, shouting for his friends as he carves a path through the battlefield. Then he sees it. Keeman, the strongest of them all, is at the mercy of Samyong-hoon. All around him, his allies were in desperate situations. But the worst sight was Keeman half-burned and barely standing facing Hoon's blade. The monarch recognizes Chung-ho as the divine physician and seems pleased to find another awakened to experiment on. Hoon declares he's finished playing with Keeman. His willpower was impressive, but ultimately futile. He decides to make an example of him right then and there as Chung-ho screams in protest. As the monarch's blade surges with overwhelming power, Keeman stands frozen silently, apologizing to his fortress master Jaewon for failing to hold the line. Just as Keeman is about to be struck down, a hand shoots out from the chaos and yanks him back to safety. At that very moment, Samyong-hoon is struck from both sides by Sir Carlton Javier and Chung-ho. It was Siren who saved Keeman, knowing the other two were risking their lives with such a reckless attack. But the monarch handles them both with ease, knocking them back with a single effortless swing. The monarch looks amused, almost thrilled to find a few awakeners still bold enough to stand against him. It's then that Cheong-ho finally gets it. Poor Kim Man had been running on pure muscle memory. The man was barely even conscious. The sheer force of Sam Yong-hun's spirit was so overwhelming his very words seemed to make the air grow heavy. Their tense face-off is shattered by the arrival of three familiar figures, the factory leaders, who are also the apostles of Deus. They immediately demand to know what Hun thinks he's doing, meddling in their affairs. He greets them with that same unsettlingly calm smile, claiming he's just there to pick up a product and will be on his way. The apostles ask if he's talking about Jaewon, the one who opened Genesis. You can hear the venom in their voices. They despise how monarchs see living humans as nothing more than items on a shelf. Sam Yong-hun, cutting straight to the point, insists they open the gate so he can take Jaewon. But the leaders don't move. Losing his patience, Hun lets out a curse and gives them one last warning. A massive surge of energy erupts from him, sending the lead apostle flying. She gets back up, spitting her own curses at him for interfering. Changing tactics. Hun reveals he knows all about catastrophe, the Soul King trapped inside their strange factory, and that the apostles have been quite useful in keeping him sealed away. But then Hun delivers a crushing dose of reality. The monarchs never interfered because the factory was still serving its purpose. It acted as a cage for catastrophe, one of the three ancient gods and the most powerful being in the abyss. But now things have changed. Hun couldn't care less how strong catastrophe is anymore. To him, the Soul King is just some fallen god pathetically clinging to the respect of the undead. Sam Yong-hun proudly declares he's stronger than all 12 supreme monarchs from 1,000 years ago, and he is done waiting. The apostles warn him to back off, but Hun is finished pretending they're allies. The lead apostle lunges at him in a rage, while her companions desperately try to hold her back. The monarch conjures a magical seal overhead, and the massive aura of a dragon begins to form. Only now does she realize the true danger she's in. Everyone freezes as she braces for the attack. A blinding light engulfs everything. For a heartbeat, it feels like the end of the world. As Cheong-ho stumbles back, completely powerless, a voice calls out to him asking for a battlefield report from the divine physician. He turns to find Yun-yong waiting for a glimmer of hope. It's only then that Cheong-ho sees Yun-yong's mutilated, blinded eyes. He clenches his jaw, his heart shattering. For the leader of the Lightning God clan. All he can manage to say is that if Yun-yong could still see, he wouldn't have the heart to describe this nightmare. There's no way they can win. Suddenly, Seola's words echo in his mind, asking if he plans on running away yet again. Just like before, Cheong-ho freezes, paralyzed by that familiar fear. But then, memories of Jaewon ignite a spark of defiance. Our boy, who charged into every single fight like victory was a given, never backed down from anyone, not even the Soul King. When Yun-yong asks if their fortress master has come back, something inside Cheong-ho hardens into steel. Maybe Jaewon really is gone, but even so, he would never have bent the knee to the Soul King. He looks at Yun-yong and says, "The fortress master hasn't returned, but that doesn't mean we've lost." Yun-yong lets out a laugh, understanding the deep meaning behind those words. Even if the battle seems hopeless, surrender is simply not in their vocabulary. As the sky clears, Cheong-ho, Yun-yong and the others stand ready, weapons raised high, resolved to fight until their last breath. For the first time, a flicker of something new crosses Sam Yong-hun's face unease. Their defiance is an open challenge to his absolute authority. He realizes he's witnessing what true nobility looks like, the will to decide your own fate. He has a fleeting thought, wondering if all awakened beings are like this, and if he could ever truly sell them to the gods of the abyss. He then calls out to Vargas, ordering a change of plans. Every single awakened must be annihilated. The colossal dragon gathers energy, preparing to unleash total devastation. Just as it seems to be the end for them all, a sudden whoosh cuts through the air. The explosion never comes. Sam Yong-hun instantly understands what just happened. Standing there, perfectly calm in his mission armor, with Dokbul in hand, is Jaewon. Our protagonist glances over at his comrades and simply says, "Sorry, I'm late." Jaewon now, with strange scars marking his face, arrives late with an apology, and the whole company breathes a collective sigh of relief. He quickly tells them to clear the area, thanking them for holding out so long against the fearsome Sam Yong-hun. The monarch, radiating an aura of pure arrogance, refuses to believe this ragged-looking man is the fortress master everyone's talking about. He sneers at our protagonist's tattered clothes and complete lack of ceremony, doubting anyone would go to such lengths for a total nobody. Still, something about him is intriguing. A strange, impure energy is leaking from Jaewon, carrying the faint trace of catastrophe, the Soul King himself. It suggests that catastrophe actually allowed someone this unremarkable to live. The monarch openly mocks the followers of chaos, finding it hilarious that they'd risk it all for someone who looks like a beggar. He just can't comprehend sacrificing so much for a mere product like our hero. But just then, new figures appear on the scene. It's the 9th Region's 5th Lieutenant General, the Black Cloud Monarch Maga, and the 6th Lieutenant General, the Dragon Leg Monarch Serum. Serum is already getting impatient, but Sam Young-hoon tells him their main problem is still Jae-won. Our boy, however, is fresh out of patience for these self-important monarchs. He wonders aloud if they're just going to stand around and chat all day. With a single decisive swing of his sword, he sends a clear message talk time is over. He then activates his moon eye. The Poison Monarch. No Kong Cheondo seems interested, remarking that this man has created a world with a very unique perspective. They point out the massive eye on the twisted tree identical to the one near the first nightmare. That grotesque eye is apparently meant to represent the big brother Yua, but she's still not impressed. She says that no matter how Jae-won tries to shape this world, she sees nothing but an empty void with no real substance. Meanwhile, Cheong-ho, who has always put his faith in his own strength, starts to wonder what our protagonist is thinking. He knows there's no way Jae-won can possibly fight all of these lieutenant generals at once. Even Sam Young-hoon admits the Fortress Master has a unique worldview, one he's never seen before, though it's still inferior to what he saw in Crack. He asks, is this really all Jae-won has got? Clearly it is not. Our protagonist answers by charging forward, swinging Dokbul directly at one of the monarchs. But just before that blade finds its mark, Serum swoops in. She sends Dokbul flying with a swift kick, playfully scolding him for being so reckless. The Poison Monarch notices the Black Pitch strategist is practically vibrating with excitement to join the fight. Meanwhile, the Emerald Bug Clan Monarch is still holding a grudge over that little caravan incident. Sam Young-hoon, however, is wondering why they're wasting time arguing about who fights Jae-won first. Getting a little tired of the chatter, Hoon just snaps his fingers and poof, a giant cube traps both him and our hero inside. The bug-faced monarch is completely shocked by this move and starts banging on the barrier. The Emerald Bug Clan wants its revenge, but Hoon couldn't care less. His hair starts to glow, giving off the same kind of energy that Samyong-garong had during his own fight with Jae-hwan. Inside the box, our hero isn't quite sure what these monarchs are up to. Hoon says he just wants a fair one-on-one duel, promising no one will interrupt them this time. He even encourages Jae-won to come at him with everything he's got, feeling pretty confident that the Fortress Master's attacks won't even leave a mark. Hoon's sword and his whole body are just pulsing with power, shining even brighter than Garong's ever did. But Jae-won has a few tricks up his sleeve too. The monarch notes he's seen a lot of awakenings in the last 10 days. Some people made it to stage 3, and a few talented ones even hit stage 4. Charging straight ahead, he hits Dokbul and smirks, saying Jae-won is the weakest stage 4 awakener he's ever seen. In that very moment, our main character finally gets it. Garang's brother is way stronger than Garang ever was. The power gap is just huge. He can feel that Hoon is using the system's power on a whole other level, and he knows that tiny, careful attacks are going to do absolutely nothing. To get out of this, he's got to go all in. As he summons his dragon, the monarch teases Jae-won, who's opened to Genesis and materialized his power, warning him not to use the same old boring moves. That's perfectly fine with our hero, who's ready to switch things up. His next attack looks totally normal, but before Hoon can even blink, it morphs into one of his signature world thrusts. Cheong-ho is absolutely stunned, while the other monarchs look entertained. Finally, the show's getting good. Hoon admits that he can see how Garong lost to this guy, but he gives a little warning. If Jae-won holds back thinking Hoon is on the same level as Garong, he's going to lose fast. Just opening the Genesis won't be enough this time. Hoon is waiting to see if the Fortress Master wants to end it now, or if he has any other cool tricks to show off before it's over. Jae-won, however, has a question he never got to ask Garong. He looks right at Hoon and asks why he hasn't just killed him already. He's had plenty of chances, so what does he really want? Hoon is actually impressed by how direct he is, and explains that he wants Jae-won to join the 9th region and bring the Tower of Awakening along with him. Of course, our boy asks what happens if he says no. Hoon just lets out a laugh. It's not really a choice. With another snap of his fingers, he shows a vision of items taken from Earth, including a computer. When Jae-won looks totally shocked, Hoon knows he understands that something much bigger is going on here. The monarch then reveals his true gift, Jae-won's original body from Earth, chained up like a trophy. What Hoon's offering is a chance for our main character to get back the life he lost. It's really that simple. All this time wandering in chaos can finally end. Jae-won now has a ticket to restart his old life. Sam Young-hoon even makes the deal a little sweeter, offering him the spot of 8th Lieutenant General. But the most tempting part is the promise of going back to Earth. And not just returning to the present, but getting back all the years he lost in chaos, a complete rewind. Even with all that, our hero doesn't hesitate. He refuses to go back, especially not on Hoon's terms. The monarch's smile doesn't fade one bit. He was expecting that answer. It totally fits with Jae-won's personality, always pushing back against his past. So why even make the offer if he knew he'd be rejected? Because honestly, it was never about turning back the clock or erasing everything our main character has been through. That kind of reset wouldn't undo the nightmare he's lived through or the journey that now defines him, and Hoon gets that. In his opinion, it shouldn't be undone. All those scars and all that pain are what made Jae-won who he is today. This thought even makes Hoon wonder if that's the real reason our hero won't go back. He's holding on to the present, no matter how messed up it is, because it's what he knows. But Hoon wants him to see the real picture. This chaotic present of his isn't really worth saving. He tells Jae-won to take a good look around and ask if this awful place is really something he wants to cling to. When Hoon says that the life stolen from him was the one he truly deserved, it really hits a nerve. Memories of his mother suddenly pop into his head, her voice calling out to him, asking for just one more story. Even Jae-won feels that pull his veins popping as he fights against the temptation. Everyone he ever loved is still back in that world. If he just accepts the job, he could see them whenever he wanted. From a logical standpoint, the choice seems pretty clear. For a quick second, it almost looks like our main character is actually going to consider it. But then he grips Dokbul even tighter and gives his answer to the radiant monarch. He's not going back. The only place he's trying to reach is the very top. This time it's Hoon who looks completely surprised. He begs Jae-won to think about it, asking if he's really going to throw away the only real life he has left for this broken reality. The monarch's friendly smile is gone, and his aura flares up, crashing into Jae-won and forcing our boy to cover his face. In that moment, he has a little chat with his inner self. Everything Hoon said was true. He really does miss that time he lost. His past flashes right before his eyes. If he's still human, how could he not miss it? But ever since coming to this world, the line between past, present, and future has gotten really blurry. Jae-won takes a step forward, pushing right through the monarch's incredible spiritual energy. Once the shockwave dies down, he asks what good it would do to return to Earth, only to watch it get destroyed by these cultivators and demons. He's got a point, and Hoon doesn't even try to argue. Cultivation is the law of this world. It's not really anyone's fault, it's just the way things are. Jae-won has no memory of his life before becoming a product, and you can't blame him for that. Nobody blames Siren for growing up in a tower, only knowing what she was taught. Since the cultivators are trapped in the same system, can you really blame them for just trying to survive? Angels and demons are just doing their jobs, but Jae-won already knows all of this. The only thing that deserves any blame is the terrible idea that the system itself is fair or right. The real enemy in his eyes is the world, and that's exactly why our hero wants to tear it all down. The monarch just laughs at the idea. He points out that everything Jae-won ever loved is a part of that very same world he wants to erase. It's one thing to say you want to fix the world, but he wants to destroy it himself. The monarch warns him to get it straight. The world can't be destroyed or even touched. There is no separate world or system to fight. The system is nature itself. And with that, the terrifying aura of the Samyong family closes in on him once more. Our protagonist realizes he's in a tough spot. He knows he can't win this alone since he basically skipped all his training montages. The only thing keeping him here is his sheer willpower. So if he can't do it himself, it's time for Plan B. He suddenly bites down on something familiar, preparing to borrow power from a much bigger friend. A massive burst of energy explodes from inside the monarch's cube outside Chongho, and the others have no idea what this kid is up to, and the other monarchs look just as confused. It becomes clear that Hoon somehow managed to enter chaos as a living being, and his brain link is still active. No matter how hard Janu tries, he can only push him back to the physical world where his body is waiting. The most our hero can hope for is to maybe scratch his soul. But then a wave of dark energy surges, overwhelming everything. The cube begins to fall apart. Hoon, totally bewildered, can't figure out what's happening, especially while his face is being torn to shreds. His very soul feels like it's being corrupted. He's amazed Jae-won actually pulled this off. The monarch finally recognizes the terrifying energy that's devouring his cube catastrophe. And right on cue, a shadowy horned figure appears behind him. Giant fanged undead monsters crawl out from the darkness, their crazed eyes glowing. A laugh that sounds way too inhuman to be real echoes through the valley. The onlookers scream in terror as they see Jae-won's new look, complete with an exposed heart beating in the corrupted air. With a distorted, nasty voice, he greets the monarch. And there you have it, folks. The grand arrival of the true Soul King catastrophe. Just then, a chat box pops up with everyone talking about the recent earthquake probably caused by all this chaos. The users in the chat wonder if the appearance of catastrophe, one of the three ancient gods, means he's finally been set free. The scene then cuts to a mysterious figure standing among a pile of bodies wearing an organization's medallion. He's watching the chaos with great interest, especially since Seola is there. Back at the entrance, Sam Young-hoon is shaking in his boots. The possessed Jaewon is sitting on a throne high above, surrounded by massive undead beasts. Hoon's heart pounds as he remembers something from the Akashic records. Catastrophe was sealed over 1,000 years ago by the supreme monarchs from all 12 regions. He thought bringing so many monarchs for this ambush was overkill, but now he's realizing even 100 more wouldn't have been enough. The situation is so dire, not even the supreme pitch darkness monarch could guarantee a win. If Sam Young-hoon had to bet, he'd put all his money on running away. He manages to call out to Catastrophe, trying to negotiate. He says they have no intention of fighting and just want the proxy he's taken over. The sinister Jaewon, now controlled by Catastrophe, just smiles coldly. It's clear that's not going to happen. When Hoon dares to bring up a promise Catastrophe made to someone called Big Brother, the god's aura explodes, shaking the entire landscape and forcing Hoon to bow in apology. He quickly explains he only mentioned it because he thought Catastrophe hadn't chosen a proxy yet. But Jaewon isn't a proxy. The man is simply protecting his own world at any cost, which made him the perfect candidate for a contract. The look on the monarch's face shows just how much trouble they're in. Catastrophe, however, remains completely unmoved. With a simple flick of his finger, he unleashes a furious tornado, stunning everyone. The devastation rips through the land as panic spreads among the other monarchs. The swirling energy makes one thing perfectly clear: death is coming for them, and that's exactly what Catastrophe wants. Sam Young-hoon tries one last time invoking the promise to Big Brother, but the god just calls it an exception. Even though this power belongs to Catastrophe, it isn't his will driving it. The hurricane is being controlled by our protagonist. Hoon rallies the others, shouting that if they want to live, they have to fight together. He guesses the Soul King is using a skill called Undead Descent to possess Jaewon's body. No matter how strong Catastrophe is, he's still in a human vessel that will eventually burn out. All they have to do is survive for 5 minutes. The other monarchs yell at Hoon for his crazy idea, and Yeong Chando loudly declares that the Emerald Bug family will not be joining this suicide mission. Sam Young-hoon can go play hero by himself. Catching sight of the Emerald Bug monarch, Catastrophe recognizes them as the ones who created spirit stones to analyze his world. He calls them fools who tried to imitate a god, saying they aren't even worthy to be his vessels. His energy surges, consuming everything. From his throne, he grins like a madman, ready to make sure they all know they brought this on themselves. Sam Young-hoon collapses to the ground, unable to understand how things went so wrong. But suddenly someone screams for the monarchs to get up and fight. It's Sam Young-yua. She reminds them they just need to last 5 minutes. Catastrophe seems almost entertained by their little show of courage. Hoon realizes some of them are willing to fight together, and the monarchs charge forward through hordes of undead beasts and the flooded valley. Hoon knows there will be casualties, but fighting is much better than just giving up. Their counterattack is so fierce for a moment they think they might actually wear the king down, but that hope disappears when Catastrophe, amused by their defiance, raises a single finger. The real catastrophe begins. Sam Young-yua's head explodes in a spray of blood. Then others follow their bodies torn apart in a gruesome display. Soon everyone except Sam Young-hoon is reduced to scattered remains. The carnage is so absolute that Hoon's mind completely breaks. Still on his knees, he can't process what he's just seen. A wild, broken laugh escapes him as he realizes they never had a chance. He surrenders to his despair, accepting that Catastrophe has won. But the horror isn't over yet. The floating bodies and swirling destruction continue around him. Finding the whole spectacle boring, a Catastrophe pokes a hole straight through Hoon's chest. He seems almost tired, as if wasting any more power on such weak creatures is beneath him. Gradually, the valley's climate returns to normal. Sam Young-hoon lies motionless on the ground, a perfect match for his dead brother. Meanwhile, Jaewon stands on the throne, finally regaining his senses. He can barely comprehend the incredible strength of the Soul King Catastrophe. And even though he knows this incredible power is his, it still feels totally surreal. That old clone was just a warm-up act. This is the real deal, the first awakened Soul King who could conquer the world without breaking a sweat. Our hero realizes this is the amazing strength he's always wanted, but now he sees the catch. He could easily turn into another monster, just like Catastrophe. He'd have to bet his very existence on this. Realizing even the Soul King got sealed by Big Brother was a huge reality check. He had to get stronger than Catastrophe, too. The king's voice cuts through his thoughts, poking fun at his body for barely holding out for 5 minutes. Instead of firing back, our guy simply asks how many more times he can summon Catastrophe. The answer, 3 times total without a proxy, since he's already used one that leaves just 2. And since he'll definitely need Catastrophe's power to face Big Brother, that means he's only got 1 summon left to play around with. The danger is very real. Every use pushes his soul closer to the edge. That's just how it is. This undead business doesn't play nice. If the Fortress Master wants to walk his own path, he's got to do it without a safety net. The Soul King releases his control, reminding him not to forget the promise he made for this power. The connection snaps, and a wave of agony that was hidden by the possession hits our hero full force. As the undeadification begins, his memories start to flicker and fade. To lose your memories is to lose your very self. If this keeps up, he'll become just another empty puppet, a mindless undead. His memories of Earth begin to slip away as soul corruption tries to drag him under a scary preview of what's to come. But then something changes. In one of those fading memories, he sees Chong-ho. He watches as Keeman asks why Chong-ho bothers following the Fortress Master. Chong-ho's answer was surprisingly simple. The kid's a mess, reckless, childish, and rude. He never thinks about anyone else, especially not him. And boy, does he attract trouble. But deep down, Chong-ho just doesn't want to see Jae-won all alone. In a flash, the real unconscious Jae-won is being shaken awake by Chong-ho, who's still calling him Kid. Our boy is so over that nickname. The age difference between them has pretty much vanished. When Chong-ho sees he's awake, he immediately starts chewing him out for taking a risk that could have turned him into a zombie. He demands to know what on earth our hero was thinking. Jae-won, however, isn't sweating it. He totally expected the divine physician to swoop in with his anti-undeadification trick. Chong-ho just grumbles about his recklessness, but it looks like the worst is over for now. They took some losses, but a few of the expedition squads made it through. Thanks to the power revolution Jae-won started, there will always be strong awakeners around. Now, at least the monarchs can't just waltz into chaos whenever they feel like it. The balance of power has shifted. For a moment, our hero thinks chaos has never been so close to true freedom. That warm, hopeful feeling doesn't last long, though. Others start to gather around, and they do not look happy. Chong-ho can't believe his eyes. A quick flashback shows the monarch vowing that Jae-won wouldn't get his happy ending. And now the people of Chaos, knowing he's alive, look ready for a fight. They demand to know if he seriously expects them to believe he didn't sneak some of the resurrection fruits for himself. From the sidelines, Keyman can feel the suspicion growing. They think the Fortress Master only survived because he secretly ate one of the fruits. The whole situation's about to blow up. Everyone saw the footage of his living body chained up in the strategist's cube. Now they're demanding the truth. Keeman and Jurgen Shiver try to calm everyone down, but it's no use. The crowd only gets louder, wanting to know about the fruits. Jurgen realizes nobody is going to back down. It turns out all those miracles Jae-won performed only amazed people because they were desperate to survive. They never really cared about his grand vision for a better world. All they ever really wanted was to survive. The fact that he's alive while so many others aren't, plus the mystery of the resurrection fruits has completely destroyed their trust. They want Jae-won to face them and give them a straight answer. But this uproar isn't completely natural. His own amazing feats are being used against him, all thanks to Samyong-hun's sneaky confusion skill. Even on the brink of death, the monarch is still obsessed with our Fortress Master. Really, he's just fanning the flames that were already there. The confusion skill is only working because the people already had reasons to be doubtful, jealous, and suspicious, hiding their insecurity behind loyalty. They've always needed Jae-won, but they never truly trusted him. Watching the angry mob surround their leader, a barely conscious Samyong-hun lets out a bitter laugh. If he couldn't have his way, the vengeful strategist would make darn sure Jae-won couldn't have his either. Suddenly, Keeman steps forward, about to confess that he destroyed the fruit. He opens his mouth to speak, but Jae-won stops him. He gets to his feet and takes all the responsibility, declaring to the entire crowd that he was the one who destroyed the resurrection fruit. A heavy silence falls over the crowd. You could hear a pin drop. Siren and the few others who know the truth are baffled, but this confession offers no comfort to the angry mob. In their eyes, he's the one who survived, and he just admitted to destroying the one thing they wanted most, a second chance at life. Our hero stands before them, insisting that true life was never in those fruits to begin with. Even if they had been revived, it would have just led to more fighting over what was left. He could have spelled out that ugly truth for them, but instead, he chooses a much more dramatic way to end the argument. If they really want proof, Jaewon focuses his power and reveals his real brain link, confirming their worst fears. He is without a doubt alive. Shocked whispers ripple through the crowd. How could the fortress master have lied to them for so long? Many now believe he just used them all to get the fruit for himself. In response, as if to show them how little he cares about their accusations, Jaewon cuts his own brain link, ending the discussion right then and there.